Inferno, we hope is close, we hope is competitive. Here as the bomb gets planted. Not gonna all be considered. Jumps are gone a bit early, but in towards Coffin. Shuhei not ready for the next. Oh! Oh, careful, you can't be serious. You can't. Hey, come on, man. No. Come on. Just kill him, that's just rude.
Big scalp to take is the heavy hitter over towards Legacy, the first to fall.
Man, the timing was good over there, but Naf will mean that they both live it for now, and Naf is going to capitalize on that fact. Naf, easy for him, and a really big round coming in.
A miss shot. Oh,
swing him,
God. He goes back again. Oh, God. Jambo on the dub. And is now on the AK-47. And he's out into the clutch, into the fight. Big kill inside of the site. Has to get every single kill, and he can absolutely do it here. Going to be moving forward out to the right side. Okay, Jambo.
Smoke timing is good over here though. Jacasmo's going to be given a lot more space to just focus on the short. Legion doesn't have a shot. The conversation. They need to pop open the smoke, but it's going to be dissipating regardless. Jambo puts it to good use. 2 quick kills found. It's Snow and Digit.
Like we said, they've been calling these set pieces from Spawn. Mercury once again finding the openers, but it's going to be Jacasmo finally showing some form here. Jambo will join him. Huge frag. Jambo's down. The hero of the last round will have to watch as Jacasmo tries to clutch up.
Oh,
and he gets the
my
jumping kill
God.
to close things out. My God, what is going on?
Early and rushed. Nilo can't believe his luck. He's just like sick. There's nobody on the site. Let's go. All right, they're not even going to fight him. They're just going to say, all right, that's it. Leave him alone. Finally, they get him. And LNC spins around, takes down Lonks. I was going to say they could have just smoked him off and left him in the corner for forever, basically.
Way too deep.
There's still a fight coming in. Jukes with another good headshot, but they don't know about the fact that Cemetery's walking through that smoke. Nilo, he's thinking about it. He's actually got the right read. That's very smart. Heads up play. Player, see if he's ready to fight this one. They're going to peek almost at the same time. He keeps on spraying. It's a couple of headshots for Jukes. Fantastic round from the young Lithuanian. I love to see that.
It looks like it'll be GG moment, and they're not going to find that early advantage. Not by a long shot. Sadzin continues to find great output here. That's going to be 4 kills in the round. He's on for the ace.
Hades on 4 HP against the world here, just creeping around. Where's this player gotten to? He doesn't quite know. Somehow finds that kill. You can't be serious. Head trick also very low.
Too much respect.
Output here. That's going to be 4 kills in the round. He's on for the ace.
Hades on 4 HP against the world here, just creeping around. Where's this player gotten to? He doesn't quite know. Somehow finds that kill. You can't be serious. Headtrick also very low.
Too much respect.
This is really smart. You're absolutely right. Flash to slow them down. They've got more utility on the other side. Hades landing those bullets and swinging into the fight against.
It out, but he's not ready for Fame to come in and combine. Saad's in now, holds off, who is good in the pistol round for the CP side, and now Saad continues to provide the massive amount of pressure. It's between him and Dumal to try and hold off these players, and Saad's in is doing it all on his own. Seems he's obviously had some dips in form here and there, but largely speaking, I know what I'm getting with Hades.
Exactly. Shot by Ultra. He saw it from the other side, but I don't know, nasty one. But look, he just does so well. But a quad clutch for him, and that missed shot by Ultimate.
For Maka, gets the one, then traded out by Dumal, who gets actually a double kill. Take attempt, flash goes in, yep. Will not deny the ball plan. It's around the side of the fountain, and they aren't on the defuse anymore.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the CS Asia Championships 2025. What a tournament it has been so far, and it is now day 4, which means 6 teams remain, and we are officially in the playoffs. It's time, once again, to feel the rush. I'm Parla, still one of your desk hosts, and now I'm joined on the desk by Prof, but this time, Maui Snake wedged in between us. Gentlemen, how is it doing? Maui, thank you so much for joining us on the morning shift.
It's a pleasure to be here with you, Paula, and Prof. It's a throwback. We haven't done this for a while, but it's great to be at the CS Asia Championships 2025.
Indeed, yeah. Prof, also, how are you doing this morning? Great to have you back. You're a legend, mate. I love you.
Thank you. You too. You also. Both of us, all 3 of us, we're legends, I think.
They say that.
Yeah, everyone says that about us.
First look at the stage there, by the way. What a spectacle. Maui, initial thoughts?
It's big. I mean, this is going to be a huge moment for some of these guys. I mean, some of these teams that came into the tournament, I don't know if they're ready for how much it's going to rumble, how much it's going to shake. And I know, Paula, you were probably on a stage like that last time around in China. It probably rocked, right?
Yeah, I mean, last year at the Shanghai Major, everything in the arena was incredible. And yeah, I'm sort of imagining the same vibes are going to be down the floor in Shanghai this time around for CAC 2025 as well.
It is the same stadium, same arena as the major, right? And talking about that and talking about some of these teams that we saw, I think FUT is one of them that practically has together no LAN experience, and they managed to beat FaZe from their hotel rooms. Now the jump from that to where they will be is huge. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how that pans out for them.
Definitely a big jump ahead for them. Why don't we jump into looking at our Group A standings? We can see what has transpired so far and what we have to look forward to today. Maui, anything jumping off the screen to you?
A few things, as a matter of fact. GamerLegion were one of my favorites to make it through Group A, so to see them fall to Liquid, that was a bit of a coin flip match, but to see them lose to Lynn Vision in the fashion that they did, sheer disappointment on the faces of their players, on Ash, their coach. A lot of questions already being asked about that roster and if they even made an upgrade with the opping position. So I'm curious to see how things pan out for them for the rest of the season, because this was obviously really not the best showing.
Yeah,
Prof,
I mean,
what about yourself?
I mean, the GamerLegion situation is like, are we overvaluing how good this team is? I think that's where we all need to like look ourselves in the mirror and being like, does this team have it? I mean, another BetClick Apogee, graduate and Hypex that didn't really light the world on fire with his jump up to the kind of tier 1. I wouldn't say GamerLegion and FaZe are the same level, but if you look at the ranking, not that far away from each other. But other than that, I think we had MIBR in this group as well. I was kind of expecting a bit more from them. I know all of their wins came, I think, 3 lands from South America, but when you're winning that much and that like confidently, I expect there to be more behind it. I think they played a completely like messy game that works against weaker opposition, but in reality here wasn't good enough.
Yeah, Group A certainly played out in an interesting way, and we could say the same absolutely about Group B as well. Let's bring up Group B on screen now and also take a quick look at what's transpired. Maui Snake, once again, what would you say have been the most interesting factors in Group B? Any matchups that stand out to you right now?
A few. There were every single team that I had predicted to make it through this group exposed me as being rather fraudulent as an analyst. FaZe Clan bowing out in the lower bracket final, Pain Gaming showing literally practically nothing since their major run, and TYLOO Hometown Heroes not even getting to either the lower bracket final or the upper bracket final. The 3 teams that we got moving forward are all pleasant surprises, so at least there's something to look forward to, but I think it's a bit of a shock to see Heroic, Fnatic, and FUT advance.
FUT definitely has been the biggest surprise of the tournament. They played FaZe in that initial best of 1, beat them, then got a chance at a rematch, and also beat FaZe across a best of 3. Prof, yeah, that was huge for them and a surprise to all of us.
Yeah, definitely the storyline of the tournament, I would say. FaZe versus FUT, having that game twice, and the dichotomy between these two teams and the results that panned out, kind of insane. We'll see how the tournament develops, but for now, definitely the storyline of the event. And I would say on the other side, Heroic getting that semifinal spot with Hades as a stand-in, and how he's been playing so far, that's definitely a highlight for me.
Whilst we are going through these topics, why don't we take a look back at the initial analyst predictions that we had at the start of the tournament. I hope I don't bring up too many bad memories or feelings here, guys. Maui, when you're looking at your own picks and the picks of Prof, Ven, and Dust, what goes through your mind? I'm seeing a lot of grayed out logos there, buddy.
PGL and Perfect World probably need to hire new analysts. That's the first thing I'm thinking.
I don't know why I picked Pain. Like I was talking so much.
You even brought up the fact that they did not have a good record.
I have
since
no
the
idea.
major, and we just still had some belief in them. The major really warps everybody's perception of every single team.
I think I was just jet lagged or something. I don't know. I need to look at FaZe Twists, what he said, and use some of the excuses. I think he had a great excuse generator going on this event, so I need to dip into that.
Guys, let's move ahead and take a look at our playoffs bracket. We can see the matchups that we have planned for today and the potential matchups going forward over the rest of the weekend. So today, everybody, we are going to kick things off with 3D Max versus Fnatic, and then later in the evening, morning, whatever time zone you are on, we'll have Legacy versus FUT. And then we've got Team Liquid waiting in those semifinals for the winner of 3D Max versus Fnatic. And then we have Heroic on the other side of the bracket waiting for either Legacy or FUT. It is officially FUT, by the way, guys. I have, because Maui, I know you were wondering, you kept texting me like, Paula, how do I say it? How do I say it? I can tell you it is FUT.
How'd you verify this?
Excuse me?
How'd you verify this?
Sorry, my earpiece isn't working right now. So,
Sorry, where'd you
So
get,
when I asked you for
where'd you get this
confirmation,
information?
you're just throwing something at me that you're just guessing on.
guys, what do you think about our playoff bracket?
Well, Team FUT is definitely the big surprise that we have in front of us.
Huge.
I think that the fact that Heroic is in the semifinals has to be the biggest shocker amongst everything, because they have been developing as one of the bright spots, and Hades' own individual performance is one where it's just basically declaring to everybody in the space, get him on a team.
Yeah.
Because we've seen his potential in the past, and it kind of almost felt like he was a known quantity for a lot of us, that, you know, you're going to get a 1.09 rated opper, does his job, doesn't really change the face of the game, but he was in the matrix for this group stage.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, is that bad? Maybe it is bad for, like, G2, right? But it isn't bad for GamerLegion, let's say. You know, they were looking for they got a Polish opper. Maybe this was the guy that they were supposed to look at.
They missed the right
They missed the Polish opper. I mean, he is a really decent opper. He's pretty good. But, you know, if you put him in a major semifinal or something, is he going to, you know, carry you through? Probably not. But that doesn't mean he's not serviceable for a top 10, 15 team, for sure. I mean, we just saw him here, like topping the charts. It's quite insane. I think the whole upper part of the bracket is like 3D Max, Fnatic, and then Liquid. I think, okay, that makes kind of sense. And then you look down, Legacy, FUT, and Heroic is like, what is going on here?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's how I feel about the bracket.
Talking about that upper side of the bracket, let's touch upon Liquid quickly. Solid form across the tournament, and yeah, Elige definitely putting in the work. What are your thoughts on Liquid so far, Maui?
Preliminary thoughts, as we've only seen Liquid, I'm pretty sure, in the Birch Cup in this event. I feel like they're still rough around the edges. I think some of the problems of Liquid that have been pervasive throughout the Shuhei era of this team are still apparent. He still seems to want to just get too much info. He's still hungry for info all the time. However, I think that Elige gives them a much more solid piece to start their rounds. It's much more defined on paper that he's supposed to be going first, and he is a master of entries.
Prof?
Yeah, I mean, overall, they've been insane on entry potential. They've been living up to that potential this tournament. Obviously, there are some difficulties in their last game, but overall, they've been, you know, Elige plus Nerds plus Ultimate when he's on the game. They all get pretty good entries. And then the question is, yeah, as you said, Shui individually does some plays, very like Kerrigan school of Counter-Strike, where I think they undervalue their own life on the server. I don't think either of them are that bad as individuals that they should just go and die that often, you know? Just set yourself up for a more favorable duel here and there. Just stay alive, you know? Just get that 1v2 in the end, or just get an easy trade. And that can be some super beneficial to the team.
And super quickly, I'm glad that the NAF should be cut today conversation has more or less been dispelled. He's not popping off the page every single time, but he's not as much of a liability anymore.
He's not been popping off the page every single time, but there's certainly been an uptick in NAF's performance at this event. And most importantly, I think impact, Prof.
I mean, this game against Legacy, he was, I would say, the best player. Also in the game that they lost, he was the only guy that did the map that they lost on Mirage. He's the only guy doing anything, right? I was looking at like NAF a bit before that, and I'm like, this guy has 5 MVPs to his name. Same number of Monacy. Monacy and NAF have the same number of MVPs.
Truth nuke.
You know, we need
noticing.
Noticing. Yeah, obviously this year, horrible, and that can happen. Maybe he's just completely washed, can't ever come back. But the team has been in such a turbulent state this whole year. All of the changes that they went through, like they really need a honeymoon period, and hopefully they can get it here, and then, you know, the uptick starts there. Obviously, also the NAF Elige story, you know, I don't think there was a lot of love there when Elige left at the end. but they're working together now, so let's see how that pans out.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can stay on board with the Liquid topic a little bit more. A slight difference in them has been Nerds has not necessarily needed to show up as much at this event. I feel like if Nerds really starts to rise to the occasion in these playoffs, that it's going to be very tough for any team to beat Liquid out. Maui, what do you think about Nerds?
I think that's a great assessment, Paula, that Nerds is right now kind of like the secret weapon of the team, because the group stage, from what I'd seen, it was a lot of a leash. I feel like if Nerds can actually just even gain 15% of his ability, which we all know he's capable of, then they instantly become the tournament favorites. They probably are the tournament favorites on paper today. I still root for 3D Max because I just feel like they're a more well ironed out team, and Liquid are a little rough, but the individuals are always going to be a potential win condition for them. So seeing Elysian Naf do a lot of the work in the group stage, but then Nerds being completely capable moving forward, they're really scary for anybody to match up with.
Yeah, I mean, Nerds has been pretty like hot and cold in the group stage. Like first 2 games, 1.6 rating, then 0-6 against Legacy, like completely invisible in that series. And I think too often did he go missing since he joined Liquid, and just needs that consistency. I felt like now with the leash coming in, he would feel more comfortable. I don't know what happened in the Legacy game. Maybe just an off day. We'll see how it pans out tomorrow when he's playing in the semifinal. I think they still really, for moving forward, they really need him to be like that prime Nerds of the heroic times.
We've got a bit more time before we zone in on our matchup of the day, Fnatic versus 3D Max. So why don't we stay on the topic of Legacy? The way I see Legacy's journey at this event is they've gone from being quite a heavy underdog to perhaps becoming a bit of a dark horse. Not many expectations, I think, for them coming into this tournament, but we've seen now, after beating VP and 3D Max and their matchup against Liquid, that they've certainly got a chance here to progress further, at least through their first match up against FUT. Maui.
Legacy made me a bit more of a believer again when they took down 3D Max in a BO3. That was the one series where I thought that the structure or it's almost just like the mid-late rounds of Legacy. That's when I really remember them struggling the most, when at the major they were so spurred by whatever happened in the first 45 seconds of a round. But at this one, they outplayed 3D Max in a couple of 2v2, 3v3 situations. And the guy that really, really jumped out for me, and I'm so glad to see him doing well now, is Nissim. Lado, usual star of the team, always putting up numbers, but Nissim has just been such a difference maker in those kinds of situations, in the late rounds that Legacy were so desperately needing him to step up in, because his feel against opposing teams in 1vx situations, 2vx situations, it's very strong. He's very good at playing around utility, and I think he just has a great mind in the clutch.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a team that's been together for like 9 months now. Since the start of the year, they kind of made these 2 changes, bringing in Lux as well as the IGL, coming from Pain. And, we started the year thinking, Pain is maybe the best Brazilian team. Then Furia make changes. Okay, they're the best Brazilian team, but they have imports and stuff like that. Maybe MIBR now with Klim, they're winning everything. I think after Furia, it's probably Legacy that's on top based on what I saw so far. MIBR and Pain, so many issues, but these guys look pretty solid as a unit.
Talking about looking at things, we can see our teams coming out on screen now, and I think we can actually start fully turning our attention to this first matchup of the day. Yeah, we've got 3D Max coming out on the stage, and they're going to be squaring off against Fnatic. Great to see them seemingly in good spirits. Of course, very shortly it's going to be Fnatic joining them on stage as well. So, why don't we talk a bit more about Fnatic firstly? So I think, and again, another team that we didn't have necessarily high expectations for coming into the event, given recent context. A lot of flux and a lot of sort of factors there that we can potentially dive into. Maui, what are your thoughts on Fnatic?
Fnatic are coming to this event as the bad boys of CS, mostly due to what their organization has done lately. No shame or hate to any of the players, because they're not the ones that are responsible for the decisions at the end of the day. But for Fnatic, the organization, to bring on Cypher after missing the previous major, and then as soon as they qualify for the major, to then bring in Jacasmo and just reuniting him with his former Passion UA teammates. It just felt like a move that should have happened at the end of the season or maybe earlier in the season, and it rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. A Fnatic org that has kept Crims well past his prime. Like, everybody knows he's not really reclaiming that kind of form. They just decide to be as ruthless as they were in changing their personnel mid-season. I mean, you could see why many fans, especially British ones, really wanted blood when it came to Fnatic. But now, you just have to respect their game. They made it to the quarterfinals in fashion that was unexpected. Jacasmo's playing all right, but I mean, Fnatic, they don't care what you feel. They don't care about your emotions. They're just here to win.
It's definitely a complex dynamic going on in this team right now. I think Maui's done a great job of highlighting all the different sort of stories here. If there's one thing that we can be absolutely certain of is perhaps the effect of all of these things on the players. These things are going to be going through their minds as well, and especially when they step out on a stage, Prof.
I mean, one of the reasons why I was not super hyped about Fnatic at this tournament is, like, not only did they make a change, but the change doesn't really make that much sense. Like, you're taking out Cypher, the most aggressive player on the team, and you're bringing back Crims, who is like, he's an anchory passive player. Like, he's always been known for the clutch in the late round. So how is this? And then you have Jacasmo, who also is kind of the similar type to Crims. He did stand in for Crims earlier in the year, earlier in the month at Fragadelphia, helping them qualify for the major, right? So not only is it like a weird, didn't really get the practice together, there's like all this pressure, why do you remove Cypher? It's like, how does this even make sense all together? And then Fear comes out in this interview before the event is like, we actually have like a 6-man roster. We'll decide before the major who our roster is moving forward, which is like even more confusing to me. It doesn't make any sense.
It's hard to know. Okay, but we'll continue shortly. For now, let's head down to the stage where we've got Jangbei and Dove ready to chat with our players.
他们在小组赛展现出来了超凡的冲击力，对战他们是否有压力？
High gravity facing against Fnatic, they've shown their power, their firepower during group stage. Are you nervous about it, or are you concerned about it?
We're gonna fuck them. No, we're not nervous. We're gonna fuck them 2-0, I think.
我们会把他们打得很惨，一个2-0。
非常有冲击力的回答。那当然，你和菲尔都是新生代的指挥，怎么看待会儿你和他在服务器里的这场碰撞？
As the new gen of AGL, you against the Fear, how do you see you two as role against each other in games?
No concurrence. The best will win. That's it.
没有什么特别的，最好的那一个、最优秀的那个将会赢下来。
太好了，那我们希望 Gravity 我们对局当中见，祝贺你们，也祝福你们，希望你们好运。
Tai Hao La, indeed, Jangbei. Thank you for the couple questions. The translations from Dove
Do you think
and
that
Gravity,
was translated directly,
and Gravity
word
for
for
some
word?
very choice words. I'm not going to repeat exactly what he said, but yeah, Gravity clearly locked in. Didn't want to spend too much time there on the chat, and yeah, very straight to the point and on the nose, Maui.
I can't believe that Gravity went for that line. I think that's unbelielievable.
Especially in a situation where someone needs to translate what you just said.
I don't want to
saying it in China too is crazy.
I don't want to read into it too much, but why so blunt? You know,
I love it. I mean,
I think he just wants to play, dude.
I mean, who's he also taking note from? Or it's Apex. I mean, Apex right now is the prominent French in-game leader. Speaks what's on his mind. Flipped off the crowd at the last major. So why not be brash? You know, gain a little bit of aura before the match.
You did aura farm super hard there.
I love it. I'm so glad he did that.
Yeah.
I think that raises the odds. Like, I mean, plus 10% for 3D Max winning just based on that interview.
Let's stay on the topic of 3D Max for a bit. No doubt we'll speak to a Fnatic player shortly as well. 3D Max overall, I think, seen as dark horses or niche favorites coming into this tournament. And I think probably the same perception of them now. They're overall a team that's up and down, maybe recently a bit down. Guys, expectations for 3D Max going into this matchup? Maui Snake Stone with you.
I mean, I think 3D Max were, before the event, my favorites to win it. I like their structure. I like everything that Gravity's brought to the table as the in-game leader for this team. I like the resurgence in Maka's own individual ability ever since Gravity also became the in-game leader. What's great about it is that it's not that Maka's numbers or rating actually really change pre or post, but he's just going for way more entries, and he's way more successful on entries now. So he's actually using the AWP in a way that I think is much more sustainable than trying to be this late round player every single time. So I think they're explosive. I think they have some of the best strategies out of spawn of any team of the top 10 in the world. And so I feel like they could easily make mincemeat of Fnatic if they catch them off guard.
It's interesting because like Gravity on 3D Max already were kind of known to be like a gimmick team. They had a lot of like pocket strats, very like all-in strats that sometimes work. Sometimes if they don't work, they're just losing 13-3, 13-5, whatever. And I feel like Gravity was the spearhead of all of these strats, like the back 10, running in, doing crazy stuff all over the map. But now that he is in the team, I feel like they have more polish. Like he is in the team as the IGL, right? Which is kind of counterintuitive. You would even think that they would go more in that crazy direction, but it is more balanced now that they play like more standard rounds, more like just setting up the default, letting like exercise lurk and have, you know, that kind of impact, and not just have the, you know, 6th gear all the time.
Yes, I actually think their mid-rounding has definitely improved with Gravity. I notice now they go for more contact plays than they did in the past. They allow the rounds to settle a little bit more. And one thing that was always so prevalent on 3D Max is if a team ran at them while they're setting up for an execute, they'd always get caught off guard. If they went even 1-for-1 sometimes, they didn't know what they wanted to do next. I think Gravity is actually more quickly intuitive than Maka at coming up with a secondary plan, or at least learning from the moments when they failed in the past, how to now correct in the future. So I just feel like you identified it really well, Prof. But yeah, just the smoothness, but as they transition between stages in a round has definitely improved with Gravity at the helm.
I would assume that we will hear from someone on Fnatic, but I'm not entirely sure.
There we go.
Well, we can see Dove standing by with them, so no doubt, yeah, we will hear
a little jog from Crims.
That's a bathroom break for sure.
Why don't we talk a bit more
minus
about
aura for that jog.
Guys, please.
Let's just take over the desk and ignore what he's saying.
What do you think will be most important?
What can he actually do to us?
Prof, stop. What do you think will be most important for Fnatic going into this matchup? Never mind, we're going to an interview.
而在我们中间的是 Fear 刚才 Gravity 你听到他的答案了吗？他说要2-0拿下你们，怎么回应他？
Fear, we don't know if you hear it, but Gravity said they're gonna F you up really hard too. Oh, what's your response?
Okay, very good. We'll smash them 2-0.
那我就要跟他们说，我们才要把你们干到2-0呢。
太好了，那么今天如果对于你而言，只能做好一件事情去确保胜利的话，这会是什么？
If there's one crucial thing that you have to do to secure the win, which thing you think it would be?
Just kill them.
就杀他们就完事儿了。
瞄准击杀，太好了！那我们也希望 Fear 能在对局当中展现出最好的实力，加油 Fnatic， 祝你们好运，对局见。
Fear there showing no fear. Respect to Zhengbei and Duff for asking for a reaction or feeding to Fear what Gravity said. And yeah, Fear just seemingly water off a duck's back. He's ready to go, Prof.
Honestly, this might be some of the best stage interviews I've seen this year. I'm not even joking. Also, add into the context, they need to translate everything, how difficult all of that process is to make it smooth. Quick, direct questions, great answers. Amazing. And that gives us more time to talk, which is also amazing.
Maui, what do you think about fierce focus or deep stratification here, which he's just revealed on stage to kill the opponents?
I mean, I feel like it's
this is one of the tactics for sure.
It's a great game plan that if executed flawlessly, it's very hard to fail. So I'm in a lot of ways, I'm happy that he was able to simplify the plan. Obviously, more is going to go on than that, but got to start with the basics, right?
Yeah, talking basics, we can't play a best of 3 of Counter-Strike without 3 maps. We've got the veto up on screen now. Looks like 3D Max are going with Inferno. Very shortly, we will see where Fnatic go, and they are going to head to the train yard. We're going to hop on an old train, roll up to the station, and then once we are off the train, the next and final stop will be Dust 2. Guys, taking a look at the veto, do you think this veto favors either of our teams? Prof, starting with yourself.
I'm just a bit surprised by Fnatic overpass veto, since they've been playing it a lot, and 3D Max have barely won it against anyone. They even lost it to Virtus.pro yesterday, so that's very confusing to me. I expected maybe that to stay in and be a 3D Max veto and kind of end up on Ancient or something. But overall, Inferno, super, I would say, a 3D Max bias there. Train needs to be a Fnatic win, and then, you know, Decider on Dust 2. That's how I see it.
Maui, what are your thoughts on the veto?
I would give it to 3D Max for the slight edge here. I've seen 3D Max look pretty shaky on Dust 2 already at this tournament versus Legacy, so a slight concern. I'm with Prof, though. The first phase of bans and picks were exactly how you would have expected them to go. Perma-pick, almost, I mean, perma-bans into perma-picks. But then, yeah, the Decider, slight curveball, but I'd probably give it 3D Max 65-35 favorites for this matchup.
Do you expect it to go 2 maps, 3 maps, and what do those different pathways hinge on? Prof, starting with you.
I mean, I think Inferno is going to be a 3D Max win. I'm like pretty not confident, but I think they're super good on Inferno. They're just like one of the best Inferno teams. And then what I saw from Fnatic looked very flat and not inspiring, especially on the T side. So then it's going to be about Train, and 3D Max have a lot of weird stuff on that map, and I think it might catch Fnatic off guard, but overall they're pretty solid on that map.
Right, I feel like 3D Max's Train is good enough that they could probably win this in 2. I have a hard time making a really strict pred because I've just seen 3D Max's floor in general, and I also am thinking that the stage aspect is probably something that neither team as a core is all that used to, and I want to see how 3D Max handle the pressure in these kinds of moments, because in all honesty, I've seen more of these Fnatic players do well on big stages in my lifetime than the 3D Max guys, so I think that could slightly play into the favor of Fnatic, but all in all, if I took these two teams in a studio, I'd pick 3D Max every day.
Astute point there, Prof. Have you got any thoughts on that? You know, which team here on the stage is going to feel more at home? I mean, we see Body right now on our screen. He's looking comfy. I think the way Maui put it is potentially quite accurate, Prof.
Yeah, I mean, there's just like a slight side note for Fnatic. Obviously, this would be a huge win. They'd get into the top 15 on the VRS, which is 2 months ago they were outside of the top 30, right? They were super...
That's a big jump.
Yeah, they weren't really one of the teams expected to qualify for the major, and now, you know, getting in the top 15, the invites that can follow. Obviously, nothing coming this month, but it sets them up for being in a completely different framing of teams than they were not that long ago. But talking back about the stage and the players, I think for Fnatic, Jambo is super mega important, and even more now that Cypher is not on the lineup. Like during this event, he took 30% of the opening duels, and that's not just opping, that's also rifling a lot, going for trades. Like, he is the most active player that they have. If he's not someone that has a lot of stage experience, so if that's a big drop off, then that could be very difficult for Fnatic to recover from. He's been huge for them.
I've been caught in my off-camera lounging position there, but yes, we're back in the studio now. We don't have an exact ETA on when this one will be going live, so gentlemen, we've got more time to discuss things. We've already set the scene, I think, quite thoroughly. I'm leaning in the favor of 3D Max here. There's certainly a chance for Fnatic, but I think most likely for Fnatic, it would have to happen across 3 maps. And I think they would need to raise their level somewhat. Even though they've had a solid tournament so far, I think they need to step up a gear again to beat out this 3D Max team. Is that a fair assessment, Maui?
Well, for me, 3D Max going into the whole tournament, for me, top 2 favorites. I mean, I had them up there with, I mean, to me, winning the tournament, but I thought it was possible completely if, say, a Liquid or a FaZe just kind of battled their way with individuals. Whereas, on the other hand, the expectations for Fnatic for me were maybe win one series.
I've got to cut you off there, Maui. Thank you so much, as always, for your thoughts. Same to you, Prof. It looks like this one is ready to go. So let's head on to the server and throw it over to Neokai and Scriv.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are into the action here, of course. Looking forward to getting into this. There's a lot to talk about, and I think that the desk has only just scratched the surface with this one. No wasting time. Straight peek in mid here from 3D Max. They will get the first kill as well. So able to open things up. BlameF holding out in Banana and nearly loses his head. Not quite, but able to back off and fight a little bit later on. However, it looks very, very good for 3D Max. Unless Jacasmo, the new blood, can get anything done. I mean, that second is pretty quick before he goes down. Maybe he has created some space here.
Yeah, welcome into playoffs. We are straight into the action. B-side's taken. Maka going to clear back. It's really all about Blame here. He's got to buy a little bit of time for this rotation to come over, but they can't deny this bomb going down. Post-spawn setup, XSC, shoulder spotted. 2 around the corner, but they're both very low as well. Jambo quick on the trade, but he has got a sliver HP to work with. In this 2 versus 2, Maka resets himself, but he might be walking straight in towards Fear. He loses his head as Maka finds it, all on the shoulders of a very low Jambo to bail them out here in the 1 versus 2. Does not have a kit. He should be dead to rights in a spot like this, and time so far ticked. 3D Max playing the patient game. And it feels like this won't change. It's going to be the first round going the way of the French side as Maka closes it. A fantastic pistol from him. 3 kills to his name. And 3D Max start really, really well in towards their map pick. For those, of course, only just joining us, the veto is Inferno to kickstart things, Train to follow, Dust to the Decider. And I think, as Parla was saying as well, for me, if 3D Max want any chance at this series, they've got to do it in 3. I don't see them being able to take this Inferno. We've caught a lot of 3D Max recently, especially, you know, we did kind of the Perfect World Challenge. This is a map in which was very, very kind of prevalent in their map pool. They're very good on it at the moment. I think they're easily the best team at this tournament on this map specifically. Fnatic got a really, really tall task ahead of them, but let's see. Early util damage dealt on towards the T side. It's a forced buy back in response from Fnatic as Jambo brings out the scouts. BlameF's got himself a rifle as well, so still a bit of a precarious one. They've got to be kind of cautious here, 3D Max, not to overextend.
Could be a pretty well-timed nade here. Big damage definitely on the cards.
Start.
Nice find. The trade of the nade, though, is pretty clean. BlameF on this upgraded M4. Pretty rare to see. Fear's going to lose his head through the smoke. Kind of a wild round. A lot of very, very cheeky kills. But like I say, this M4 still in play.
Oh, yeah.
Close enough. Nice find to give the numbers across to Fnatic here. The digits, of course, punched in. But can they really hold on to this bomb site? Not got loads of time to secure the post plant. Some decent re-smokes will allow them that. Crim's coming in from Banana. He's at the very least going to get information that they are both in towards this site area, but, you know, scout on the retake, lack of kit, obviously not going to be ideal. Crims moves up to this Galil, so keep your eyes on him and what he's able to do. There's not loads of time remaining, to be honest. Xerxes just has to play that clock, and I think he will get this one done. Still, some very, very, very good damage coming in from Fnatic. They will both cross each other, and don't know if BlameF survives, actually. Yeah, he's a bit too close to the bomb. All the same, 3D Max take number 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's a work for that one, though. It's very expensive, but in the end, all that really matters, the round put on the board by 3D Max. They've got a bit of a point to prove as well. You know, they did an interview yesterday, and they were sort of saying, 3D Max, that we actually are the favorites, and we're going to play like favorites, right? We believe, and that's good to see, right? They have that belief that we can go the whole way, and I think the kind of spot they're in, it's hard to disagree with it, right? I mean, 3D Max are the remaining teams. They've got to be seen now as probably the clear favorites. They play the best brand of Counter-Strike at the moment. Since Gravity's taken over the reins as the IGL as well, this side look revitalized. I mean, you know me, I've been a bit of a disliker of the 3D Max style of play, but not since Gravity's been the IGL. It's a more refreshed look at how they approach Counter-Strike, and their identity seems really reformed for 3D Max. It's difficult to break down now as well, and there's a lot more pace behind these rounds as well. So, an interesting side to watch, and I think for Fnatic as well. Obviously, they've got Jacasmo coming in for this tournament. It's their second time playing with him, but the first time with this full lineup. There still is going to be ever so slight teething issues here and there. 3D Max, they're just such a secure unit at the moment. A group up towards Banana. If they don't fix it, right? They've been taking a lot of this early B control and getting good space. And speaking of, Jacasmo's going to be tested here momentarily.
Molotov's over the top. Actually pretty early on into the exchange, you feel. 3D Max just move up Banana and go straight in for the execute, no messing around. Jacasmo drops. That should be that, in all honesty. Some bits of utility were available for the CT side, but they've just not created anything. And I think, you know, you look at this, it's like Crim's Fear, they'll just hold on to the Kevlar. So, makes total sense. But yeah, to pick up on what you were saying about where the shift of IGLings come in, I think they've added a bit more structure, a bit more discipline seems to be the way that they have changed things, and I think it sort of comes down to kind of a watered down version of French Counter-Strike, perhaps. You have obviously a couple of old guard players who at one time, they were the fresh blood within the French scene, in Body and Lucky in particular, but Maka I think also fits into that. And for a long time there, the French style was probably one of the more aggressive styles in the world. And I think that now there's been a shift within this team that it's like, if we want to compete against the higher teams, you have to be able to do a bit of everything. There was kind of a period in Counter-Strike for a while, maybe, 7 or 8 years ago now, where you could have one style and get really good at that and then kind of compete for tournaments.
Yeah.
But I think Astralis especially caused a really big shift in being able to bring some variety and be the jack of all trades. And it seems 3D Max might have taken their scene a bit of time to catch up to that, but they really do have a fresh look. I think that, yeah, is a very good way of describing it.
Yeah, it was like, I feel like the previous 3D Max, the way they approached CS, and of course they had a kind of variety of callers then, but it really was like an old school style of calling. It really felt like a bit more of an aged approach, and I think it is just nice, and it's sort of fresh now. And also, the coach, the new coach of 3D Max, I feel like he's changed quite a lot for this side, but for the better. A 3-0 start, but it will be a bye back in for Fnatic following this tech pause. They got money to work with. They actually do have the money for an AWP as well if they want to. Blame can drop one over towards Jambo. He can have a rifle. So it still could be a bit of a kind of precarious one. And of course, this is generally considered a bonus buy for 3D Max. So in a round like this, if you're able to convert it, you put yourself at such a lead, such a nice bit of breathing room because you still have so much residual cash left over. But in all honesty, if you're able to get a bomb plant and like 2 or 3 kills, that's still sort of seen as a bit of a win, just in the sense that you really do hinder that econ a bit. Looks like a tech issue on the side of Fnatic, judging by the fact that they haven't invested in. So hopefully only a brief one. Of course, first games on the stage. Can be a few that we have to work out early doors.
Yes, I think so. I think so. Do whatever you do in your neck of the woods for good luck. We would say touch wood. I know Maui might say knock on wood, which is one that's always confusing.
The American.
As to why it's different.
Yeah. Why? I don't even know why we do that. Why do we say touch wood?
I guess it's just something that's like maybe always around.
Yeah.
Connected to the earth traditionally. I don't know.
Connected to the earth.
Yeah, well, like
look at you getting all
a little spiritual with it. But I'm talking, when's this coming about? Like 500 years ago when people had trees in their garden or something. I don't know. I'm making it up.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh my, you're not even wrong. We say touch wood for luck because of ancient superstitions.
Oh my goodness.
And primarily that benevolent spirits in trees.
Oh my goodness.
could be called upon for protection, or that evil spirits need to be distracted from hearing your good fortune. There we go. You are one with the spirits, mate.
I am a knower. Pointless facts. I'm your guy. Useless information. I'm your guy. Alrighty, we are back into it here, as indeed it did not last all that long, so it worked, whatever you did, guys out there. But yeah, to bring it back, we've got this bonus buy, as you say. Pretty heavy bonus buy, I think, from 3D Max is maybe one of my issues. Again, you got to try and work against the instincts, but it would have been good to maybe see another rifle here. You really do pigeonhole yourself into a certain approach in this round. Jambo has been waiting for a good couple minutes to get away with that peak. And they do indeed play to the parameters here. Nice and pacey through the apartments. Jambo missing a few shots there. Still even as the dust settles here on the A-bomb site, but 3D Max, bomb plant on the cards.
Really had to hit that one of those shots coming out from balcony, and unfortunately for Jambo, a little bit flustered in that situation. Honestly, if you're Fnatic in this spot, you might even start to angle for the save as well. Time starts to tick, and I mean, sure, there's a kit in play on the back pocket of Fear, but if you can't get an early kill, you just don't have the kind of the time, the space to clear all of these angles. So I think, yeah, you can see it now. Unfortunately, a little bit of kind of where we're at with Inferno, a bit of that save simulator, but I can't really blame Fnatic here. The thing that we're talking about, though, that was a bonus round for 3D Max. They came in with 3 Mac 10s, 2 AKs, and they make a round of that stick. It puts you in such a good position. It's not massively expensive for Fnatic. They can still buy back in towards this next round. But it's just the fact that statistically, you have such a small chance considering it's 3 Mac 10s against that real full buy of Fnatic. And actually, credit to 2D Max, that's such a good tempo change, right? They understand the situation they're in. We don't have a lot in terms of long-range kind of rifles. You have 2 to work with. Let's get the Mac 10s up close and personal. And they do exactly that. Pop in towards Boiler, take a rifle, swing through in towards short and out of balcony. And like we were saying, Jambo, he's just got to hit one of those shots. Even if he gets one shot there, that round is, the whole landscape of that round is so different. Then you really are tempted to go in. It's a 2 versus 3 on the retake, favorable, but not to be that time. Jacasmo, he eats that nade, but he gets away just about alive as he finds Maka. He'll finally fall to the hands of Lucky. There's still more damage dealt both ways. Body and Lucky tagged a little low, but Fear not exactly super healthy himself, and he might be about to eat another nade. It actually goes deeper on towards Crims. The molly comes through as well. That'll isolate the fight. That's a good play from 3D Max just to split up this defense towards B.
Yeah, 2 Molotovs as well, right, which really forces him forwards. He cannot escape. Had to take a fight in it. Goes south. So 3D Max looking very good here. This is one of the things you have to maybe worry about, right? First game in the arena, first game of the day as well, and Fnatic struggling to get off the ground, a bit nervy in places. 3D Max. This is why they maybe consider themselves one of the favorites as well. They're very comfortable in this environment by now.
Yeah.
Maybe about a year ago, they could have been nervous, but I think they are extremely ready. And you can certainly see that they get to kick off on a really, really, really solid map for themselves as well. So everything looking up for 3D Max. We'll see if they can fully convert things here. The M4 moving through the smoke. Whoa, Jambo on the Deagle. Maybe a Flame F had also gotten an unlikely kill. We could have been talking about it, but not going to happen. Exorcist on high, who's a man that I think has been sort of freed up a bit in this 3D Max team recently with all these structural and IGL changes.
Yeah, he's definitely the one, right? For me, I mean, we spoke about this so much at the Perfect World Challenge, where it was the guy that really feels like it has been revitalized over towards 3D Max is Exorcist. He looks so confident. He looks a lot freer, as we were kind of talking about. I think he's given a lot of kind of free space to express himself a little bit, and it's been fun to watch. I feel like he's backing himself in a lot of these fights. And hey, so far so good. 7 kills for him, 2 in this round. Body will fall, but XSC should be able to trade here. He can't as Crims doubles down. I don't think it's going to have too much of an effect on the round. He'll get out with the save. It's still another round for 3D Max, but at the very least, Fnatic is still keeping things expensive. Either way, it's a 5-0 start on Inferno. It's been such a good map for 3D Max, and it continues to be the case. And I think for, you know, kind of touching on the point that you were bringing up, right, for Fnatic, at the moment, it feels like they're playing pretty standard in terms of a default setup, but I think they're showing a little bit too much respect, right? They need to make life uncomfortable. This is a 3D Max side that are actually playing with a really good amount of pace at the moment. They're happy to fly into fights. You have to sort of meet them on that ground, right? I think the only way to really slow 3D Max down, make life uncomfortable for them, is fight fire with fire. Get aggressive, get up in their face, stop them taking so much early map control that they have so much area to kind of move around.
Yeah. Especially in a round like that, where you're on the lower buy, you're not really expected to take it conventionally. So you do have to throw a spanner in the works. And they just don't. We have attack coming in here. 5 in a row, of course, for 3D Max. They're a bit glowing, it would appear. And yeah, we've got to get some conversation going. And a very sort of quick one, it feels, as well. I think the vibe check with the team is probably what they've gone over. Tactically, it's not all that deep on the CT side of Inferno, but just keeping the comms up, not letting it get to them. Oh, lovely moves here. Flame F with the touchdown nade. I mean, that's not even what it was designed for. It was to break the smoke, but he gets a kill for good measure. And a solid man advantage for probably the first time on this map for Fnatic.
Oh, it's a bold swing by Jacasmo, but he's going to get 2 for it as he finds gravity as well. All on the shoulders of XSC. We were just singing his praises, but this is a next to impossible round. A 1 versus 5 for the Frenchman. One recovered. I mean, sure, he's got plenty of time, but what do you do in a spot like this? He has no idea about how many players are actually even towards B. You know, there's a lot of presence here. He's also got to be so cautious. There will be a flank brewing at some point. It's something he's got to have in the back of his mind. Jackass playing deep in towards dark. Actually, he's got a molly, got a smoke as well. Smoke CT, molly dark, or molly new box. Either way would be good, but he's going for contact. Oh, he spots the shoulder of Fear. That's where the molly comes down. Smoking towards front side as well. Jackass, no shoulder spotted. That's 2 players found out. The CT player of BlameF, though, is the one to see it off. It's a flawless round for Fnatic, and that's the type of round they want to see. And just what we were talking about as well, right? Don't show respect. Get up in their face. Play aggro, and they do exactly that in towards car. That's been the default so far for 3D Max. Take top car control. They don't even need to use it, but take it, and then you have so many different options of whether we then late rotate back over towards A, which we've done a couple of times, and go for a late pop out of balcony, or continue that push forward in towards B. That time, they start the numbers. Well done by Fnatic. A lot better. Can't afford to be a flash in the pan. They've got to start building a bit of consistency off of that. And well, mid control taken early, which is really nice by Fnatic. It's the deep smoke that really can give them a lot of options.
Yeah, they seem to have got a newfound confidence in the past couple of rounds since that timeout. And almost exactly on the money, as you said, that they just need to get in the face, not give as much respect. And it does seem like that has been the change-up. And it has indeed worked for one, and just, again, gives them that tweak of control into this round that will keep 3D Max guessing, at least early on in the round. Top banana control coming in. Oh, I'd get that released. Yeah, they're a little giddy on the other side of things. They really do want to push through towards this B bomb site sooner rather than later. A lack of utility here as well for 3D Max means that there's just not a lot of options other than pushing forwards. The only way is through here for this squad. Jacasmo trying to hold from back pillar. Not quite going well, and he will eventually fall. Man advantage 3D Max looks good. All the kills just keep rolling in, and the B bomb site secured.
Lurk player by excl will be caught by BlameF, but this is just going to be a save call for Crimson Blame. Unfortunately, nothing they can do in terms of a look in back towards this B site. Kind of respect by 3D Max. You go for a B here and it falls so flat, and you go back in towards it, right back into kind of taking that sort of aggressive stance. And this time for Fnatic, they're just a little bit, you know, they're like 2 or 3 steps too far back that they can't fight for that control, and they just get isolated. Well done, Gravity does such an important work. Just that first kill goes such a long way. And I feel like when Jambo falls, he's that last kind of beacon for them. He had a bit of a gap coming through from Coffins. When he falls, that is the round falling with it. Nice work from the youngster. Only the 1 kill, but it's worth its weight in gold. 3D Max, bite back. And this is the issue, kind of what we were saying for Fnatic. It's all well and good getting around on the board, but you have to use that as a catalyst to further rounds. Start building up a bit of a foundation. So far, we're not there. I mean, already 6 rounds T-side Inferno. Well, it seems to be pretty happy with that. And the way 3D Max are playing so far, it'd be so unlikely that it stops at 6.
It's also such a kind of beautiful thing to see from, you know, a high-level team at the moment that is one of these gatekeeper teams that we like talking about for the top level. Playing a bit faster, playing kind of aggressive, you know? They're not just sort of walking around for a minute and then going back and forth. They're not afraid to take the fights, and, well, you can see why. They find great success. Maybe a hold here for Fear. The transfer is clean, and you could certainly see it from that angle that he was going to get away with a couple. So he has stemmed the tide. He has slowed them down here. Big fight towards middle. Crims, you got to be careful. Oh, that's a gun difference, the dink for dink. However, XCC's traded out. Maka does his duty as well. It's back. It's 4th. But it's a 2-on-1 for 3D Max.
Yeah, and it's just a foot race to the A site, really. I like the idea of what Maka does there. He drops the bomb. He knows that there is a chance that Fear could have early rotated, but Body picks it up and run the whole way. And again for Fear, I mean, do you actually give this a look in? Right? It's a 1 versus 2, so numbers-wise, it doesn't feel too bad. I mean, he's quick on the flank here. He just about missed the timing of dropping the bomb, but this is a tough round for him. You got a belt of util to work with, a kit, but he's just got 11 points of HP. That's the thing that makes life so difficult in this round. To isolate these fights for Fear would be generational, and Maka will stop it short. 7-2-1. The French are farming at the moment. The orb recovered as well, and All starts well. 2 kills found, spamming through the smokes. When Blame falls as well, that's where the round basically falls with it. It's a great job by Fear to get these two, but he just left with so much to do.
Yeah, it is unfortunate because it is kind of close, I think, for Fnatic. But 3D Max, just relentless as well is the thing, you know, as we're saying, the style is very, very quick. And when they're finding success with that, they don't really feel the need to take it back to basics and play that tit-for-tat sort of style that the T side of Inferno can sometimes have. We're also not even necessarily seeing them go that deep on like executes and things. You know, it's very pack heavy, very contact heavy, very burst heavy, we might say. So yeah, looking very good, and I think it is just so difficult to deal with, and a style that certainly gets in your head as well. We talked about this yesterday, but it brings into question some of the conventional rules, and they get away with things that they're not supposed to.
Yeah, and the issue really with kind of what's happening at the moment is that for Fnatic, they're just being suffocated in every single one of these rounds. They're not being given kind of the control that they really want, and even when they're trying to take it, they're being punished for it. Overextensions, even ever so slightly, they'll fall. We just saw that, of course, in towards Banana. This is sort of where we're at with 3D Max at the moment, hence why we'll kind of keep lumping the praise on for this side, because they do look so revitalized, so refreshed as a team, and they have such confidence in themselves and how they like to approach their Counter-Strike. I'll always admit that kind of in the previous sort of iteration, quote-unquote, of sort of this 3D Max side, I didn't like the Counter-Strike. I didn't like watching it. I thought it was quite stale to watch. As much as it was successful, I never wanted to really back them because ultimately it's quite boring. It's just not the case anymore. They're fun to watch. They have a lot of individuals who can step up, and they have so many different kind of facets of where firepower can come from. And we haven't really seen it yet, but Maka has these moments where he can really pop off. We know that since he's been freed up from the reins of this side as well, he looks a lot better. I mean, we spoke about excl, so I think individually is really taken up a notch. But they have so many different people who can take a lot of these early fights, take a lot of early control. And for Fnatic, they're quite reliant on a couple of heroes. Like Jambo, I think one of the issues for him is that his ceiling is so high, but he lacks consistency. That's always been kind of one of the things I've had with this Fnatic side. You can tell that there's, at least for the most part, the right pieces here, but it makes life difficult.
Well, I mean, what do you think in terms of like the energy, the atmosphere of the team? Is there going to be this big shift, sort of getting the band back together, the old Passion UA core coming together?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, first and foremost, like the Jacasmo pickup, I actually really like. Jacasmo is such a good player. Like, you know, I do not hate that at all. I mean, I was pretty vocal that I was really against the move of kind of taking out Cypher. And there was, you know, rather than the kind of
fashion of it also.
Yeah, exactly. And rather than
bit of taste.
You know, I'll hold my hands up. Do I have UK bias? Of course, right? I'm going to back the boys, right? And back UK Counter-Strike. But it's not even that. I think in a spot like this, when you look at the pickup, I think Jacasmo is a great addition. And maybe if it was something like minus Crims for Jacasmo, right? That's always that was like a name that was thrown around a lot. I think role-wise it made a lot more sense because you look towards this side now, they actually need somebody who, you know, in a spot like this where they're at, they are being overran by individuals. You kind of touched on it. At the moment, 3D Max are playing fundamentally quite simple Counter-Strike. They're playing as a pack, they're playing as a unit, and they're just trading their way through. What do you need in a spot like this? A relentlessly aggressive rifler that's going to make life so difficult. They're going to take fights before you even think that somebody can be there. That's Cypher ultimately, right? So this is kind of one of the issues with them. Is it feels like you've got the right pieces, but do you have kind of this takeover player? Like, we're not looking to Blame anymore, so that Blame is going to be a lot better now when we're talking about him in the late rounds, right? That's where kind of, you know, maybe in the past, I think, especially when he got brought in towards Fnatic initially, it was like, Blame, right, we actually need you to be dropping like 20 plus a game, right? We're needing you to be really up there for us to have a chance. Thankfully, that's no longer the case for them, but this is the issue. Jacasmo is great, but is Jacasmo going to be the guy that is going to set the tone early in rounds? Is he going to be the guy pushing for information, pushing for plays, and kind of going on these solo plays? Not really, and neither is kind of Crims anymore. I mean, I'll happily say, like, last 3 months, Crims has been way better than he's been for a while. I think he's looked really, really quite good, and it's great to see that he has been sort of revitalized in that sense individually, but it still feels like, especially in a spot like this, when they're getting played to this pace of Counter-Strike, you actually need a really aggressive rifle. And I think the big thing I've noticed so far, at least for Fnatic, the issues actually are noticeable on the T side. That's actually where somebody like a Cypher would do a lot of his best work. It's like, right, Cypher, even if he dies, he's so good for information gathering, right? And sure, being an entry and a dedicated entry, it's hard to be consistent at that, right? It's why whenever we've had in the past really, really good entries, I mean, I always think like the most fun entry to watch was like VP Yakindar, right? Like that kind of level of play, right? Or like way back in there, like a Stewie, right? Who can like fly into fights, right? Those kind of guys, even when they weren't getting kills, they were getting so much information. They're setting up for this. There's this X amount of players here, so we can override another part of the map. At the moment, it feels like they don't have that. They have a lot of people who can manipulate space that's created, but they don't have space creators themselves. So I think where Fnatic are going to fall flat, and maybe where the issues might arise really for this team is actually on the T side. I'm not even on the T side yet. So the way this scoreline's already panning out, it is kind of damning. 3D Max just look considerably more holistic at the moment.
Yes, I think certainly very problematic. And it does feel like when you look at the Fnatic side, there's maybe just within the structure of how they want to approach the game, not just like a round and the minutia, but the way that they want to approach the sort of team aspect of things.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's someone who wants to be kind of brave enough. That's another thing about Cypher, that we sort of know him as a person and a personality. He's not going to be afraid to speak up. He's not going to be afraid to be like, let me get in there and do something. And I think that there's a couple bits and pieces within Fnatic where you have someone like Blame that, yes, it might have changed structure within the game, but he's still quite a dominant force in terms of like the vocality and in terms of maybe trying to get his the round played around him. You know, that's a lot of what his career's been about, of course. And then someone like Crims, he's going to have a lot of respect when he speaks up, etc. So I don't know that these you know, sort of passion UA boys, as it were, that are in this team are going to have the same drive to get their voice heard. Either way, back into the action here after a small podcast episode, of course. Big damage, but Fear will actually find the kill. Thought he would be the one to go down. Blame F has backed him as well. You talked about brute forcing some aggression in places, and it definitely has stepped up in the past few rounds for Fnatic. It's what netted them there first. Didn't quite work consistently, but it has opened them up here.
I like it. Fnatic are changing up how they want to approach the early part of these rounds. I mean, a default setup at the moment is, we've seen a lot of teams play 1 through B, who just sort of hoard utility 4 towards A for the initial push. That's good from kind of a change-up from Fnatic. They've seen there's been a lot of early banana presence from 3D Max, so we're going to send 3 there early and pepper util down. Like to see, nice clear, nice understanding, and of course, with Crims being there's got to be another short player. Who boosted him up? Where is he? This round's far from over. Despite the initial 2 kills going the way of Fnatic, Fear is low. And they're starting to piece together this puzzle. Casmo spotted, dropped as well, all on the shoulders of Blame. He'll peek around the corner, he'll drop the bomb. It's a little bit too easy, but Jambo's going to fall. If that bomb can go back towards the B side, Maka, what are we doing? We're walking straight into danger. Bomb dropped. It's a 1 versus 1. It's all on the shoulders of excl, but Fear will pick up the orb. 5 points of HP. And the IGL's got to lead, but look at the time. Less than 15 seconds. He's got to pick up this bomb and plant basically immediately. I don't think he can win off that alone. Fear, he doesn't even really need to peek until he hears the tap. That's the open plant as well. He's going to give him the plant. He's going to give him the plant. Hang on. This will change things. Fear so low. He's playing up towards Pillar. Oh, and excl is going to win it. Fear, too patient. He needed to be a little bit more aggressive there. excl bails them out of what looked like a damning spot. And Maka, the biggest sigh of relief. That was a crucial error that goes unpunished. 3D Max, another round for them. And Fnatic, oh, they got to be kicking themselves. Things start so well, but that is the second time now the Fnatic got the opening 2 kills and lost the round.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they're not as egregious. There's a lot of moments to look at that really were kind of silly in a way.
Also for Body as well, this is a fun one, right? It's on stage against his previous team, right?
Yeah, he's going to love that. Yeah. But I think, you know, Blame could have gotten a little bit wider in that round, a bit more confident. Fear, obviously, we saw right at the end. So I think, again, there are some nerves for Fnatic. There's also got to be careful playing these moments not to lose. Jambo.
That's it.
He's on the winning way.
Oh, yes.
Oh, my goodness. He's so quick on the draw. Barely cleared leather, and he will find that kill. Looking for a little bit more. The high flick up to just 1-man army the round. Oh my goodness. The brick wall on B. There's no getting through this, man.
Oh, juicy from Jambo. He wants the ace as well. Give it to him. Exorcist, the last man. He'll get that shot. As he finds Fear. Did he find that fully through the smoke as well? It looked like Fear was completely inside of it, so that might have been a bit of a fortunate shot. But again, second time we've seen Exorcist called upon in a 1 versus 5. First time out, didn't even get 1 kill. This time, gets the first, Blame spotted. He's tagged and then dropped again. So, a second put on the board, but it's heroics from Jambo. What a round from the AWPer. I mean, it was sort of a slam dunk pickup when you go for something like Jambo. His career last year was the kind of uptick, the uprise was monumental. And it's moments like this. This last shot, by the way, what a flick to find. Whew. Beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, I think when the community reception around a pickup like that is, there's not much controversy going on when you're in this 1.5 as Fnatic are, you know, trying to rebuild the past couple of years. Jambo gets picked up and everyone just kind of responded. They were like, yep.
This is good.
Great pickup. Yeah. There's not really like an argument around, ooh, I don't know, they maybe could have got this guy or Jambo's got an issue with this, etc., etc. I think if he'd gone to a higher up team, maybe, but for a team like Fnatic, it's just such a perfect find.
Yeah, agreed. Quick on the flank. Exorcist will fall as Blamed already pushed top of car. Boost up here, but a molly, it doesn't spread. Oh, it actually doesn't go deep enough, but Maka will still lose his head. So they know there's another player who Jambo will find. It's all on the shoulders of Lucky. A Tech9 and a dream that falls short. Crims will close with the defuse as well. But if we're being honest, it's a low buy round with Tech9s, 2 kills in a bomb plant. I don't think 3D Max are too upset with that one. It's given them a decent amount of cash to work with heading into the final round of the half. I think maybe even a little bit more patience from 3D Max 10. They genuinely could have walked away with that round. I think the only thing they just didn't expect was how quick Blame got up Banana. Yeah. They, you know, you can see Exorcist, he was holding to re-smoking towards CT to kind of set themselves up. He was very much caught off guard by that. If they had just maybe understood that extremity has actually been unchecked for a while, could have been a different case. But either way, bomb plant, a couple of kills. You don't mind that. Money to work with in towards the final round of the half. Fnatic are at least having some building blocks here, but we still need more.
Yeah, one more and we're like, okay, that's a fair enough recovery, but if it stays at 3, it's not really going to be enough to get us excited. Crims getting excitable, finds them both. Lovely transfer. Makes it look easy. Will survive very low, but you know, you see all this damage that's been done as well to the rest of the Frenchmen. It really doesn't look too good, to say the least. They try and make something happen in Banana, and it doesn't. Tiny bit of nade damage, not going to make enough of a difference. We need some wildness to go their way.
You know, Chikasmo's short. You just heard him shoot.
Yeah. Little bits of info being picked up, but a rotation around from one of the B players, I think, going to make it hard for this bomb to get in. However, maybe if they pivot back towards B, there is a chance over there.
They've got time, you know. 40 seconds. Smoke back in towards mid. Another smoke picked up by Maka as well. Only one towards B. All on the shoulders of Fear. He's not done too bad so far. 7 and 8 out the gates, but he's not super healthy.
Yeah, it has to be perfect here from him, really. Good angle for it. He is going to get smoked off. Yeah, I was going to say, that seems to have maybe not hit in the way that they would have wanted, so he's not in a bad spot. He gets a flash in, goes ahead of it as well, and will find the kills. They were not expecting him there at all. Coffin Smoke fails out, so unfortunately, the hype that we were wanting from a post-plant situation just never arrives for 3D Max, and Fnatic close the gap as best they possibly can. Takes them, obviously, too long to get going, but it might not cost them as deeply now that they've brought it within 4 rounds.
Yeah. 4 rounds it's serviceable, I think is ultimately the way to put it, but still quite the kind of deficit that they need to recover from. And now, of course, it's 3D Max going on towards the CT side. They've done a lot of decent work on the CT side, 3D Max. They're quite difficult to break apart on this defense. And this is where we probably are going to see a lot more from Maka. We didn't get a lot of an insight from him on that T side, but he does good work on the CT side. He's given a lot of kind of free real estate to kind of express himself, as we spoke about for Exorcist on the T sides. Maka does that a lot more on the CT.
It's another thing I think that's freed him up, right? Like, he is able to just be a bit more of an individual, whereas again, it felt like the older calling style was pretty heavily around him.
Yes.
I think that they also maybe had a few too many voices going on, because we've had Body on an IGL in the past, and I think may have taken the reins within this team at one point, and then back to Maka and across to Gravity. It's all very interesting in that sense, but yeah, I feel Maka not having as much pressure on him is kind of fair. It's a bit of an Orpa's dream though, isn't it? Like, to have that period in your career to be the IGL as well, and if you can do both, then all of a sudden your stock like goes through the roof.
Everyone wants to be fallen.
Exactly.
Everyone wants to be fallen. Very few can do it really well.
Yeah. I was thinking Cadian myself.
Boo. Flame. P250. These dualies up close is the thing that really worries me, because Crims is going to be clipped by the hands of Gravity. The second pair of dualies of Lucky and Nexus also fall. They've got to realize there's actually still 2 more players towards A. Yeah, I think now they definitely do. That's Gravity, the Apps player, who's seen off. Maka trying to prioritize picking up the dualies nearly at the cost of his life. There's 1 player towards B. Fnatic now realizes, and Blame's going to be left here to lurk, but dualies up close are difficult to deal with, and Gravity gets another. All Fnatic just a little too isolated as they head back towards B, but Maka's joined. He's rotated over, so Body's not alone in this venture. He's also got a kid as well. If Body can just stay alive, he can buy time. They're going to try and plant in the smoke. They don't even think about the possibility of there being Body backside, and Maka will swing through the smoke. Textbook from 3D Max, the individual step up. It's Gravity who leads by example for 3-piece. Great round, all in all.
Yeah, been pretty quiet, but he'll take an impactful pistol for sure. Difficult for Fnatic. I think there was space created by Jacasmo, but they don't really do anything with it. And yeah, I mean, 40 seconds left on the clock. They're not really together. I think you got to clear things a little bit there before getting that bomb down. They were overzealous with the plant. And again, it just goes that the nerves are definitely running high at the moment in the Fnatic camp, and it's affecting the decisions. It does get in your head. It can be difficult to deal with, and unfortunately, as we like to say, the only way to improve is to experience it and to reflect after the fact. You just hope that you don't go down 2-0. You worked very, very hard to get here.
That's bomb.
Yeah, trapped up here, Maka. Nearly goes down. A little bit of a jump scare for him, but this MP9 is making quick work of these unarmored opponents. Maka is so crisp on it. Not going to be able to get the ace here, but he has made plenty of cash. Jacasmo. Not sure which angle to check. Comes away with 1. Always going to be nice individually, but no real sweat for 3D Max. Double digits now. Looking scary for Fnatic. We got to get something going.
Can't believe as well, we brought up all IGLs and we didn't bring up the GO on his map, Jane. Of course, he defined how this sort of map is sort of played in a sense now, right? Jane time, the saves, it all came from Inferno. Look at him now, right?
You say that in like a praising way. Yesterday you were like, Inferno sucks, Jame ruined the map. And
yeah,
now you're like,
but I do love Jame.
Jame is the GOAT.
He really is the GOAT.
Designed Inferno.
Don't talk about my boy like that, right?
Yeah, whatever.
Him and his pre-match routine.
All right.
Working wonders. 10-4. And 3D Max, wherever they did, at the moment looking great. Didn't actually go as kind of deep as they wanted. The first full buy for Fnatic, and one of the last hurrahs of them getting an investment in and a chance to put pressure back on towards 3D Max. It is generally a bonus, but they do have an AWP in play for Maka. And speaking of, that AWP might get a test in just a second. Crims is lurking around Boiler. He peeks his head, he'll fall.
Not loads of utility here left for Fnatic. And I think they were
or
really...
3D Max, to be fair.
Yeah, this is true. Both teams really banking on the banana control, right? And
there's got to be a couple of smokes towards B, surely.
A bit later, you would assume so. Jacasmo, I think, quickly boosted up there to find that kill, but they're not necessarily dedicating to it. They've still got bits of control towards brackets, or at the very least, like, information. Maybe control with a small C. Ooh, that's awkward for Gravity. Gonna have to drop back after the sound cue. Meanwhile, Maka goes down. This is a kind of all over the place round. The bomb is actually going towards B. There's a crunch in there. Gravity was trying to help out on A, but little does he know they were after him the whole time. Nicely done here from Fnatic to just crunch in like that. Everybody plays their part very, very well.
Yeah, agreed. It's actually a really decent mid-round there, called by Fear. Kind of pulling them back towards B. That split through Archers does very, very well. You take CT control, and from there, only going one way. excl still saved that AWP. Lucky with an M4, and they have money to buy back in around this. And the main thing is, you know, this was a bonus buy, bar the fact that they brought the AWP into play. But if the AWP stays alive, it's fine. There is a late lurk coming through. Crims, he's gonna have a look in. I mean, it feels unlikely that he'll get anything this late in the round. As long as SC stays tucked, should be no issues. Crims is very low. Maka, it was an audacious flick from him to try and find the boiler player. Didn't go as planned, but they'll stay tucked. Crims won't dive out of balcony. So a flawless round for Fnatic to find a 5th. But we still need a lot more. I still don't really feel that 3D Max are breaking too much of a sweat at the moment. They're not feeling too much pressure. Their rounds as a whole are pretty simple. But Fnatic aren't able to go toe-to-toe in terms of individuals. And it's not a bad performance. I mean, basically everybody towards Fnatic is stepping up in some way. There's no gaps in terms of the numbers department. They are just being outplayed in terms of, we spoke about this on the T side, the pack mentality from 3D Max, really difficult to find. And so far on the CT side, they're trying to find ways to make life uncomfortable, but Maka, this is what we spoke about. He's a lot freer on this CT side. He roams around the map, this time playing out through the early B based on spawns. A double stack in towards apartments. Fnatic are going to get short control. That itself is good, but if they overlook the possibility of there being 2 here, this could be rough. They don't though. Crims, good due diligence as he doubles back to check the AWP of Maka for 1. Does he expect a second up close as well? Jambo could be the one to punish. He's tucked in towards his corner. Maka holding and finding. Jambo had to get that kill, and the round swings back in favor of the French.
Very keen finds in from the AWP. We'll see what Fnatic are able to do. I mean, they'd kind of abandoned the A idea while that was going down anyway. Feels awkward from here. 45 seconds left, so plenty of time. They got the CT smoke, and actually perfect time for that, as Lucky is... Body is playing so far back.
Yeah. I like this play, though. In a spot like this, play the numbers, right? Even if he gets smoked out, just wait, hold for that rotation to come through. I don't actually really hate it.
It's not an awful idea, but for me, we've got the AWP here, we've got no flashes remaining. They're so far away on this rotation as well. I mean, they are going to... Oh, man, and they went down mid and then bailed, so there's a lot of time bought here for Fnatic, actually. There will be a couple smokes retrieved, but I don't know how I feel about this one. To be honest with you, the numbers are good, but they are easily thinned. Unfortunately, if you go for it, you've got to find success. It's all going to be on Fear, but he's right on the edge of this smoke. They are watching for him, nearly gets away with it, but not quite, and 3D Max will mount the retake. But yeah, I just kind of wanted to point out something really quite strange in this game.
Go on.
3D Max, I'm pretty sure, might want to do some hard maths on it, but 3D Max on less kills overall going into that round than Fnatic.
There you go.
Very strange, you know, just the fact that there's so many rounds ahead.
Makes it probably even more damning as well, really, to Fnatic. And like I said, Fnatic aren't playing bad in terms of the individuals. Everyone's sort of stepping up. It's actually just the fact that in terms of the system, it's getting broken down. 3D Max looking great. Good retake as well. I mean, that smoke couldn't have been better placed. You're smoking off Banana, the only place that Fear's playing, and he has to hit the gamble. He has to try and push through the smoke there. There's nothing really he could have done. He trains across it on towards the bomb, but he also realizes that if I spam here, I'm dead. He was low, so he had to really push through and hope that late in towards that defuse, he could have got him off. Really small chance of him making anything out of that round, but 3D Max pulling further and further away. Unfortunately, I don't even know what you talk about really here if you're a Fnatic. Like we said, the individuals are present. No one's really lacking. I mean, generally, of course, you know, you look towards fear in maybe the numbers department, who has struggled at times for Fnatic. He's not. He's doing fine. Right? He's getting his own. He's holding his own as well. And on CT side, when he was playing through B, I thought was actually looking pretty solid, to be fair. But it still isn't making a difference at the moment. It's comfortable cruising for this 3D Max side, who consider themselves the favorites. We also sort of consider them the favorites left in this playoff bracket. And the Counter-Strike is good. Looks like this was a attack pause turn tech.
Yeah, unfortunate. It does seem to be a little bit of an issue sometimes with the pauses. As
First day on the stage.
Teething issues, yeah.
Yeah. Winner of this, of course, goes on to play Liquid. And I think, you know, let's say we go with the assumption that it's 3D Max. They have a decent run to that final. Liquid haven't exactly looked super strong. I think they've had moments where they've definitely obviously been beatable. You look at kind of their run in the groups. Yeah, it was good, don't get me wrong. I mean, straight to the semis for them. But there's been these pockets here and there where Liquid aren't super convincing just yet. They're not enough, at least, where it's like, I can have like full belief in them that they can make this kind of run all the way to kind of lift this trophy. Not at the very least. And on the flip side as well, you know, to follow this game, we've got Legacy taking on FUT. Really interested in that game. I'm and have been so high on the FUT stocks. This is such a cool team to watch. I think Kremeni's one of, if not the best fragging IGL in Tier 2. Yeah. I think it's hard to debate anybody that is better in terms of fragging IGLs at the moment, but his calling is class. They've got such good individuals. Demon's been looking so clean. Maybe not as much this tournament, but in general for FUT. And Longs, what a pickup, right? I mean, it was a guy who I think had lost a lot of stock. He was obviously considered this wonder kid back in the day, coming through Sprout, but things didn't pan out for him in the few opportunities he got towards the top. That's back to his best. Exorcist, it spam balls through the wall. Oh my god. A super labored fight that somehow Exorcist comes out on top of. He's left reeling though.
Oh, good timing from Gravity. Nade will finish off Exorcist. 4 on 3. Fnatic trying to pick up the pace towards B as they indeed maybe figure out that it's a heavier A lean at the moment, but now that we look at it, the rotation's pretty quick from Gravity. Can't put a stop to them getting into the site, but when it comes to that bomb plant, there is a fair chance for 3D Max. They've got good info. They can sort of keep them at bay.
They're saving.
Maybe. I think they're looking to go fast down Banana. There's some weirdness going on.
Leaving it late if they are.
Retake calls. Yeah, I mean, it looks like they are going though. It looks like they are going pretty thick and fast, but still, can't stop, guys. Can't stop to check your angles. You're gonna have to just keep on going and hope for the best here. Fear with one well-placed flashbang might just have done enough to buy the time. Is there enough to get this defuse in? I think just about. It's awfully close. Doesn't quite tick over to the white, but all the same, that is very much on the edge. 3D Max, wild, but they get it done.
God, they leave it late, but give them credit. That is an excellent retake. They could not make a single mistake, and they don't. I mean, that's textbook coming through at the tail end there from 3D Max. I will say that choice where they were like rotating towards CT, they cancel and go back through mid. Thought they were going to left things a little late, but no. Credit where it's due. 12-5, a lightning fast first map. If things continue at this pace, it's a last hurrah of a buy, and Maka will open things up, and he just about gets out alive. A lucky man. Jacasmo drops, and yeah, it's a buy coming through for Fnatic, but if you break it down, it's not a great buy. We're talking about 2 AKs and 2 Khalils left to work with, and barely any util. They got 4 smokes, no flashes.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to take raw fights coming through. The chances of winning this round get slimmer and slimmer by the second. And there's still full belts to work with over for 3D Max. I can't really see a way this falls flat unless somebody completely takes over. We need like another Jambo 4K round again if they want a chance of finding this one. They're going to go back towards A, and there's 3 players on 3D Max ready to meet them.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Team at large struggling to find the impact. Maka.
Easy. Where's that flash, right? That's where you need a flash. Yeah. Push him off that angle. Force him back in towards the site. You try peeking an AWP on an angle, you're going to lose that every day of the week. Especially this Maka at the moment, who is looking at 19 and 10.
Very simple indeed. They walk into his crosshair. He will deliver. We do have Jambo going on an adventure over in the library, and he's got the bomb. So they're going to need him to get involved over here and maybe make something happen. Small distraction comes in at the balcony, but Maka is trained. He knows what's up, and he's going to drop that bomb with only 20 seconds left. It doesn't matter all too much as excl cleans it up. 13-5, mincemeat made of Fnatic.
Well, it seems that Fnatic certainly felt the gravity of the situation on Inferno. 3D Max coming out on top very solidly on their map pick. Maui, what happened there? You know, 3D Max came in hot. They got that pistol. They got 80 rounds overall. It seemed they had success everywhere across that first half.
Just about everything was working for 3D Max. They got a little bit goofy towards the tail end of that first half, if you really want to nitpick, but through and through, banana takes, generally speaking, went their way. A takes were practically as good as they get. Every time they were taking bracket space, they were able to convert into the bomb site so cleanly for the first 6 or 7 rounds. You see Lucky on the screen, but as a matter of fact, he was mostly traded as they were trying to get up banana. Like, he didn't even really have a good first half scoreboard-wise for himself, but the space that he took alongside Body and the other members of 3D Max put them in pole position most rounds to find a bomb site conversion.
Prof, okay, jump in if you already have a point to go with. Yeah.
I mean, I feel like Fnatic were lucky to even get 5 rounds. That's what I want to say. No, Banana was pretty much free every round. Body was, if he wasn't getting straight up duels, it was like a smoke spam going their way. Like it really felt like a nothing game from Fnatic's point of view. The Fear Jacasmo combination on B couldn't hold anything pretty much. Would it be like a contact play and execute or whatever? It never felt like they had the right answer for what 3D Max was throwing their way. And then, you know, goofiness, exercise also, his like ratty CS just like lurking around. We saw towards the end of the T half, just like, let's just attack both bomb sites at the same time because it's like more challenging, I guess.
Yeah.
All sort of jokes aside, sort of going on from what you said, Prof, when you said it was a nothing game for Fnatic, it is one of those maps of CS where it's quite hard to quantify exactly what was going on the Fnatic side of the server. Yeah, they managed to get 5 rounds, but across that whole map, it just seemed like 3D Max essentially had full control.
Yeah, I mean, one of those rounds was the Jambo 4K when he picked up the op.
That was incredible.
Like, you know what?
What a highlight!
I'm gonna go B, guys. Guys, you can't hold B. I'm coming B. Someone go A. Actually, no one went B. It was 3B. He just came there with the op, killed 4 guys, and it's like, okay, guys, this is how you do it. Next round, of course, die to pistols. Pistols running B. They do win that retake, but like they probably shouldn't have. So it's just like. This is a pug game where you're playing A, and you just have to flame the B guys. You have to flame the B guys. It's just how it is.
Standout player of the match, by the way, everybody, was Maka. 20 kills across that first map. Good job by him. Maui, any other players that sort of rose to the occasion there? I think Exorcise was also doing a good job for 3D Max.
I mean, if we want to put the spotlight on 3D Max, it's for me, even though Maka was the beneficiary in terms of kill death by the end of the map, I always just feel like the strategies are what put them in position, because even the players that had bad score lines like Body and Lucky, I honestly felt like most rounds they're doing a very good job of space taking. They're just running in first, and yeah, they're the first to die. But if I had to guess, Prof, I would probably look at this game and I'd want to just see how many times was Lucky traded that first half. I feel like it's probably 80% of his death.
But I think it's what Neokai was mentioning is like, oh, when you look at Fnatic, everyone's kind of firing. You know, the KD looks decent for all of them, but it's just like, yeah, you get traded while holding B. That's not good. Going 1-for-1 on B is not good because retaking that bomb site is really difficult. So they're just doing, it's just basic Counter-Strike, and this is kind of where 3D Max excels, is like just having everyone play a good team game, trading off of each other. No one needs to do anything super crazy. You know, do the objective, plant the bomb, and win the round, right? And that's what they do, and that's why their Inferno is really good.
I think this is a good point to build off because, yeah, the kill spread across Fnatic, lowest 10, highest 12. People were landing their shots, they were getting their kills. So to lose so dramatically by 8 rounds, 13-5, what do Fnatic need to do differently on train? Because, yeah, it's clearly not just an issue to do with clicking heads.
Well, they just have to string 2 kills in a row for themselves favorably because, like Prof said, I mean, if you go 1-for-1, it's not good enough. That being said, on train...
We could go band for band.
Yeah, we can.
That was just a random reference being thrown in there, one for one.
You love your cultural reference.
It just rolled off the you know, when get together with Maui, these things just come out sort of, yeah.
What comes out?
Without zero. Oh, Prof. All right, anyway, Maui, back to you in the studio.
I mean, they're going to be on T side on train to kick things off. And
do you think that will be beneficial, though?
Yes, because they can actually dictate the pace a little bit more. Because they were on the back foot for so much of what was going on at Banana. If now they're going to be fighting towards T main a little bit more, if they're going to get BlameF activated on his A entries, I feel like they're going to be just find themselves in positions where they know what's coming next. Because 3D Max in the last game just did a good job of taking space, pausing, waiting out utility, or just sometimes turning the afterburners on and just flying into a bomb site. This time around, you can't really dictate that as much, because I think even though it shows them on the T side, I assume that Fnatic will be on the offense.
I'll double check. Maybe our producer man, our wonderful man in my ear can... No, Fnatic start CT confirmed.
Oh, that's actually really surprising to me.
Interesting.
Okay.
One thing about the CT, though, I think what I like more than on Inferno is like you're pairing kind of BlameF and Fear as the A defenders, like aggressively holding towards Pop and main. And I think it's much better to do that because Fear individually, not the most impressive player that we know on the top scene. But if you have BlameF to trade off of your deaths, I think that's going to be a better setup when what was happening on Inferno, where he's just like, he needs to hold down on his own and he needs to make these decisions on like when to go aggressive, when to fall back. And I feel like he's always falling back. And when you have BlameF there, as much as people hate him for being a baiter or whatever, that is a role where he excels in terms of understanding where people are and just peeking into them. And I think the combination there works pretty decent for Fnatic. That's kind of been their strength on train.
So considering we now know that Fnatic are going to start on that CT side, Maui, is there anything in particular that you'd like to see them do? How do we get BlameF activated? What are going to be the important things for Fnatic to look out for and do to start off strong?
Well, I guess what they need to look out for is that 3D Max, they have a great playbook. Sometimes I feel like they make some things a little too obvious. I know if you really dive into 3D Max demos, sometimes it's almost just they're telegraphing what's to come next. And so reading what sort of space they're taking with the utility that they use, moving your rotation in order to counter that. Sometimes I don't think 3D Max really veils as much as they could on some of the strats. Like, it's not just the same nates at every single round to kick things off. So if Fnatic actually did their homework and they actually really prep for the offense of 3D Max, you're going to see 3 to 4 guys on every bomb site defense that's possible. So I'm curious if 3D Max can actually disguise some of their plays a little bit more too.
And Prof, any final thoughts from yourself? Perhaps just what do you think the likelihood here is that Fnatic can bounce back?
I mean, I think it's going to be a much better game than on Inferno for sure. Like, I don't expect the same thing. I'm curious how Fnatic will handle the CT side from 3D Max, which is kind of goofy. A lot of random stacks seemingly happening. So if they can read that and exploit that, then that could be a path to success.
Maui, Prof, thank you as always for your thoughts. All right, everybody, at home, up next is going to be map 2 between Fnatic and 3D Max. It's Fnatic's pick of Train. Don't go anywhere.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Let's go.
Welcome back. Map number 2 and a cheeky grin as 3D Max are looking very, very good at the moment. It was, you know, as much as there was really decent moments from Fnatic, all the individuals stepped up. Doesn't matter. It's a really one-sided scoreline in the end. We now go into Fnatic's map pick. It's Train coming up next, but I don't know, it's really difficult off the back of what we've just seen on Inferno to try and picture a world in which Fnatic can recover. We said if they want any chance of winning the series, they have to go 3. They have to take this map, and 3D Max, there just isn't really many mistakes being made by this side. It's clean Counter-Strike, it's effective, it's brutal on that T side as well. That pack mentality that they're playing, Fnatic can't find a way to break it down. They can't outcall this system at the moment that Gravity and Yuno has set up. It's tough to figure out a world here, Scriv, of how they get back in towards this game. It needs to be a completely different outlook. And if we're being honest, we're starting off with a few key factors for me. I want to see proactivity on that CT side. I want to see them make life a little bit uncomfortable. And on the T side, I need to see a little bit more of that rigidity that makes Fnatic good at times. I'll have to see. Train's pretty difficult on the T side.
Yeah, that is very true. That is very true. But I was going to say, if there is any place for Fnatic to pick themselves back up, this is it,
yes.
Right? This is the sort of specialist map that they've been working on over the past few months. So, you know, newer edition, that certainly affects things coming into especially a T side, but I still give them an awful lot of credit here, and I think that they should be in with a good chance of at least a closer performance. It is going to be tough, though. We've seen a pretty dire indictment of their game, unfortunately, against 3D Max, just getting picked apart, and only a very small streak at the end of that first half. Julies working their way in. 4 guns in total. So it might just be a direct 2-on-2, but maybe 3D Max have got enough weaponry to work with here. Nice little smoke, but maybe not where you wanted to lay that smoke down. Again, panicked and nervy, not happy to take the fight. Some nice finds on the B bomb site itself here as they will get that bomb down. Blame F. Looking to be the hero on this P250. Creeping forwards as well. Confident to take the fight, or gaining a lot of space. They've not really considered him. Lucky does check it, thankfully. And the Julies again start spamming away, so it is just going to be fair here. He's left on 50 HP. Disconnecting from Gravity is certainly awkward. Maybe a crash in the middle of the round. Fear, though, is banking on the tap, and it isn't. It's a full-on hold. He's just not going to be able to stop this at all. He got in behind. It would have been perfect, but he did not bank on the hold. And 3D Max, despite some unfortunate mishaps, they will indeed get it done.
Gravity, where did you go, my friend? Where did you go? Didn't need him in the end, to be fair. Can call from the quite literal grave of being not in the game. But it starts really well. I mean, this kind of double dualies pushing towards Ivy. You drop the smoke there with Fnatic, and it's a panicked drop in a sense. You're just hoping that they don't find the spam coming through, but they do. So even despite essentially playing that in the end there as a 4 versus 5 in the essence of it, or what comes down into a kind of a raw 2 versus 2 as he disconnects, who cares, right? They still win the round. It's a great stick. It's a great call. And, you know, if Fear had maybe made that move on the flank even like a second earlier, gets the kill and actually probably gets the planter as well, or the defuser, but yeah, not to be, not this time. So another good start for 3D Max. Got a really good start at the gate. So it was what? 5 out of the first 6 rounds. They got 7-1 scoreline. They built up initially with the response off the back of Fnatic's first round. I mean, they gave themselves so much in terms of the foundations that there wasn't really any chance to respond at that point. Fnatic can't afford for that to happen again. They can't afford for it to be a little bit of a null and void first half where the response required in the second is so mammoth. They have to get out the gates flying here. And again, come back to it, right? T-side train can be really difficult to get under the wraps. Gonna go for the low buy, Fnatic. And well, despite the bomb plan, a lot of teams would force buy here. They're going to go for the first investment in towards the next round. So this should be a bit of a gimme for 3D Max.
But then sticking out like a sore thumb is Fear on the AK.
True.
So kind of interesting. We're not fully against the idea of the AK hero buy, but maybe with a bit more support than this, to be honest. It certainly does feel kind of strange. Just hanging around here in the brown halls. They will eventually make a move forward. Small flash. Oh. See, but if that's a Tech 9, that's a kill, and suddenly we get excited about the round. But it is just a chunk of damage. Does force him away, I suppose. Here we go, though, trying to overwhelm towards ramp, and I'm sure they are like, what the hell is this AK doing here? And Fear has taken matters into his own hands. Oh my goodness. The rest of the team, can they hold it? It's Maka in the 1 versus 3 here. He's not too unfamiliar with these types of clutches and headshots himself on this very bomb site, but he cannot keep it together. The panic, the lack of information, and I want to see that from Fear's perspective.
Another 3-piece from him as well. Leading by example, Fear. That is a big round from him. This shot here, so quick, so sharp. The second behind it on towards XSC's is exquisite. What a round to find, and what a one to pull back in their favor. That was meant to be a freebie for 3D Max, and they're left reeling. Money shot, but they have to force because of double eco. Oh my, Fnatic. What a round to take. They needed a strong start, and that'll help them get it here on this T side. MP9 in play. Couple of good pistols, and then the best gun in the game. Maka's got the XM. In the right hands, this gun can get a lot of kills, just to be in the right spot as well. Where's he playing with it, actually, as well? Over towards Upper Brown?
Yeah.
Yeah, around Pop Dog area, yeah.
In the Pop Dog a little bit.
It's a good place for it, to be fair, right? If any of them try and drop down from that window, dead to rights to the XM at that range. He's playing close as well. I love this. Why not? If body holds for Pop Dog, which they don't even really need to hold for because they know they've got A players, so this could be messy. Jacasmo could be walking into an early casket here. Even a leg spotted. There it is. They don't really want to dance with the devil of the XM, but Maka does get tagged.
So very savvy of it, though. It's really the perfect, you wouldn't even call it a shoulder peek. It was kind of his left toe peeking out, you know. Very, very little shown around that corner. Really well done to bait the early shots and make Maka work for it if he was going to take that fight. They do all live to fight another day. Bits of damage done across the board here. 25 seconds left, Fnatic.
I'm a bit worried, you know.
Not a lot.
3 players here.
It's a quick bait out, though. They get the ramp smoke down and a very quick pivot over towards Pop Dog. So you say 3 players here, but they're actually going towards A, where there's only 2, the weaker defended site. Rotations will come back in. 5-7 of body is only good for 1. And so Fnatic, with a fake out right at the tail end, will get it done by the looks of things.
Yeah, you just save him. Unfortunately, you don't really have too much of a chance. They're just a little bit too far away. It's a great mid-round to kind of pull back and go towards that A site. Do you want to match up against the XM? Also, I think popping on towards B that late into us round is so prone to just, even one fight going wrong just throws that entire round up in the air. The A site gives you a little bit more flexibility. Nice work. And again, kind of taking a leaf sort of out of the 3D Max T-side book of just sticking together, right? That's all you have to do. Play for the trades, play as this pack, and you are going to win out rounds of this because you just have considerably better firepower. So a nice second on the board. The MP9 and the XM will be saved in towards the next, and still can be scary to deal with, but there won't be a lot in terms of support around it. So for Fnatic, a second now. The third, in theory, should be found here as well. Already not looking too bad of a T-side, especially better than the T-side that we had to kickstart things in towards Inferno. So there's life left in this side just yet. And you were talking about it. This has been a map. When we look at kind of Fnatic's pool, this train has been where they've actually been dealing a lot of damage. They've been using it as a real punish onto a lot of teams, especially when we've seen them play within kind of the 1.5 and the tier 2. This has been a map in which you can see they've got very decent protocols on. They're using the new map as a way to punish teams and playing good Counter-Strike. I heard typing.
Heard a couple of ticks, yeah, and it seems like from the movement.
But Gravity's taking damage.
Here we are. Slow-mo walking into the wall. I've heard that's good for your knees. It's going to be one of these, you know, functionally fit guys trying to just pull out a new exercise. But no, I think you are right. It is a little bit awkward because of damage taken.
It's like moonwalking a little bit. Oh, we're back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Welcome back. But yeah, I don't know. I guess the round gets reset here, but it's always a bit of a question. sometimes the rule set says if damage is taken, that's it. But I think a lot of teams sort of just agree, let's just reset it anyway.
Yeah, it's one of those things, I think it's like if you invoke it, you know, it's often on the T side of things as well, where I think people get a little, we've made a play, we've revealed what we were going to do. You know, it's a bit unfair to get the full reset, but they do indeed take it. So generally all good. A few resets here, and we should be back into things. It did appear that he came back mid-round, but it had already been agreed to reset things. And we shall see. 3D Max still got some danger coming into this round, as we saw. But like you say, yeah, Fnatic just immediately look more comfortable here. You know, the play in the previous round is something that I don't think they'd ever really consider on Inferno. There was a few late round moves and pivots from them over there, and they just look very disjointed, very awkward, very mistimed, but that wasn't the case in the round just gone. So looking good and feeling good. Maka is a bit too effective on that XM10. Goes barreling forwards, very close there for Jambo. Nearly did go down, and that could have been...
Ooh, hang on.
Weaponry recovered. Oh my goodness. Oh, no. He still gets away with both, though. I thought the timing of the spin around was crazy. Body's gonna fall, and Jambo super, super low. 2 kills that he really should never have gotten away with. And by the skin on his teeth, he will just about get those kills, and they make all the difference.
Yeah, that was still the silver lining of your 3D Max. You don't invest anything in towards that round, and you get 3 kills out of it. You've made it expensive at the very least. So you can take away some positives from that round. Fnatic, first pause for them, as 3D Max will be bringing in their first true full buy. This is the initial test, and this is where we get a pretty good indicator of what this T-side is actually going to look like for Fnatic. Can we get this T-side really up and going? Can we really start to kind of go toe-to-toe with the guns? Because even with the lesser weaponry in that round, still pretty scary. But for 3D Max, it wasn't an orthodox setup. You got 3 towards Ivy, you got Gravity, who just gets the perfect timing on a flank. Let's see what they bring out. Of course, money made with the MP9 as well, which means Maka can have the AWP, and XC's going to bring the AUG to the table. I do wonder how aggressive 3D Max want to play this as well. Do you start taking that upper bound control really early? And a util over towards main, and that's just to stop the initial push out. Gravity hears these steps, but he loses the fight. Jacasmo, big swing, big find.
Not a good sign if fights like that are swinging back in favor of Fnatic here on Train, right? That felt like a really awkward kind of fight for Jacasmo, but he still gets away with it. Maka, advanced position from him is certainly going to be dangerous. Fnatic just resting on this advantage now, not really looking to pick up the pace quite yet. Molly comes in, and Maka nearly caught with the immediate smoke. So just got to be careful of these next few exchanges. It really could decide the round.
Well, flash over, but no one close enough. Deep smoke going to come through as well. Crim's solo util set. And 3D Max should realize only really one player here. At least 4 now. Yeah, Gravity's fallen, but not going to count 3D Max out of this round just yet. Just one player caught on the extremities is going to make this hold a little easier. And Ecstasy's, this angle's always quite difficult to deal with. I look towards Maka. He had real decent moments. Body should have been hurt there. Crim's been spotted, but he loses the fight. That's twice now that 3D Max have had the angle, but they've lost the fight. And that's going to get costly. Still at the numbers disadvantage. But 20 seconds, we've got to make a decision here. They're coming back towards the A site. Maka's here with the AWP. They double back towards B. And this angle from Body is so hard to clear. And especially this late in the round. Body for 2. Lucky sees the last, and Blame with it all to do. 9 seconds and no chance. That'll be 3D Max surviving what was, at one brief period, a 3 versus 5. That's a tough round to lose for Fnatic. The best they can do is saving that AK. Great response, great work, and Body, beautiful. 3 so important kills from him as well. The first he finds to stop that Heaven push, but then he's set up on what is such a difficult angle to clear. That one there, right, that sets the tone of, right, they're coming back towards B. I've got to set up, and it's always his angle, which is so hard, it's going to push him off. I think Body does so well not to panic, not to be flustered in that spot. An important second, but there's still plenty of cash to work with Fnatic. We buy back in, but mentally that's a bit of a taxing one to lose.
Yes, yeah, for sure. 5-on-3 felt pretty comfortable from the early stages. Advanced position here from 3D Max. There's a Molotov that was down. I think it might have been theirs. It kind of perfectly filters out to give them the control, and pretty deep control. Gravity as well has crept in here, and they've got the old smoke. He jumps the gun a little early on the shots and can't quite capitalize. That would have been the bomb as well. Could have been perfect for 3D Max, but they missed the opportunity.
Double play here in towards Pop. Jacasmo. Oh, not exactly the nade he wanted. I guess it breaks open the smoke for a brief moment, but it does look like Fnatic, at least a little bit, especially the way they play the end of that round and the way they're playing the start of this one, little scared. Doesn't look like they're super confident in terms of what they're trying to bring to the table. And this is what 3D Max are good at doing. They, you know, we kind of brought it up in the pre-show. They can really suffocate teams on the CT side especially, and they're doing a little bit of that now. Upper Brown, control taken. Fnatic are leaving things late. We saw how that worked out for them last round. And it feels like they're pretty understood about where they're going now. Good molly.
Body blinded up. Might work in his favor, though. They're not going to expect him. It's the player from heaven that makes sure he is dealt with. Still looks decent. Gravity rolling in. Will manage to find the kill on towards Fear. Bomb has yet to be planted, so not super comfortable for that. They're expecting kind of a lurk play out towards A. They are going to get it. Unfortunately, not quite in the position they were expecting. So Maka, because of that, is very, 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 very late.
Yeah.
And the fights are isolated easily. Still, another thing that could work in his favor, the element of surprise comes back around for the AWP here. He's not feeling too confident for it, though, by the looks of things. This is a soft save, we might say. If a kill comes his way, he'll give it a go. But a kill... Will, but too late.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, if he'd only had a little look around sooner.
Yeah, if he maybe said posted towards that angle, he could have got Crims like 3-4 seconds earlier, and then potentially could have had a look in, but not this time. Nice execute actually from Fnatic though. A similar thing of where they're just sticking together, popping out in towards B. Is that kill from Fear that's so important? That angle is so difficult playing up towards Thomas, but Fear swinging out from heaven catches him. Really, Body actually could and probably should have got a second on towards Blame, but he doesn't. I was a little bit worried when Fear overextends and he falls like that. It's difficult to watch, but yeah, thankfully well played. So Fnatic extend the lead to 2 once again, and it once again has that knock-on effect towards the econ of 3D Max, who are left a little reeling. It's just the AWP in play. That's been the only kit as well. Maka's got to sort of hard carry this round a little bit. Jacasmo gets 2 to start things. Maka finds one of his own just above that smoke, but already they're starting to scale in towards the A site.
Might just be enough. They're actually scaling very slowly, so it's given a chance for 3D Max to rotate back across somewhat.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, no. Get weird. The AWP in between them at the moment. Oh,
that's his
That's
nade.
A self-nade. Yeah, not the best, but we'll see. Numbers being thinned. AWP was sort of known about, but he still manages to find success. He's going to be the only one left here, and it's Jambo from the side that they were waiting for. You worry when you've got that much patience and respect, but it will work out for Fnatic in the end.
Yeah, this is better. Much, much better. We spoke about it getting towards the end of map number 1 where we were saying Fnatic individually looked really quite solid. It just wasn't holistic, the approach, right? It wasn't this sort of team kind of base kind of set that they really needed. They weren't sticking together. The ideas weren't really forming. Yes, everyone was hitting their shots, but they weren't able to see these rounds off. This is a lot better now. Not only are the individuals showing up, but the ideas that they're bringing to the table look really quite solid. They're making life quite difficult for 3D Max, constantly in this rinse and repeat cycle. Full buy-in, failure to find the round, eco. And it's giving Fnatic the opportunity to bridge quite the gap at the moment. Jacasmo, a contact play for 1, looks for 2, can't quite get it, but it's an important kill to drop Maka early in this round.
Gravity looking for a bit more. Again, Fnatic just waiting, playing more patiently as they will spread out here. Spread out pretty massively as well, so going to take some time to get together. Will there be this sort of lurk? The lurker maybe changes once in a while. It's been Crim's a fair amount, but Jambo in the previous round. So keeping them guessing for sure. Lucky on an AWP of his own. Yeah, this makes it a bit awkward. Fear had gone digging and perhaps into the Lion's Den by himself. Not the wisest move. Man advantage, 3D Max.
They're isolated, right? This is the kind of the issue now for Fnatic. They're not together. I mean, when they've found these rounds previously, it's because they are sticking together, they're trading well and giving themselves space to work in towards the site, but they're attacking from 3 different spots here. They've got to win raw 50-50s. I mean, always, this angle is so difficult to clear. You've got to spend a lot of time looking that way. Uh-oh, nice find. But gravity or trade, so it keeps the numbers there. Crims needs to clear, and he does. What a shot from him. He had to nail that one towards gravity, which he does. So bomb goes down with just enough time. 2 versus 2, and a difficult retake, but Lucky hits the shot, catches Jambo on the transition, and now Crims is doubting himself. Where are they coming from? It's a timing play, and it's one in which he might lose. Bodies in towards Pop, and he gets caught by him. It was so difficult for Crims here. That smoke in towards Connector completely drags all of his attention there. He tunnel visions into it, thinking there's somebody lurking behind, which is a right expectation, right? More often than not, somebody is playing time behind it. But because of that, they were able to piece together a bit of the puzzle. They knew where Lucky was. Lucky's somewhere towards old. It's just where is the second player? And a late pop play by Body. Timing couldn't be better.
Strange move. Very strange move there that we see down the ramp, and I think that makes all the difference. It certainly felt like Fnatic kind of had the upper hand. Yeah, maybe just needed to join one another, or at least buddy system it up.
Yeah.
And it's kind of the worst possible round to just go walking into the AWP dry that had done a bit of movement. So they made their own bed in that one for sure, and I think they will know it.
A lot of util early as Fnatic take Brown Halls. Pop flash out, Crims up close, Blame at range. XC needs to be careful. Not exactly gotten quiet about this. He's taking a step. So Crims knows he's somewhere nearby. Oh yeah, he spotted him. That's a hard shot to hit. Yeah, it's a big ask from him. He doesn't give himself a lot of room for error. Speaking of errors, Jambo's jumping up on towards the ladder, and that's where Gravity finds a freebie.
Yeah, big kills. I mean, a lot of information just gives you the confidence to go for those moves, right? Maka does miss his shot. I think it's the perfect angle if someone like walks into it, but I don't know that they're often going to do that, to be honest. Either way, they capitalize with what they are given. And Maka's impact not going to be felt, but it most certainly is there in this round. Solid advantage, 3D Max. Just got to let the round come to them now, to be honest with you. We'll see what Fnatic can cook up. They have 1 flash, which is not a lot.
No.
I don't know much, but I know that. We'll see what they're able to find here.
I like the approach.
Molotov is perfectly timed there on the ramp, by the way.
Yeah, I do really like this approach by 3D Max. This is very standoffish, despite being with 5 alive, but they want to try and catch them a little bit off guard, which they do. The difficult angle of Body to clear, but it's all really being done by Lucky there from Connector. Takes a fight, unpeaks, waits for somebody else to get the information that they have scaled forward, and then he can reface. Nice work by 3D Max. Just actually taking 0 chances there. You could very much, in a 5 versus 3, play that very defaulty, hold the angles, but like we've been saying, Fnatic are still looking quite sharp. They're hitting their shots, so you actually don't want to give them the chance of evening things up. I like that. It's a lot of respect being shown by 3D Max, but that's how you start chipping away at this deficit. And now they really should. Money's broken for Fnatic. So round number 10 should, for the most part, be a simple one. You get a bomb plant out of this, it'll be okay. Anything else feels unlikely. Fear is out, by the way. He's on the site. They don't even realize. Now they do, as he's dead.
Yeah, it could have been a little wild. Again, it's one of those moments where you wish you had a stronger weapon. Gravity is robbed of the perfect spray down. But they do enough, and it's not really all that much damage even to a CT side. Things have evened up very quickly here. You know, blink and you'll miss it. This was 5-2 just like 2 minutes ago, right? It really has moved fast. So timeout coming in. We may well have argued in hindsight, good to have it earlier than this, but you know, you deal with the hand that you are dealt.
Yeah.
And Fnatic going to try and just get a lead moving into half two.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I still think, regardless of how this is to end, 5 rounds T-side train is really not bad by any means. I've seen teams do a lot more of a lot less, is how I'll put it. And I think Fnatic in particular, I've seen really good moments from them on the CT side. So I'm really not kind of out on them just yet, but it's not really more so about the rounds, actually about the feeling at the end of this half. Momentum is swinging quite heavily now in favor of 3D Max. That's the worst possible way for things to go, especially because 3D Max's pistols also look really clean. So you'd probably make the back. I mean, they're 3 for 3 from pistols, so you'd probably expect them to come in towards that T-side one and also take that. And at that point, they can start bridging a serious gap. I love the tempo changer. They're sending Blame out early, and Blame's getting a lot of information, space, and kills as he gets 2. The third is round this corner, and Gravity gets clipped. Blame, a one-man army. Oh, and he's going for all. Finds the 4th, and it's all on the shoulders of Maka. Blame has taken this round by the reins, and 3D Max are just stunned by the sheer audacity of that push.
Yeah, this is what he does from time to time. An explosive round from the biceps himself. Down goes Maka. And Fnatic, exactly what they needed. Just someone to get behind. Hopefully going to give them another here as they look to secure the lead moving into the second half. But it all starts with a wild play. Just give me the space to work with, and he will deliver. The permission to get aggressive, the license to kill. And it's perfect.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. That's a bit of prime Blame F right there, right? Give him the freedom. Sort of takes the round in a sense of saying, let me do my thing. I'll win it for us. And well, he does. Jambo, full blind, finds Gravity. Bit of fortune favoring him. The MP9 trying to swing, and Jambo goes for 2. Uh-oh, 3D Max are feeding a little bit, and Jambo is cooking on gas. Okay, Blame has a round, and Jambo says, I'll do you one better with the AWP.
Everybody getting involved now. We'll see. Never over until it's over, and Body's not in a bad spot to try and slow them down. Ecstasy, meanwhile, is on the secondary AWP lurk, which is kind of an insane sentence to say in the game of Counter-Strike. We'll see if he's able to get anything done with it. They're not expecting him, but it's like, this is where you want an M4.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you fire one, they're going to know about him. Oh, here we go. Maybe. Nah, not ready for Blame. Not ready for Blame. So all going to be down to Body here, who couldn't really help his teammate out to get anything done. Not going to happen. And a trading of rounds. Blame F's like, right, I got one. And Jammer's like, watch me. I got one too. Everyone wants to go. And the multi-frag round. And really, really big deal for Fnatic, I think. A great springboard of momentum. You can see it's still a good half, but a little dejected. They know that they shouldn't be losing to those types of situations.
No, they just made it a little bit too easy for 3D Max. So this is much, much better from Fnatic. A lot more of what we expect and want to see for this side. And it's fun to watch now when we see Fnatic. I think, you know, we spoke about them being like freed up on the T sides, but that was good. The system is finally clicking for them. It didn't click at all in towards map number 1. That's a lot better. They've got a bit more of a sort of an identity of how we want to approach these rounds. And a lot of it is coming down to, let's get our better players into positions for these kind of simple kills. But really good work from Jambo. It's actually the second kill that's so important, right? Because you're regaining main control, and then he just starts frying. Great work from him, really is.
And it's obviously frustrating for 3D Max. It's something the main push and everything has worked pretty well for them in the past, I think. So they will be frustrated that the aggressive, angry move doesn't work at all. So just have to be careful not to get in their own heads here moving into the second half. But that being said, fresh slate. You just let what happened happen. And now we'll see what they've got in store for us. A very quick even up on the cards here, as can often happen from the pistol.
Pistols have been good for 3D Max. We've kind of spoken about this. 3 for 3 so far. I should say that. Fnatic did get one. Tell a lie. 2 for 1. But it is one of those where I think just at the very least for now, Fnatic, there's so much better. There's so much more to kind of grasp onto of what makes them tick on this map. as the first time this series where 3D Max really do look a little bit stunned. Jambo could be a shooting gallery downrange. USP can't quite connect, and they're going to continue putting pressure on, but they're running straight in towards the gauntlet, and Jambo will take these fights, and he takes them with ease. Oh, Jambo! Another masterful multi-kill from the AWP, but he does it with the USP. Blame gets in on the action, and Jacasmo, the last man. Information gained on where Maka is, but a 1v5, no chance in hell. Fnatic, what a way to start off the second half on your map pick.
Just incredible. I mean, Fnatic seem to have really picked it up individually as well. We're talking about calling, we're talking about looking more comfortable as a team, but they're just starting to really out-frag and shut down 3D Max, which is just an unlikely scenario, I think, given the way that Inferno went. It really does show one of 3D Max's big problems as well, is kind of the yin and yang, the inconsistency of the team on certain maps and within a series as well, right? The high highs and the low lows. They often have these 3-map series where there'll be like a really close map, but generally speaking, there's a trading of maps. There's some low-scoring maps from them as well, as it were. So could be another case here. They might get a taste of their own medicine if they can't get off the ground. The pistol certainly does not work out.
No.
Was that after time?
Ooh, good shot, actually.
Maka's only got $800 unless he's immediately dropped something. Must have been. Or did he immediately drop that AK?
Might have immediately dropped the AK, yeah. AK Khalil. The Eagles
I'm not losing my mind.
Not a lot of util for Fnatic, for 3D Max, may I say. So there's their only flash expended to get Upper Brown Hall's control. Now they've got 2 smokes for the remainder of this round. Crims for 1. Can't get the second, but deals enough damage that it feels like it's more or less a second kill by proxy, and Blame doesn't even realize he's got another kill there. They were both so low that the second straight bullet connects. That's the round already. Another quad kill for Blame. 19-4, by the way.
Yeah, going crazy. I mean, this is obviously what he can do. We've maybe not seen it as much recently, but there was definitely a time, I think, where this guy could just, you know, take over a map and control the game, have it move around him. And he's doing that a little bit here. Brilliant stuff, looking very, very crisp. Having a good time as well, which is nice to see, right? I think really, really going to be important for Fnatic to keep the vibes high. 3D Max going from bad to worse here. Early force, nade to finish them off, nearly getting exorcies as well. Fear's on the way, and certainly 3D Max are scared of this one. He does overlook the angle. He does overlook the angle, so he will go down, but surely enough info gained, enough damage done that there's nothing else coming here. Some nice moves from Maka, but he will go down easily, and it's Jambo. It's a real race at the moment for Blame F and Jambo to be like, who's going to end at the top of the scoreboard? They are literally just trading rounds.
I love it. It's you get a multi-kill, I get a multi-kill. Back and forth, back and forth. There is no contest. I mean, this is actually even more one-sided than actually how map 1 felt. At least map 1, there was like, you know, there's 1v1s, 1vx's, where it was like these clutch moments. This is a massacre right now. Fnatic are playing clinical Counter-Strike. And it is fun to watch. This is a side that are really starting to look super solid. 17-7 for Jambo, 21-4 for Blame. Speaking of, Jambo dinged, so he's forced to dip away. Information gained, though, so the fact that he stays alive is super important. He can now just stay posted if he really wants. I think when you're this low, though, you actually want to be far enough away that you can't just be run down on. Blame will fall through the smoke, but so will Fear. First round in a long time where things have just gone well for 3D Max initially.
Crims on the reaggress.
Oh.
Might just have hammered it home, to be honest. I think it will be a save for these remaining 2 players, particularly because the bomb seems set to go B, he says, and then, of course, it starts to pivot A. So thanks for that, guys. But either way, just not really looking too good for Fnatic here.
The double stacked, so maybe a chance, but I mean, there's so much that has to be done by Jacasmo. Gotta say, Jacasmo on the T side, you know, I was a little bit worried when you speak about Fnatic's T sides because Cypher did a lot of the heavy lifting in the early rounds, but Jacasmo's been taking up the reins. He was 4-1 on opening duels in that first half, so he is giving a lot of space to work with, which is a positive sign. That's the one big worry you have when you replace somebody like Cypher. It's, okay, how efficient are you going to be at getting space on the T side? And Jacasmo was actually taking a lot of that. Really, really good work from him, giving them Nature's early info. Fortunately, this is a bit of a nothing round. Easy kills that come through. It's when the opening double happened, I think especially, you know, Blame falls through the smoke. Nothing really that can be had. You don't want to overhunt here either for 3D Max. They don't have loads of residual cash. If being honest, they have kind of next to none. Jacasmo's been hurt, but Jacasmo gets the shot. Now we are getting to the realms of this being considered kind of expensive. Gravity should be able to get one. I say that.
He better.
Actually, it's not even worth peeking, honestly. Yeah, I think it's a smart call from him. Just stay alive.
Yeah, indeed. So you are right that it does end up being like a nice little trade-off at the end, a bit of expense. For 3D Max, not going to be easy for them. Great timeout here from Fnatic as well. Full respect shown across, recognizing that there is a world in which this gap closes. The CT side is a harsh, harsh mistress, and that money can run out in an instant, so they have to be very careful with how they approach things here.
Third and final attack pause. Fnatic just getting a little bit ahead of the kind of the bell curve, which I think is smart here. They can sense that there's the potential of a bit of a scale by 3D Max. It's only the first round of the ball for them on the T side, but we know that they, as we saw in Inferno, when they get going on T side, they're so difficult to slow down. When they finally find the confidence or find the gaps or find the approach that has and does work, they stick to it, right? We saw that so often, right? Those B hits, banana control was so brutal by 3D Max, and it was so consistent. The mid rounds late towards A, balcony pops. They figured out a gap and they exposed it, and they continue to do so. And I think for Fnatic, it's pretty smart for them. Just get ahead of it and say, right, we now know in the gun rounds the pace they like to set. Try and test it. It's a great little flash combo and an opener as body or fall. And unfortunately, Gravity just couldn't do anything in terms of a trade. Now they've lost all of this control.
Yeah, no trade out, and unfortunately he goes back in for it as well, and it does go south. So Fnatic in a very good position here, 5-on-3. Easily should be converted. 3D Max, a little excitable after winning their first round in a little while. Oh, Exorcist, the timing was there. He's ready for the side player. It's the up-close Jacasmo that causes him problems. Didn't look good for a moment there. Meanwhile, over in the Brown Halls, there's a fight going down. Jacasmo with an advanced position. They've got to be expecting him here. Oh, and they're not. They will take the main player. Jacasmo doesn't want to reveal himself, and 3D Max speed up.
Yeah.
Ah, that is so awkward. He might still come into play a little bit later on in the round, however. They're really not considering him here. Again, though, misses the mark. It just takes one little check. Not going to happen. They never, ever considered him, and Jacasmo eventually finds the round.
Yeah, patience pays off for him. Nice work. First attack pause by 3D Max. Didn't realize this is only the first one they've taken. They've been wanting this game to kind of just play out, but realizing now that chances of taking the map are dwindling at a rapid pace. They do have money for the most part. I think it was only Gravity who had like nothing. So he might have to take a bit of a hit in terms of his buy. Looks like it will be the case. Mac 10 for him. But they can get rifles across the board to support. But this is essentially the last hurrah. This is the now or never, right? 3D Max, you lose this round, your money's shot, and it's Fnatic on 12, and at that point, no chance. And, you know, one of the things that's always quite a good sign of how strong a side feel on a map, but I think in particular we were asking for it from Fnatic, is that proactivity on CT side. It's a buzzword and a sentence that I bring up a lot, but it's been so crucial, really. And it's what's been making them tick. Like, you know, we're speaking about that round there. Pop flashing towards Upper Brown. They take that control and they stick around. Jambo holds down the fort. Make sure there's no way they can reclaim that space. It's relentless pressure by Fnatic. Fighting fire with fire. Gravity, where are we looking? Huge gap on the smoke and an easy one. Jambo gets unfortunate not to get the second, but he gets away.
Blame F. Trained up, good position here, runs out of ammo, unfortunately, in that A1S, so Exorcist has played the 1v1 well, but it is, of course, a clean trade out there for the CT side. Fear has just missed this timing on the Bomb Dog player coming through the smoke. A labored spray down, but Body gets it done. Meanwhile, Jacasmo also left guessing who else has slipped through the net. He didn't know where to look, and they've actually managed to pull the numbers back. So 3D Max, it's pretty tight stuff, but they will get an advantage. Definitely not over quite yet. There's not loads of money here for Fnatic, so I think they are opting to play it safe. No kill presents. They will save.
Smart call. You got so much kind of space to work with, so much time. I don't think you need to be giving it too much of a look in. You can go for late exits. You've got money left over. I mean, Jambo's got 6.9k, so you could have played a little bit aggro if you really wanted to, but who cares? So 3D Max chip away at the deficit ever so slightly. Still such a long road to recovery required for this side. But you can never really count out 3D Max. I think is kind of the ultimate point to bring, is that this is a side that when they do get going, they're difficult to slow down. It's just the fact that Fnatic aren't giving them the chance, right? There's been no back-to-back rounds just yet. They got a round, immediate response from Fnatic. Now they've got a round, and like we said, plenty of cash to work with, so Fnatic can respond. We need to see, if we want any chance of maybe building and opening the door to the narrative of a recovery, 3D Max needs to be getting like 3 rounds in a row to really put pressure on.
Yeah, absolutely. No timeouts remain for Fnatic as well, so just going to have to play it by ear. Have that confidence. Gravity's made his way out. The bullets are close. It's a wild spray down through that smoke. Maybe if he'd committed to one of those angles, he might have been able to find it. Oh my. Jambo.
Did he?
It might have shown up on the minimap.
Yeah.
It must have done. He definitely didn't see it, but there was enough of an elbow there. It's one of those when you're sort of spinning your screen too fast, it can kind of blend in. But they definitely saw him, so a nice find. Big even up.
What did 3D Max do here? They've called for a freeze. Triple Ivy late round. I mean, this is going to be a blob-off. There's 2 players here to meet them. Blame, who's been frying so far, and Fear also, who resides close to Old. It's always a difficult angle to clear this as well, because you don't want to hard swing this left-hand side because you're so exposed to the site itself. There's one, but there's the site player, and that's what we spoke about. That double stack of Fear and Blame is so hard to break down. The nade that'll just tick over Jambo. Oh my. I'm going to say, stuck around in the flames a little too long. There's a lot of damage. And Lucky given the chance here to 1 versus 2. Jambo posted, but Jambo is so strong at the moment. This guy continues to be on such immaculate form. And we've been saying it about trading the multi-kill rounds. Another one for Jambo. Another 3-piece from him. This AWPer is having a field day here on Train. I mean, I think maybe Blame might walk away with the MVP depending on how this final round goes.
Yeah,
but Jambo, he has been so good. I mean, some of the rounds he's winning on his own with an AWP, they are so difficult to do in a one-off occasion. It's just the fact that he's done it about 5 times.
Crazy work, but a really solid round again from Fnatic to just shut 3D Max down before they ever get going. The streak seemingly implausible for this team. Not the worst buy in the world here. Lots of utility, so a few Tech 9s on the sacrificial buys, as it were.
Nice
Jacasmo also now looking for a round of his own. Fear will get involved as well, so everybody seemingly capable of control here. 3D Max have only got 2 players left. It's just not looking good at all. The Frenchman falling flat here on Train. We expected it to be a little closer than this.
Yeah.
And now third map, somewhat up in the air. Fnatic on the tail end of this veto feel pretty damn happy. We're absolutely going to need that third map. Fnatic with a keen turnaround on Train.
A turnaround indeed. That was the Jambo and Blame F show for Fnatic. Those 2 players doing absolute bits for their team and winning out their map pick of Train. Maui and Prof, I think you both set the expectation before we got into Train that Train would look a lot different to Inferno for Fnatic, and that was certainly the case.
I mean, I feel like the Fnatic side looked obviously more comfortable. I mean, they were able to dictate the pace on the offense. Some of the individuals really called their own numbers. I'm not even going to go out and say that it was always the biggest team effort. It really felt like, take your pick. Is it going to be Jambo going nuclear? Is it going to be BlameF going crazy? Is it going to be Fear on probably the most important round of the game in a round 2, just getting a crazy multi-frag? And they were able to find a lot of form there. They looked kind of shell-shocked from during the first map, but they definitely recovered here on Train.
Yeah, I think both IGLs lied in the pre-game. They said, one said that they, will F the other. I don't think that happened. They kind of got F themselves over here. And no 2-0 either. Maybe some people hope for that, but not us. We're looking down for the dust. The third map. But, kind of criticized Fear on Inferno. He looked much better individually here. As you said, the second round was super important. He did, that pistol before that, not the best played maybe in the world, but
he got the money to get the round 2 AK.
Yeah, he got the AK, got the triple kill, things turned around, and I think I also want to compliment Fnatic on after they lost like a 5v3 early on in the half that they recovered instantly and just kept the pressure on 3D Max throughout that T half that they started on.
Yeah, that first half was effectively back and forth, but it was Fnatic that had that edge, ending with 7 rounds in the first half. Maui, what was giving Fnatic that edge on their T side?
Well, I mean, highlighting the individuals is going to tell one side of the story. I actually feel like some of the supportive elements did a good job, too. Crims only ends the game with 5 kills. 2 of the kills he had early in that T-side half were pivotal. Just return kills, lurking towards Ivy, throwing the defense of 3D Max into disarray. The fact that Jacasmo was so consistently able to get that pop dog space, I mean, that really set up Fnatic to pivot in the mid-round as well. So BlameF and Jambo are going to be the ones that we give the greatest amount of plaudits to, but the supportive elements of Fnatic actually did a pretty solid job at just maintaining space and allowing Fear to mid-round even when situations got a little bit hectic.
Yeah, Jacasmo for sure slotted into like the Cypher role on this map, like in terms of getting the opening duels, being involved in the opening duels. I think he did a pretty good job. So that's a thing that we've been watching for Fnatic, like how are they going to be dealing with the lack of a super aggressive player that Cypher was. And on this map, I think Jacasmo did a serviceable job to allow BlameF for sure, and also Jambo to not have to be that instigator all the time, but actually like close out rounds and have his moments on the op.
When BlameF gets activated, he is such a scary player, and we saw on Train just how good it can get for him sometimes. There was one round where he got like a 4K entry all by himself. He took a bit of a risk, I think, pushing a smoke, and then just exerted complete control. Looking ahead to Dust 2, I think we've actually got the round on screen. Thank you so much, guys in the back room. Look at this. Yeah, he comes out here and just lays down the law.
I mean, for being such a big guy IRL, in-game, I feel like he's pretty light on his feet. I mean, he is just pirouetting through this bomb site around utility, around pre-fire spots. I mean, he is so in the zone there. And when BlameF really knows where the next fight's coming from, his aim is just so rock steady.
Yeah, four kills on one clip, it's always impressive to see. It looked super clean.
Maui, I believe there was a round you wanted to take a look at as well, round 2?
Yeah, I mean, we obviously talked a lot about Jambo, talked a lot about BlameF, but this probably, to me, was one of the most important rounds of the game. You lose the pistol, kind of embarrass yourself slightly by just going so slow, but to get the kills, the bomb plant down, Fear was able to get an AK for himself, and he just takes over on this round. I mean, gets the entry, swinging down towards the lower end, but then the precision for these next 2 kills is just absurd. And once you deliver your team a couple kills like that, you're thinking that should have been like a Cypher moment for them. But if Fear can do it, hey,
anyone can do it. We can do it too.
I'm just kidding. I like Cypher a lot.
Prof, if we're to build on this point that Maui's raised, arguably, yeah, that second round kind of set the tone for the whole match. I imagine it was a demoralizing round to lose for 3D Max.
I think 3D Max that, and then also later when they do win that 3v5 when Body is on upper on B and just like, getting a couple of kills, their economy is always kind of not a great space. They did try to do the double up kind of early on, but then when that didn't work, then they were reset even harder. I feel like their CT side was always like playing from behind, with especially because of this fear round. After you win the pistol, use the second, it's even worse than just losing the pistol and starting, you know, normally off the back foot. So I think their CT side never really got going. I feel like they had more to show, but didn't have the, you know, economy and the momentum to actually execute on it.
Let's now turn our attention to the third and final map, Dust 2. Firstly and simply, Maui and Prof, who do you think has the edge going into Dust 2?
Easy answer is 3D Max for me. I have seen their deficiencies on this map, don't get me wrong, but it's always going to be seared in my brain the way that they were able to, in upset fashion, take down a G2 team with really good calls. But at this tournament, I've seen kind of some of the bad sides of 3D Max, where the CT side doesn't really ever get going, that Maka tries to be a one-man carry for their defensive side, and nobody else can really lock it down. I feel like they don't always in the mid-round find the best ways to be proactive or maintain information. They're playing in the dark a lot of the time. So if it's Maka not discovering what the next action is on the map, then you're kind of relying on gravity or body to find something out. And for my money, I just don't always think they make the safest choices to get that extra piece of information.
Prof, do you agree? Who do you give the edge to and why?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, obviously on paper it makes sense to go with 3D Max, but like something in me is like, Fnatic's gonna take this, especially after you see like how Blamef and Jambo have been playing, and these are the two players that will be super important again on Dust 2. An Opper is always important. If we just take the opping head-to-head, I'm taking Jambo over Maka for sure. That being said, with this 5, I don't know how much time Fnatic had to play Dust 2, right? I think they're quite limited compared to a 3D Max that has this core. Obviously, IGL changed a few months ago, but other than that, they've been playing a lot together. One of the longest standing teams. Well, 70-something maps played just on LAN in total, like super experienced, cohesive side that should have a lot more to fall back on.
Let's say Jambo and Blamef continue the form from Train into Dust 2, and they're hitting all their shots, or at least trying to effectively. How do 3D Max outmaneuver that? What can 3D Max do to shut those two, and of course the whole team of Fnatic down? Maui, starting with you.
Well, CT side, as I alluded to, I don't know if they always have the best answers, but on their T side, they can segment the map pretty well. I feel like they, most of the time, take pretty good use of the middle and cat space, but I don't even think if they're having trouble with taking map control that they have to rely on that. They do such a great job in terms of just full out execs from the long side, from the B side. I mean, I legitimately went through a 3D Max demo myself just to learn all the flashes they threw for one of their B side hits, because it's just devastating. Like, there's nothing you can do if you're just turtled up into a bomb site and then there are unironically 8 flashes that are just landing in your face. So they can always rely on their pocket strats, which has been a calling card for 3D Max throughout the last year.
Prof?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a part of it. I think also it will be a game of who's gonna start well, who's gonna set up, who's gonna have the economy to actually do the strats right. I think we saw that on Train when it didn't really go 3D Max's way, how it was like hard to claw back into the game. Do you have enough, do you have enough play around the map to be unpredictable, not be like super obvious that this is what you're going to be doing? Because I'm pretty sure Fnatic, if you know about the strat, Fnatic probably know about it as well. Can they stop it? That's a different question.
And guys, final question for you both. Who's going home and who's going through to the semi-final to play Liquid? Maui?
Fnatic will be in an airplane tonight.
And Prof?
I'm taking Fnatic to stay tonight.
Okay.
Probably both teams will stay tonight.
The analysts are split. We love that.
They'll fly tomorrow.
Yeah, fly tomorrow.
Thank you, gentlemen, as always, for your thoughts. Everybody at home, we've got an amazing third map to look forward to. It's Dust 2, the third and final map between 3D Max and Fnatic. Do not go anywhere.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move, not not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Let's go.
Third and final map here, of course, between these two teams. Very much looking forward to getting into things. And indeed, as the desk were alluding to, who are we going to be saying goodbye to, I think is kind of the sad thing. But we do get to find out another semi-finalist as well. So
exactly.
Yeah, going to be very exciting moving into tomorrow. But I don't know. It's hard to split. It's hard to call on these two teams. I'm not really sure which way to lean at this point. What about
I'm with you. I mean, my heart always wants to say 3D, or I guess my head wants to say 3D Max. My heart's sort of saying Fnatic off the back of that sort of performance. 3D Max are the favorites, and they are the side that you want to lean into, but that was such a good showing from Fnatic. Blame's playing this revitalized Counter-Strike. Jambo's looking insane. It's hard not to like what we're seeing at times from Fnatic, and we were saying, and the desk even brought it up, right? if Fnatic are going to win this, they're going to have to win it in 3, and we've gone all 3. With a very, very good map number 2. That train was excellently played nearly all the way throughout. This becomes now very difficult. Can 3D Max mentally reset after just a pretty dismal display, all things considered, on train? Can they reset now in towards this 3rd and final? We're going to have to wait and see, but we are live here. Dust 2 is our canvas for this map number 3 to see who will be joining Liquid in the semi-finals. We are very much looking forward to this one as we get the show on the road. Fnatic starting on that CT side. 3D Max on the T side. It's 2 back-to-back stomps of maps, all things considered. So this one is so up in the air.
Yes, hoping for something that's a little closer down to the wire. We did have tastes of it on train as they started off pretty close, but the second half, anything but. Very fast from 3D Max out long. They will make their presence known quite quickly. So this could be a bloodbath. You've got to be careful on the CT side that you don't get overwhelmed. Yeah, I think they're way further ahead than you're expecting here, folks. And indeed, not the best of starts for the CT side. There's a lurk on the lurk out towards long there, but the kills are still just coming in thick and fast towards the site itself. It looks very, very, very good for 3D Max. Exorcist is going to hammer it home. Oh. Jacasmo on the USP, though, out of nowhere. He's doing it again as he lands all these flicks. He's just so clinical on the USP, but it isn't enough. Anybody else gonna help me out, he says. 3D Max will deny him the hero round, but goodness me, that was closer than it should have been.
That is some sharp shooting from Jacasmo. It's really, really good signs that individually, he's not slowed down all series long. He might not be kind of put on the blame Jambo numbers, but he's been really good all series long. I said it again, you know, in towards training. He was 4-1 on opening duels in that T side for Fnatic. He looked really good. He was getting them a lot of space, and that is a really, really good indicator. But it's 3D Max, may I say, who again get a pistol. They've been pretty consistent with them. The spray downs there. Exorcist gets a little bit of support from Lucky. That's long taken with ease. The force spy left down for 2 as Crims and Jambo got to bail them out, and he threads the needle of that pack moving forward. And he's seen off. It's a very simple round. 2 exactly mirrored rounds as well, right, by 3D Max. Rush long, take control early, very fast, in-your-face Counter-Strike. Very akin to how Inferno was played out on the T side for 3D Max.
It's something we see once in a while as well, and I'm curious if we'll get it here, but sometimes a team will use long as the baseline, that it's like, right, we're just going to rush long, see how long it works, or at least have it in the back pocket in terms of rounds that we're feeling less confident with, or rounds that we want to reset the game and the conditioning, etc. Not going to be straight up long every single round, but I think we might see it a bit more often from 3D Max, especially until it stops working, if it ever does. Maka quickly moving out. They're really testing the water on the rushes here. Crims was blinded up. Doesn't really make a noise, quiet as a mouse, but dropped pretty quickly. Not going to have too much impact. Man, it's been a quick 3 rounds, that is for damn sure.
Maka jumped over him, so he just, like, no one comes out. I don't think it's really even Maka's fault. You know, he clears the back bricks player, but he just completely jumps over Crims. Like you say, he was full blind, so he's not shooting. So there's a world in which Trigger Discipline could have worked out a little better for him there, but I mean, what are you really expecting in that kind of non-existent investment for Fnatic? This is now the true indicator, right? This is that test that we always have to talk about. The first buy! Oh, Maka! You naughty man. What a shot that is, Jacasmo. We'll see you next round. He's clipped through the door. Not the start that the Fnatic wanted in towards their first buy. It is a... Oh, that's such a good shot, but there is responses here. A quick trailer will come through from Body. More bodies, though, round the corner, and Gravity keeps the numbers in favor of 3D Max. This is chaos to start.
Pressing the attack, 3D Max will not let up. Blood in the water, the Sharks are circling. Crims cannot make it work. The spray doesn't work for him. The
leg spotted.
Maka's like picks up a kill. He's immediately turned around. He's breaking his smoke. He wants more. Like, there's just no slowing down. Bouncing off of the walls right now. Not quite onto Fear, but he's certainly, it feels like, done enough. You know, going to confirm the save, confirm the location. Damage done. Fear has to back off.
You should hunt here. You've got so much money. You've got really nothing to lose. You can buy for a couple of rounds to come, and you know that Fnatic can't. So the Hunt's absolutely the right call. Well done by Lucky at the end there. But yeah, that is a relentless round again. And it's fine doing relentless rounds when, you know, it's a force buy or the pistol or even the one where you know they're ecoed. A relentlessly paced round like that against a full buy, the audacity of 3D Max. I love this. It's such simple calls, but so expertly done. I think now we've got to start maybe seeing a couple of tempo shifts coming through from 3D Max, but this is a beautiful start. What a way to completely just like whisk away everything from map number 2. Just, who cares what happened on train? It's all about the here and now. It's about the present. And Dust2's looking excellent out the gates. Good Counter-Strike being played by the French side.
Fnatic feel it as well, right? It's early. You might say not the latest or earliest of pause, but it's a little bit on that earlier side. And I think that they can just feel that there's something in the air with the way that 3D Max are approaching these rounds and the fact that Fnatic have just not had time to breathe. Kind of how 3D Max like it, but got to be careful that you don't start shaking in your boots. Don't give them too much space. Don't give them too much respect. So what does the response look like into this round? It's not going to be all that impressive, but it is this upcoming rifle round where we need Fnatic to make themselves known, to be honest. Not just a question of want. I think if we ever want a game on our hands, or a half on our hands at the very least, they've got to get going in this next round. Scout is spamming.
Yes, trying.
Oh my God. I mean, listen, what can you do?
Yeah.
We had Maka with the wall bang in the previous round and just a full clip release. Like, it's just crazy that they're getting away with these kills, man.
It's also one of those where for Jambo, you know, the spam, you get a little hopeful, but you're also just a siren. I am here.
Yes,
this is where I'm playing. You're sort of asking for it. When you get to like the 6th shot at that point and you're still in the same spot, you're asking to be spammed, and that's what happens. 3 up towards short here.
But it's like, how often do you get away with that full spam kill, right?
I know,
usually we see, yeah, exactly. Maybe like 60 damage, or he backs off. He's like, oh, I'm scared, but the full kill is crazy. Looking good towards short as well. The execution of the utility is just perfection. Oh, Fnatic, it's going to have to change drastically in these next couple of rounds, because this is getting out of hand, if not already out of hand. Jacasmo, nice on the 5-7. He's really cool and clinical, which is not usually what you see on the 5-7. Does give him 1, but that's not going to be enough, of course. Here we go, though. This is serious business. 3D Max are on the verge of just dominating this first half.
This is exactly how Inferno started as well. It was 5 straight rounds out the gate. And then Fnatic, you know, in Inferno did find this one here, and then immediate response came through, and 3D Max made it a 7-1 start, which at that point, it already feels like the beginning of the end. They cannot afford for a similar start to happen here. We've already got to 5 for 3D Max, which is obviously great from them. Fnatic have got to find consistency in towards their second attempt at a full buy. Oh, the orb. Jambo, he was tempted. He knows the possibility of that top mid play. He was tempted by the peak. It's that molly that keeps him at bay. He'll post up towards the default angle. Most mollies will clear this, though. Apart from that one, that's
indeed
the 1% that don't, because it missed completely.
That's not how to do that. That's what he was trying to show us. Just a good guy.
Yeah. It's why I say most, you know what I mean? No.
Well, yeah, you got to cover your bases just in case there's a molly that comes out that doesn't work.
They call me the fortune teller for a reason.
Oh, man. Jambo.
Right, Ecstasies, you've got one, mate. Second time.
Oh, the flash is good. The flash is good. The molly not so much needed. Maka going to find a kill, but he gets returned on. Still making noise over there, and it's confusing, isn't it? You can see what happens on the minimap.
It's drawing them away.
Because it's an AWP, I think.
Yeah.
And you generally expect there to be a lot more presence alongside that AWP. So we're going to see FaZe on a good angle here to maybe hold them at bay. He does have support from Blame as well, who goes completely overlooked. 3D Max not quite as aware as they usually are. And the round never really gets going. And there's no heroics from Body. Fnatic, very strangely, on the board after 5 in a row from 3D Max.
It's one of those rounds where you can see for 3D Max, they've been playing loose and fast all at the start of this map. They continue that, right? Another loose push as they're swinging up into a short. The issue is it's too loose, right? Not enough angles cleared. They don't even think about the possibility of there being a long player. And it's done really well. Fnatic. It's good to find the first. I think now that should be the wake-up call for 3D Max. You know, you're going to continue this relentless pace until it eventually fails. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Now they've figured it out. Now they know how to kind of tempo change a little bit themselves, Fnatic. So you've got to try and throw a span in the works. And this is where I want to see a little bit more of a methodical approach by the French roster. Play with their rotations, play with the timing, force them into errors. 3 out towards A early. It's a nice, it's a healthy amount of damage dealt on towards Gravity, who's left reeling.
It is. Molotov lands this time around as well, so I suppose they don't have to worry about that angle so much. It's a lot of damage, and a lot more coming in there with a secondary nade, so this is looking dangerous. 3D Max still wanting to commit to the idea. They've got a small change up this round, and that's Exorcist out through middle. What can he get away with? In towards CT. They're just kind of waiting for him to activate, I think, but he's a little tentative to get going. Actually wants to be, awkward. Gets shot in the back, and Jacasmo will finish him off. He wanted to be a later round player. However, it's enough of a distraction that it might have created the space that they need. Body gets off the bomb to thin the numbers further. Really solid awareness to do that. Crimson Fear now the only two that remain. Fear with good control in at long. Crimson's got a kit as well. A missed AWP shot could be everything here. Another one spotted in towards Gandalf, and Fear is not missing. It's all going to be down to Lucky. Can he find the headshots? He's so close. He's millimeters away, but it's not enough to stop Fear. A huge round coming in from the thinking man.
Yeah, the IGL does so well there, Fear. Great isolation of fights, right? Really had to step up. Crims is in such a uncomfortable spot. He's a known quantity in towards CT, so it gives him no real room to scale up in towards the site. Basically, Fear has to do everything in that round, and he does. I do feel that 3D Max make it too easy. Body doesn't need to fight there. Tucking towards Gandalf, and then it's obviously easy to say with the benefit of hindsight, but in a position like that for 3D Max, your best friend is that clock ticking above the heads of Fnatic. They have to scale in towards that site. The kill's dropped as well, right? So they have to just play a bit of time there, but they don't. They want to take fights. They still have this sort of, in the back of their mind, the kind of mindset of we are the better team, we're playing the better Counter-Strike, so therefore, we're going to take the fights. That was one of those times where they just needed to take a breather, and that's where a bit more of a vet IGL would have probably said, yes, pause, freeze, slow down. We do not need to fight these guys. We've got the numbers advantage, and we've got the site and the bomb down. So honestly, it's a rookie error in a way from 3D Max.
Out at long here. Big fight on the cards. The nade damage again is pretty solid. Exorcist. Right place, but just can't land the shots. Fear is feeling confident and certainly proving why he should be confident. A lot of damage done. I mean,
yeah.
Body is a dead man walking, for sure. Maka's not far behind him, so...
Hang on.
I don't know if they can really do anything with
Body's
this.
dead here.
Yeah, easily. That should be enough.
They know everything.
Would think. They have them... locked in. Crims is looking a little shaky in some of these exchanges, but he confirms information. They are going to pull away, though. They're not actually going to commit towards B. But this is something that could be heard by Fear in this deep position at middle. So, also the bomb is just like completely by itself. So has to be very, very careful.
I think you save it. I actually don't think you can do
they are,
anything.
yeah.
They were a known quantity from the second Body gets caught in transition. That's it. That's the round done because they already got long control when Exorcist falls. They got the rest of the map as well. Then there's no initial push through mid. So unfortunately, there was nothing 3D Max can do. They have to go for a real kind of soft 40-second save and hope that they can keep the guns in play. It's a really uncomfortable call to make, but it is the right call ultimately. Honor for Fnatic. Nice work. Couple of kills again from Fear. He's taken these rounds by the reins, right? Which is really positive signs. On the CT side, this Fnatic side are not backing down from a fight, and that's what you want to see. You want to see them actually really take a lot of initiative, and they are. I think this is a smart time to call for attack pause. Of course, they are going to have a reinvestment to work with. Mac has got the open play, rifles alongside it, but it went from being relentlessly, pressured and paced where it was so fun to watch, but this is the flip side of it. When it starts to fail, it looks really scrappy and really quite sloppy. And I think the coach, is figured this out. And Can't know what he's saying, but if I had to guess, it's probably coming down to let's slow this down a bit. Now, we don't need to play with this pace all the time. It's good for early map control, but we need to start tempo shifting. They're conditioned now for us going quick, and they're ready for it. They're not really being caught off guard anymore.
Yeah, I think the thing is, you know, you get caught up in it and you do start to kind of believe your own publicity that it is super effective. It is the best way to approach things, so they just have to be careful. Ooh, with that. Boost is the right idea. Jambo unsure if he'd been seen, so he went on a quick peek. I think he could have taken a bit more time there. They definitely know about him now, and there's so much utility that comes his way. He needs some assistance to get out, a few flashes to create the space, but it's a bit of an overspend of the resources from Fnatic in a way, and they're not really able to get anything done off the back of it. So the setup gets a bit broken for a moment. There's not really anyone to thread through the eye of the needle here on that 3D Max side. So it's going to be a slow round. Who would have thunk this would be the change?
Brutal to clear this, by the way. You have to expend a lot in terms of resources to clear this properly without it being the body. Oh, but Fear, don't want you moving. Oh my God, he actually, he's got to stay tucked there. You commit one way or the other, but now he's got to take a raw 50-50, and it's one in which he loses. Damn, that could cost Fnatic the round now. Numbers go in favor of 3D Max, and they're starting to run their way forward. Body will clear, but he's a human flashbang. It just sees, as long as he trades, this is fine, but he doesn't. Blame gets 2. Maka's orb will trade, and the Molly will keep Crims at bay. He's all that's left, and he's now known. And I think when you look back at this round, as much as Fear has won them a lot of rounds, he's lost them that one. If he stays tucked, he gets at least 1, if not 2 from that spot. It's an angle that you can only use once in a half, but when you do use it, it normally wins the round. But he doubts himself, and I think probably part of it comes down to the fact that I've not heard or seen anything. I don't think they're going late long here. He just maybe internally is thinking, surely not. And that sort of double guessing, that maybe overthinking of the situation is so costly. He didn't need to move.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think from a spectator's point of view, it's an angle that can work quite well. From a player's point of view, it's one that feels 50-50.
Yeah.
So he certainly has doubted himself. And it's cost them. They're able to reinvest back into it. 3D Max will hold on to their lead here. A big round for the life cycle of this first half. 3D Max have got potential.
Oh.
Jambo, though, quick with the orb. Nice flash out from Fear. So good responses, good reactionary play from Fnatic to really set this round up if they play their cards correctly. Jambo dynamic on the orb as he keeps it moving, keeps the frags coming. Lovely and confident, can't get the flick, but he will survive as Exorcise misses the shot. Takes one with him into the grave, but not going to be enough. Fnatic nigh on flawless there as they look to close the gap.
Yeah, too easy. I think 3D Max just so simple in the way they're isolated in that round. Every single fight is a 50-50 that they just lose. I mean, Gravity's got to be getting that kill towards Jambo every day of the week. You can't be losing that one. And it's a superb flash from Blame to send himself in towards that fight. Very easy one for him to win. But I think for 3D Max, when we look back towards their Inferno and what really made that T-side tick, we talk about this pack mentality, right? Sticking as a group, playing for the trade, playing this body system. There was none of that there. Every single fight, there was no one even remotely close. And sometimes we talk about spacing when they're too close. That was the flip side. They were just too far away.
I think they had it early on Dust 2. This is what we're talking about, right? They had that kind of mentality. Then it suddenly stopped working for them. Now they've changed it up and it feels uncomfortable and out of their usual playbook. So they've lost themselves a little bit here. Lovely shots from Jacasmo. Nothing coming from this eco round like at all. Almost no damage done, in fact. So Fnatic bring it within 1 now and a keen recovery from them here.
Yeah, now we get to the final round of the half. And you look back on how this half's played, and I think the narrative and the tail of it is just the kind of the what if for 3D Max, because it was looking so good, but maybe it's like a stubbornness to change, but it's actually cost them a lot of rounds. We talked about the post-spawn earlier where Fear got a 3K, never should be losing a round like that, but there's been a few instances where the start of the round, they've got to be doing better. They've allowed for Fnatic to get in towards this game where at one point it looked like they were not going to be at all. He's posted on the edge of this smoke. This is not a fight the body wants to be taking. Oh, he gets tagged just through the corner of that wall. Jambo's actually unfortunate not to get the kill there. He was primed and ready for it.
Body maybe trying to create something as this smoke dissipates.
Here's the steps.
Yeah, but I think they're trying to draw this player in that's behind the doors. Body kind of wants to get involved. Some utility down of his own. It's going to be a B hit, pretty straight up. Oh, B hit, but this is what happens, man. You get red and you line up as you kind of have to in the tunnel. There's not a lot of room over there. And it will just be a complete capitulation of that final round. Fnatic even things up. And, man, we've seen super strong 3D Max, super strong Fnatic converging together, and I think deservedly an even half, and deservedly the close game that we were hoping for to close out this series.
Yeah, we wanted a barn burner for map 3, and that's exactly what we're getting. It's hard not to root for Fnatic at the moment because of that tail end, right? That end
so
of the
dominant
half.
as
exactly, so good. I mean, there was like 3 flawless rounds in that run they made at the end, and from a 5-0 start to end 6-all, it actually makes that 5-0 start look even worse, right? It's just, you know, you're fortunate that money wasn't working out for Fnatic in a sense. So this is a tough predicament that 3D Max find themselves in. They look quite dejected as well, and it's showing in terms of these rounds. This is a really important kind of 1-minute halftime break. You know, the coach has to instill something in towards this side. Fnatic are looking good, playing good Counter-Strike. The individuals are really stepping up as well. You know, we've lumped on a lot of praise for a few different players. I think Fear obviously looked fantastic right towards the start. Jacasmo's looked great as well. Jambo's been hitting some nice shots. We're getting these moments from the individuals you want to see. And this is where we're seeing this side shine without BlameF hard carrying, right? You know, especially when things were on train, it was Blame and Jambo, this kind of wonder show, this trading of multi-kill rounds. We're not even seeing that. This is just a holistic, team-wide performance from Fnatic, and 3D Max can't break it down.
BlameF on the P250. Smoke and a flash. So they kind of smoke it off, but also want to take the fight. So an interesting approach from the CT side. Will keep them at bay towards long. Meanwhile, yeah, ahead of things here. Could have been deadly there. Not a bad idea. The flash and the pick. Beautiful from Body. The boost coming in. It has been red, but unfortunately the Glock unable to find the headshot. 3D Max have an advantage. Fnatic have no control for that trade-off. And they are being red. They are being corralled here. The kills keep coming for 3D Max. And that's the bomb, actually. So a lot of information traded in order to get that back. The Julies are out and not ready for the last man. This is Jacasmo as well. You've got to... Oh, be careful. Unfortunately, there was someone a bit closer than he was expecting. He's left incredibly low. He's good on the pistols, man.
Yeah.
Just doesn't have the HP here.
He's having a good game, Jacasmo. Being impressed. 3D Max, again, though, showing how, for the most part, they've just been dominant in these pistol rounds. They've looked really, really strong. So they've at least got that buffer working for them. It just can't be a repeat of how the first half started, where it's a really strong start because you just have a better financial situation. But when the surface is level, you actually fall really flat. And this is where I'm still really quite concerned. Won't be a bite coming through for Fnatic. So this is going to take a bit of a slow one. Bar the scout, Jammer's going to hope to maybe soften up a couple that the pistols can see him off. It's a bit of a hope and a prayer, to be honest. It should be a simple round, all things considered, for 3D Max.
Slow encroachment here. They've actually been given a lot of space to do this. And they don't really seem to be savvy. Maybe expecting some noise. It's well enough time, but again, not watching. As we like to say, it's a smoke, not a brick wall. So they've all walked through, and there's not really anyone that knows about this.
Oh,
Gonna opt to drop into CT. Okay.
It works.
Yeah, but they've got to get the bomb back, which is like, surely that's what you want from this round, is a bomb plan? Like,
the bomb dropping CT is questionable.
I don't think the bomb carrier should have gone down.
No.
You know, one of these guys left alive could still have planted, even with the fact that, you know, they lose the fight. They don't necessarily gain an advantage from it. So that's kind of an oversight. Not quite sure what's happened there.
I like it for the kill, but yeah, why has the bomb gone down? Doesn't make any sense. There was you scaled up short. Like you said, Smoke, not a wall. So you've managed to make it into a site. There's no one here. Plant. That's what you're looking for in that kind of a round. You get a bomb plant and a kill, and it's seen as a kind of a pseudo win despite maybe losing the round just because you're not expected to do anything. Instead, the bomb drops CT, and that's it. There's nothing really to be gained. So, I don't know. That's a real questionable decision. It's a nice tag, though, from Jambo. The scout, again, in play as it his gravity is just above half. Only the MP9 for the young IGL. Crimson's tempted to get out mid there, but a Molotov will keep him at bay. The default so far for Fnatic is taking this early short control and then making the decision about whether we commit to it.
Very early on, I think that much is evident. It sometimes can just be the MO of a team on Dust 2 is, you know, smoke off mid. There's so many different variations of that door smoke now.
Ooh.
And then just go for the short control. Look, he takes a lot of damage. I was going to say there's going to be some nades on the way to him. He'd prep for them. It's a nice smoke here. He loses his teammate, unfortunately. So Fnatic in a good position to firm this up, to get this bomb plant there. They're far too smart for that. Look, he will reveal his location. Down he goes. And the Frenchman can't do anything to break back into 8.
That's really well done. Good due diligence as well. The tap and the face, the weights, right? See what the reaction's looking like. They knew they had the numbers, and they knew they also had the information. There's somebody else here. Where is he, though? Yeah, it's well done. Bonus round is ineffective for 3D Max. Only the 1 kill. So now again, a spot in which Fnatic can start scaling back in towards this game. It's only the 1 round deficit as well. Still not super convinced by 3D Max. Is, I guess, the kind of the main takeaway of where we're at the moment. Sure, they've got this lead and they've still got a hold of it as much as it is now slim. But just the way in which they're losing some of these rounds, which really does make you doubt just a little bit.
Gets interesting from here. Fnatic hope to close the gap. 3D Max, though, I think, kind of a blunder in places. I think they will be kicking themselves that they didn't give it enough presence, and now short or mid, something like this, will have a lot of eyeballs on it. It's tough, though, man. I mean, you know, if you have the idea from Fnatic, the way that they want to approach things, these super early smokes, like, it's going to force your hand in places. It's long, they decide to get aggressive. excl moves in, but the pre-fire is already there, even to just keep him at bay.
I think a smart call from Fnatic to retract it. It was 4 out 8 early. Start of that round. 3 swinging, 1 flashing. Now they are just going to leave 1 tucked. They're still keeping a lot of heavy A presence, which is the right call. Like the default so far, like we said for Fnatic, has been ending towards the A site. I do wonder now, with a lot of early presence shown, whether that changes. excl is playing anti. He's alone in this endeavor. We're sort of only asking for him to go 1 for 1. On towards train, Jacasmo was good on the entries, and we call upon him once again. But he overlooks the close angle. 1. The bomb on the back of Fear, also falling to the ground as Jambo looks to swing, and he'll follow them. 6 feet under. excl, a clinic out towards long to shut down any conversation about taking control towards A. Blame is here, but does he expect him up close towards this barrel? He might not. Now he does, but can he win the fight? Gets the first. And he spun down through the smoke. Much, much better from 3D Max, but it's all off the heroics of one man. excl, a masterful round.
Really well played. I mean, this is kind of what 3D Max do as well. I think Maui pointed it out a bit on the desk. They don't shy away from fights as much as maybe sometimes you might argue they should, but in a situation like that, excl, it's very well played. He doesn't have many options, but you see what happens. It's like he gets the kills. Obviously, he can't shy away from these, but he moves forwards. Rather than being like, okay, my work is done, maybe try and stay alive, he will put his life on the line again in order to maybe get another kill or gather info. And it pays off. When it works, it really does pay off for them.
Yeah, really well done from excl. Second tack timeout coming. And the idea is it's one of those situations. They're going for a contact long play, and contact long, it's really good if you can get up and get some control because you can start to catch the A players off guard. The only issue with a contact play is what happened there, where they were fighting one by one. And that's where, again, you only can really say this with the benefit of hindsight, but a traditional setup of just a pop, flash, out and towards long, actually just full blind then. He loses that fight. Or he panic sprays. Or he only gets one. But instead, because they are contacting, they don't have the proper spacing. That's too simple for him. 2-round buffer that 3D Max build back up. And they put so much pressure here. The MP9 up close. Gets one. excl sees a swing and he finds it. And he also gets the luxury of falling away. If Fnatic lose this round, their econ is shattered. They have to recover this.
Going to try via long, I suppose. It's the only area that they've really got control of. They sacrificed a lot to get here. Interesting move from 3D Max. They actually pull, like, everyone away to try and get mid control, or did they think it was going to be B? I suppose it is the former. However, team kill. But Blame makes that happen. excl is here close.
The HP.
Give your life away. He really wants to. He's right around the edge of the smoke. He's lost his teammate. It's just not quite enough. Chikazmo makes quick work of him. Fnatic stay hot on the heels.
What a recovery, by the way. That did not look good initially, especially that long control lost. And like we said for Fnatic, they had to win that round. If they didn't, their money was going to be all over the place. And thankfully they do, so they can stay within that reaching distance. Even though the buy is going to take a little bit of a knock, Fear has to pick up a Galil to get the full better util. Jambo going for the scout. So it's not as good as it could be. Gets close. Ollie down to keep Crims at bay. It's still one of these things where it's on a bit of a knife's edge, but this is what we like to call a swing round. Whoever wins this, you probably get a second as a bit of a freebie to follow it because money runs dry. This could be the most important round of this map.
Minute and 20 left on the clock. Some back and forth in terms of the utility, but no real game given away. Little bit of damage done onto Jambo. Replenishment of smokes here. Meanwhile, we've had some trickle out towards short to try and make something happen. Maka on the AWP is the last person you wanted to see. So a keen start for 3D Max. They might be able to do something with. There's a fair amount of utility for Fnatic to give a reaggress elsewhere. Meanwhile, the two-man out long.
What a play.
Is wild. They could get away with absolute murder here. This could be the round. Or the timing of it all, though, and it's the 5-7 to lead the charge.
Oh, no.
The M4 needed to be at the front. He's banged his mouse, and it's given them away. There's a trade there, but it's all, for me, down to Gravity on the site. He keeps them coming, and with the pistol, he shall not fall. You will not pass. And 3D Max hit double digits.
Well done from Gravity. What a round he's just had. Pulls out the pistol. The spray doesn't connect. It's labor to say the least. And just like that, he bails them out of a dicey, dicey spot. I guess the dink with his final remaining bullets. Gravity, what a player. What a round coming through from the youngster. And Maka will open things up once again. Fnatic there starting to be pulled apart at the seams. Like we said, that was a swing round. Fnatic have run dry in the finances. They've got a hero AK for Jambo, and that is as good as it gets. They've also gone for the force. It's a bold call by Fear here. To force by here, this is potentially map on the line. They've got to make this one stick. Crim hits the shot. So does Jambo. Not going to count them out just yet, but the Deagle's starting to miss. Where are those 50 cal bullets going?
Oh, I thought he was maybe going to drop down, but he's given the space. And the thing I had in my head when you see this buy come in, it's like you have to get the plant here. Yeah. You have to get the plant at the very least. Otherwise, you will have a tough ride of it, and it's perhaps, you know, force buying into oblivion or until you win. The plant does come in. That will ease things moving forwards, but there's certainly a chance for them to actually steal this round away. Recovered weapons. Fear with no armor. So we look to Crims. We look to Crims for Fnatic. Who else would it be? His head lost immediately, which is not the best look. Fear, then. His call, his idea! And they're not considering him at all! He goes completely overlooked, and it's as easy as it comes in the 1 versus 3. Oh my goodness, count your lucky stars. Fnatic steal the round and bring it within 1.
How have they got away with that? Well played from Fear. But this lineup, how do they overlook the possibility?
Oh man, someone's called that he's dropped CT or something.
Yeah, and he makes it known looking across that stage. He knows how big of a round that is. That was do or die for Fnatic. The force buy converted. And look at the knock-on effect. It's a lovely tag from Maka, but they are in a janky investment of their own. Double MP9, 5-7 Scout, and 1 premium M4. If 3D Max lose this, they lose the lead, and they could be gifting it over towards Fnatic. Gravity just on the edge there of falling early in towards the round. We had heroics from Fear, but we need somebody from 3D Max to step up if they want any chance of making this round work. They need something kind of miraculous of their own. But with how this game has panned out so far, I'm not even going to doubt it. This has been a crazy map 3.
Yes, and I think there's a lot in the air. I would perhaps like to see a timeout here just to, you know, even give us a chance to take a breath, but definitely themselves. Slow round here. As Fnatic, although they do have the upper hand in terms of the weaponry and the expenditure, they seem to be weary. They maybe don't have a full track of what this round looks like in terms of the buy. Blame F alone. Dry. Goodness me, with the round and maybe the game in his hands, will find the kill. Oh, man.
They're contacting up long.
It's been heard.
Short, Massa, yeah. Hang on, MP9 gets a dink, gets a kill. Still a little bit of life left in the round. We'll be looking Blame. He's just turning around. Oh my god, they're trying to fight the MP9. Oh, what's the decision? Look at the time.
After him.
5 seconds, they're chasing, and down he goes. What is happening in this game of Counter-Strike? Somehow, some way, 3D Max have salvaged this round and walked away with an 11th. This is the craziest game of Counter-Strike we've had so far, and in some sort of a fashion, Fnatic panic, and in the fluster of it all, they fall flat.
Insane. Absolutely insane. What is going on? I mean, it's the kills here from Exorcist to drop that bomb.
Yeah.
And someone's got to shout. Someone has to be like, you know, get the bomb, get going, get that plant.
Why are they fighting the top mid player as well?
Crazy.
Just go.
Yeah, it is crazy.
Just go.
And for a second there, I saw it was like 10 seconds. They picked up the bomb. I was like, oh, maybe, but just not quite enough.
My God, it's one of the games of all time. Not going to say it's one of the better ones, but this is entertaining.
Yes.
Are you not entertained is the question I propose to the crowd here, because this is...
But it's kind of like the, you know, where you've got like Bane and Pink Guy, you're not entertained, rather than like in the Coliseum. It's the more goofy version of that meme.
It's not Pedro Pascal really lighting it up in Gladiator 2, right? This is a whole different kettle of fish. This is carnage.
Unreal. Absolutely unreal.
We'll
see
again.
if we get some normalcy in these final few rounds. 3D Max have taken a timeout, even though they were the ones in the lead. I think they're also just like...
on a breather. Like,
honestly, let's just have 30 seconds of silence, guys. Let's just not say anything and bring it back down to reality, because this is now the time where they can take the game. The buy is awful. They're going to uncheck the angle. Oh, man. What is going on? Gravity gets away with 2. The support is here. Body's still alive at the back end of the site. And another somewhat questionable force buy. This time they are punished for it. And 3D Max have 3 rounds in which to close out their semi-final spot.
Well, Fnatic, it was do or die with that force. And it looks like it might be the latter. 3 rounds in a row required to take us to OT. And, you know, this game has got very kind of Nip Amcal vibes to it in a way.
Maybe. And let's not bring that up.
I'm not going to doubt that there might still be a little bit of life left in this. It's a full buy, but as full as it gets for Fnatic. It's just upgraded pistols. Let's see what they can do. I'm not going to discount them. There's been so much carnage here, but it's Maka again on the opener. On this CT side, Maka's been so consistent with these opening kills, and that could be slowly knocking the final nails into the coffin for Fnatic.
They have nothing to deal with this car player. Smoke comes in, Fear pushes through, Maka will spot out in strikes Exorcise. And surely that is the killing blow. Jambo in at middle, down he goes, and 3D Max will take it, locking themselves in. What an absolutely mental finish to that Dust 2. Back to the desk.
Absolutely a truly chaotic finish to that series between 3D Max and Fnatic. Very exciting how everything played out at the very end of Dust 2. We'll go into the specific details a bit later. Right now, though, Maui and Prof, let me just get your initial thoughts coming off that 3D Max victory.
The visceral feeling from that game is ridiculous. It's all over the place. My emotions were ping-ponging constantly. I couldn't believe that 3D Max lost some of the rounds that they did and won some of the rounds that they did. I feel like this had all of the excitement that I would have wanted from a playoff game, and I didn't know it was going to come in this package.
Yeah, it's a classic arena game, even though there's no crowd there. Like, it feels like everyone was under the pressure of the big lights, and plays were being made from start to finish. It's just plays on plays. There's no tactics. There's no team play. It just plays.
Also, not sort of like classic rifle or AWP plays. At the end, it was all about SMG, baby. It was like at least two or three of the rounds just hinging on those little guns, Mao. It was quite the bizarre sight.
I mean, you tell 3D Max that that gun got nerfed earlier this season, and they would just look the other way. I mean, Exorcise with the MP9 flank from long A, Gravity in the B bomb site, getting the multi-kill of his own. I mean, it was just ridiculous. It was so topsy-turvy towards the last seven rounds of this that I'm still bewildered. Like, I'm still trying to catch my breath.
I mean, this even the start here, 5-0 for 3D Max, and then Fear gets a 3K, a 3K, and a 2K in like consecutive rounds to put them on board and like get them into the CT half. 3D Max just started the half so easily, like body getting wall bangs, just the entries left and right, like nothing made sense. And then they started like, seems like a new trend for 3D Max, just to clown around a bit. They just clown around a bit on the TC. Everyone's doing their own thing a bit too much. And then, you know, the game got complicated, 8-7 here, and what is the spacing? What is spacing on that?
Yeah, just to remind everybody at home and add to the context that you're mentioning, Prof. Yeah, it was 3D Max. They go up 5-0. Maka had that AWP headshot down mid through double doors, and yeah, Body had that crazy wallbang. But Fnatic mainly worked their way back into it through Fear. Do you remember those 3 rounds Fear had where he was going crazy? I think it was on A long, Maui.
Yes. The thing is that 3D Max tried to keep up the pace in the first half. I mean, the first 5 rounds, you kind of should just write those off. Like, you won the pistol, you win the first gun round, but then they just said, okay, we're going to keep up the speed for the entirety of that T side. And that's really what allowed Fnatic back into that. They started throwing good counter utility. Fear started just kind of getting multi-kills because he knew what was coming next. And it wasn't until really they swapped to the CT side that 3D Max could finally get a mental reset and say, okay, wait a second, guys. We should have walked away from that half with way more rounds. They calmed themselves down. Plays were enacted, and it still actually got really close at the end.
Yeah, I mean, we have a few rounds towards the end. I think we highlighted 3 rounds in a row. Like, this is the swing round, guys. This is the swing round.
That's the most important.
This one is deciding what's happening.
Before we get into that, we're going to give Exorcise his highlights first. He's our player of the match. Yeah, finished with a solid 17 frags. And just to clarify as well, we're going to go to an interview before we get into the specific round. So when that happens, we better be ready for it, and the time is now.
但是好像并不如你们赛前所说的那样，好像这场比赛还是不太轻松的吧？现在什么想法 ，Lucky？
First, congratulations, you secure top 4. This game was not, as you mentioned before, Gravity mentioned before, it's going to be easy 1-2-0. Can you tell us more about, in your own words, about how do you feel about this game?
It was really close, really tough game. I think it could have gone both ways in the end, but just happy we managed to win. I don't think we're in our best form, like individually and all, but just happy we can still make semi-final here.
当然了，刚刚结束的这场比赛确实是双方实力非常的接近，并不是我们所想象的，或者是我们所说的会是非常简单的一个2比0。我们今天呢可以说是每一个选手5个选手都不是最好的一个状态，没有把最好的状态发挥出来。我只是很高兴，最终我们能够赢下这场比赛，因为其实在比赛的过程当中，我有感觉到好像双方都有机会拿下这场比赛的。
虽然你说好像5个人都没有进入到最好的状态，但是今天马卡他有非常多夸张的击杀，你怎么去评价他个人今天的表现
？Even though you mentioned you're not in your best form today, but we noticed that Maka has a lot of crazy kills and runs today. Can you give us some comments on his performance today?
I mean, it's his play styles. He's always gonna have those crazy rounds, crazy flicks, things like this. That's why we have him in the team. So yeah, happy he's always here to perform.
这就是马卡的打法呀，他打的就是这样的比较激进，然后他甩枪也非常的厉害，所以我们就很喜欢他这样的打法。他今天状态也是非常的不错，他带领我们赢下了这场比赛的胜利了。
当然我们刚才 Lucky 也提到了，今天比赛确实会有些焦灼，但尤其是 Train 和 Dust2 这2张地图，回顾你们小组赛的经历，也会在这2张图上显得有些焦灼。你是否会认为目前队伍在这2张图上的处理有一些问题呢？
Now we want to talk about your map pool. In the Dust2 and Train, seems like you struggle more than other maps. Do you feel that there's some space that you can improve as a team or individually?
Yeah, of course. I think Train has been a bit shaky for us. Dust2 has been a little bit better, I think. But I think we have a lot of work to do on Train, but I think we still can be a good team on it for sure, yeah.
没错呀，这2张图我们确实是稍微有一点点不足，然后2张图对比起来的话 ，Dust2 12这张图稍微好一点点，但是火车这张图确实是感觉我们在打的时候就有一点点摇摇欲坠，打的不是特别的好了。我们以后肯定会有更多的空间，也会去总结，然后也会去进步。这2张图确实是我们会去更加努力去钻研，但是我觉得我们还是可以发挥的，以后还是有机会发挥的更好的。
那也期待 3D Max 的改变了。那最后一个问题，因为你们现在晋级了，下一场的对决将会是 Liquid 液体。对于这场即将到来的比赛，明天的这场什么看法
？Now the last question to you is: tomorrow you're going to facing against Liquid. How do you view Team Liquid right now?
I think they're a good team. Obviously, they just made a change. It seems to work for them. So we're going to prepare the game. I think it's going to be a tough game, but we're going to give everything, and hopefully we can reach the finals.
现在的 Liquid 在经历过换人之后，感觉他们找到了最佳的打开方式。现在队伍发挥的都非常的不错，大家打的都非常好。那明天的比赛，我们觉得会是一场比较焦灼、比较难打的一场比赛。希望我们都能够发挥出最好的状态，赢下这场比赛，然后迈入我们下一轮的比赛。
太好了，那希望在后面的采访当中，仍然能够看到 3D Max 的队员能够来到我们的采访环节。再一次祝贺 3D Max 获得这场 BO3 的胜利。我们先把画面交还给分析席。
Bay for the questions, Dove translation, and Lucky for the insight. So Lucky noticing the close and tough nature of the game and saying it could have gone either way. We could illustrate that from those 3 rounds, but we shouldn't do that yet just because there's going to be an exit interview coming. But a fair assessment nonetheless by him.
I think that was a lot closer than 3D Max expected. I mean, Lucky himself had a pretty poor game today, so I'm sure he feels like he's just in the grinder the entire time.
Yeah.
Like he didn't break 30 kills over 3 maps, so he's probably just sweating his balls off, admittedly. But everybody else on 3D Max, they kind of started playing with house money at sometimes, Prof. Like, there was a lot of weird moments where they had these really solid leads, and then they just kind of start just kind of griefing it. Like, they started just pushing out a little uncharacteristically. Like, I like 3D Max a lot for their tactics, but when they get undisciplined, which they did at certain times in this matchup, that's when things really got close.
I'm curious how much of that is like a decision they made specifically like for this game as well, because like when you think about Dust2, I don't remember seeing anything from BlameF or Jambo, who are the 2 main players. And I think these are both 2 players that like to have things set and like understand what's going on to be at their best. And like maybe it was just 3D Max being like, let's just kind of play random to kind of piss these people off. Not literally, but like put them out of their zone, make them uncomfortable, because like when things get messy, we will win. And that's kind of, aside from 4 fear rounds that he had on this map, pretty much how the game went. Because there were a few rounds where Gravity just died for nothing. Like he was like, oh, I have a feeling that I can just get this kill on the guy rotating on A. he didn't. You know, they threw one flash, sent him in, he dies, and then the round fizzles out. But overall, I feel like maybe this was a purposeful attempt from 3D Max.
Got to cut you off there. Perfect timing, actually, and great points. But we need to head back down to the floor. We have an exit interview with Fnatic.
Nice one, Prof.
针对 Fnatic 的这场 BO3 最后的结果，并没有像你们所想的那样，所预期的那样。你怎么去总结这一赛段大家的表现呢？
Even though the result didn't come out really positive for Fnatic, but we saw your potential and you played really well today. How do you sum up this game?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a game we would have loved to win because they are a great team, and I think we had the chances today, but in the end it went their way. But for sure, if we would have won some of those anti-forces on the T side does too, I think it could have gone our way, but that's how it is. We also won some rounds that we maybe shouldn't have won, so very close game. They won it, and respect to them.
当然，今天的比赛还是两边实力非常接近的。在今天比赛当中，我们也感觉到我们是有机会赢的，但是我们在12这张图进攻方的时候有很多失误，然后我们并没有去处理好，然后对面也是抓住了我们失误的这些点，而且他们比我们今天打得更好一点，所以他们是值得尊敬的对手，他们今天赢下了比赛。
但从队伍的舰队来说的话，你们最近阵容轮换之后打出了还算不错的成绩，我不知道你是否个人是满意的。但同样，我想问问你对于未来队伍这样的阵容的可能性有没有什么预期？
Looking forward, the new roster, the lineup of Fnatic right now seems pretty positive. Do you see more potential of your team right now? And what's the next step for you or for your team?
For me, I see a lot of potential. I think both the last tournament in America and this tournament has been very good. So I think we're going in the right direction, but for sure we need a little bit extra because for us to really show our potential, I think we need to win those kind of games, like the big games, like we need to step up and win those important games. So I see a lot of potential. I think the team is going in the right direction, but we still need a little bit more, I can see, because as you saw today, we couldn't finish it out.
对于我个人来说，我觉得我们队伍还是有很大的潜力的，而且不管是在之前在美洲区的比赛，还是现在在中国的比赛，我觉得我们的队伍都打得还不错。我可以看到我们队伍未来更多的可能，但是我们需要的就是再努力一点，再使自己进步更多一点，然后我们能够拿下关键局的比赛才比较的重要。
刚才你也说了，看到了未来更多的可能性，而且你们最近也展现出来了很强的对于回到一线队伍、一线练习的这种渴望。所以你觉得这段路的话还要多久呢？
In the previous interview, your team, you mentioned that you crave to go back to the tier 1 team. You crave to go back to top 10. Do you feel there's still a long way to reach there, or do you feel you're very close?
It's both ways. Like there's a long way, but it's also pretty close. I think we have 2 good tournaments coming up. One of them is the major. We just need to show a good showing in those 2, and I think we're gonna be back into a good spot. You can call it tier 1 or whatever you want, but for me, if we just play good at these next 2 tournaments, we'll be probably where Fnatic wants to be.
可以说是这么近那么远，但是同时我们这两种形容都可以描述吧。可以说我们离得很近了，也可以说我们离得很远。但是接下来我们会有2场非常重要的比赛，特别是其中还有一个 Major。我希望 Fnatic 能够在 Major 上面能够给大家更多的比较满意的表现，然后我们才可以达到我们 Fnatic 想要达到的高度。你可以称之它为是世界1线强队，你也可以称之它为排名多少前几的队伍都不重要。我只是希望能够达到我们 Fnatic 内心希望的那个名次。
太好了，那最后一个问题，Blamef， 你知道你在中国有很多的粉丝，大家都喜欢叫你大壮啊。那对于中国的这些粉丝而言，以及支持你们的，你有什么想说的？
All right, the last question is for the fans supporting you, especially Chinese fans. They love to call you Da Zhuang. And then, is there any words you want to give to your fan support?
Yeah, just thank you so much for the support. I think the whole team feel it from the Chinese fans down here. We love it when you guys come up to us. Like, don't ever hesitate. Just come up, and we are very happy to see you, give you autograph pictures, whatever, talk to you. It's very nice. You guys are very kind down here, so we really appreciate the support.
感谢所有支持我们的粉丝，包括来自全国各地的粉丝。如果你们看到 Fnatic 的话，不要觉得很害羞，可以上来要签名、要合照都没有关系的。我们很喜欢大家给我们的这些支持和厚爱，然后我们也希望后面能够有更精彩的比赛来回馈大家。
感谢 Blamef， 也再一次把祝福给到 Fnatic， 希望他们能在后面的比赛当中越打越好。我们先进入一段场歇，后续的 BO3 更加精彩。稍事休息，等会儿回来。
Great to hear from Blame F. I missed, I think it sounded like he has a specific nickname in China. It'd be great to know what that is. Very humble there in defeat. The first thing I'd like to bounce off of is believes they're going in the right direction and that there's definitely further potential, like a higher ceiling to be reached. But earnestly, he said they need to win. But to do that, they need to win matches like this. Maui, what are your thoughts?
Well, I like the question actually from the Chinese interviewers about the top 10 position, because 3D Max really, as I labeled them earlier in this tournament, as I've said in the past at other tournaments, they're gatekeepers. And today they erected the wall. They kept the gate. That's a way to put it, Prof.
Yeah.
And honestly, for Fnatic, I mean, they were close, but it was almost kind of by virtue of 3D Max maybe sometimes playing down to their level a little bit. And so I think Blame F rightly recognizes that there's a lot that they really need to do to truly be a top 10 team. Even if you beat 3D Max today, who is by all metrics the 10th best team in the world, it's still much more than just beating them one-off or having a close game. You need to find consistency, and Fnatic are a ways away from finding that.
Yeah, and I think that's understandable considering this is the first tournament they play with this 5, right? They had Cypher with Jacasmo, now Crims and Jacasmo. Before that, Jacasmo wasn't in the combination, right? Came in as a stand-in for Fragadelphia, and now he's seems to be a permanent fixture on the lineup. So I guess this is the 5 that they're moving forward with. I still have some questions about that, and that will be answered before the major, as they said. But I think it's a good baseline to build off of. And I mean, Fnatic has been off of my radar for so long. It's been kind of depressing. Like even last year when they got to Shanghai, it felt like more of a one-off than anything else. And this lineup does seem to have the right elements to move forward. Blame F, that signing was huge. Jambo, obviously the biggest signing in Fnatic's history, money-wise. They said this, right? So they're moving in a good direction, and let's see if they can live up to the name of Fnatic.
Yeah, indeed. What happens next with Fnatic, I guess only time will tell. Guys, let's turn back the clock slightly and look at 3 crazy rounds, 3 swing rounds that happened back to back to back that sort of ended up giving 3D Max exactly what they needed to win out. Starting with round 18, Gravity 3K on the B site.
What is going on here? What is going on here? Like the first kill, okay. The second kill, obviously the dude, I think it was Flash was coming in, and that's why he swung so wide. And Jambo was a scout plus a pistol. I think he thought the guy was low, so it was messy.
Yeah, crazy. Then we get into round 19. Fnatic swing it back, Maui.
I couldn't believe it. I was fuming. I was legitimately fuming when I was watching this because they lose track of where Fear is in that moment. And then, yeah, into round 20, let's just go tit for tat and tit for tat again. Why not?
Yeah.
I mean, Exercise ratty moment, another ratty play from Exercise here. And also going for the last guy so aggressively is just a disrespect on top of. There's no reason for him to be rushing down this guy. He really doesn't need to.
That's just gratuitous violence.
He just doesn't need to do that at all. But yeah, he doesn't.
Definitely an argument to be made here that, you know, if 3D Max don't swing that round 20, again, that off the back of round 19, this could have been Fnatic's matchup. Very possibly.
I mean, we just saw 3 rounds back-to-back that were all just kind of on a knife's edge.
Yeah.
And that's why Blame F probably thinks they were incredibly close. That's why Exercise, or no, it was Lucky actually, in the post-game interview, recognized how close they were to losing that one. I mean, 3D Max, to me, they don't usually lose games like that. They usually can reel themselves back in. So I'm glad that they were able to pull it over the edge.
Guys, in terms of final thoughts, why don't we look ahead to that semi-final and briefly touch upon 3D Max versus Liquid. 3D Max in their current form, do you think they have what it takes to beat out Liquid, Prof?
I think so. I think they have a lot more, time together, which is going to make a big difference. I think obviously Liquid have very, very skilled players who can turn around a game, and especially a game on a stage. But I think 3D Max will take it here, and that'll be, the big ticket match of the tournament.
Maui?
I'm doubling down on my prediction that 3D Max are going to win the tournament. I totally see the way that Liquid win this game. They just create a little bit more chaos. They stop some of the hard executes from 3D Max. But when it comes to just the polish from 3D Max, when they actually are locked in and they're not just kind of letting these rounds just go haywire, then I think that they have more of a system that they can rely on, which will carry them through the moments.
Gentlemen, as always, thank you for your thoughts. All right, everybody, up now. We're going to have about an hour break. Then, when we'll be back, you'll be back in the hands of Richard Lewis, Vendetta, and Dust. And the next series will be Legacy versus FUT. The question is, will it be a case of a foot in the mouth, or will Legacy be able to shut the FUT up?
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
Let's go.
Welcome back to the CS Asia Championships for 2025. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. We're about to get into the second best of three of the day. Joining me on the desk to set it up, finally, I've missed you. It is Dust Murray.
Indeed.
The analyst that most people are allergic to. Dust.
I get what you
Dust allergies. See what I'm doing
Well
there?
done, well done.
I haven't got anything for you, Ven.
Yeah, I was about to say.
We've been working together all week now. So it's like just familiarity breeds contempt.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you could have workshopped my first name into anything like that, I would have been massively surprised.
We did good on the first 2 days, but you know, it's like I'll just run out of material.
That's
now, so.
completely
But
fair.
how are you? I'm sure you're super excited about this because we have a playoff game that I don't think any of us expected we'd be talking about by now, right?
Yeah, certainly not. I mean, I think that a lot of people anticipated that FUT would probably have a rough go of this one, you know, with this only being their second LAN as a team and their first LAN being at a much smaller event that did not go well at all for them. But they managed to fend off FaZe on a couple of occasions and wind up here in the lower bracket, quarterfinal against Legacy. So it should be a good time.
Yeah, and you can see as well on your screen with the playoff bracket, we just had 3D Max. They kind of powered through in the end, probably the best way to say it. Gonna be honest, wasn't the greatest Counter-Strike played, but it doesn't matter. You just have to win. Sometimes winning ugly is good.
Yeah, and I think it was fair to say that it was definitely ugly. At least like the last 5 to 7 rounds of Dust 2. Not the highest quality, but definitely entertaining and full of suspense. But yeah, they did what a favorite's meant to do, which is, you know, make it to the next stage, regardless of how it necessarily looks.
Still the favorite for you, 3D Max? Do you like him there?
I mean, I think against Liquid, with how unproven Liquid has been, the fact that they look a little bit shaky, I would say, against Legacy and, you know, their match to get directly promoted to the playoffs, I think you probably do give them a slight nod. But I do think that often what happens with 3D Max is they go in matchups where they're just outmatched firepower-wise. And I think that up against Liquid, the talent that they have, if they can just get it together, I could very easily see Liquid surpass them for their grand finals appearance.
And we will see. Talking about firepower, let's talk about FUT for this series. I mean, there's a lot of firepower on the server, but I think FUT is the surprise package for me in terms of that. I think I've seen players that I kind of knew from, you know, tier 2 academy level, but now they're transitioning into being these like tier 1.5, maybe more kind of level of players. And there's certainly 1 or 2 names that I think have really caught the eye at this event.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I think even though he had a bit of a rough start to the tournament, Demon has kind of really gotten into his own, and he was the one, you know, leading the charge for them in their online games and whatnot previously as well. So it's great to see that he's kind of found his stride. That's definitely going to be needed for FUT if they're going to have a shot at actually toppling Legacy in a BO3. But like you said, yeah, they've had more strengths to play off of than I would have expected, whether it's Symmetry on the op, whether it's Slonks having like pretty big impact rounds, you know, pistols, whatnot. It's been a pretty good showing. And then Krabeni actually having pretty high output in terms of like pure fragging for an in-game leader. Like,
I was going to say, Mr. Krabs, he's got the secret formula.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have to kind of just celebrate what FUT's already been able to accomplish here in Shanghai. I mean, this is a team that is not that far removed from being Navi's academy team, you know, so essentially a feeder squad with Makaze being the only one that obviously wound up on the main team. But what's kind of happened with that move is Makaze's departure opened up more space for Demon to become more of a star player. He used to be kind of more of a passive guy, kind of a cleanup crew man. Now he's more involved in actually being able to trade off of people like Rabini and Locks. And, you know, this is a team that was pretty much online only. I mean, I think before Birch Cup, you know, Demon and Symmetry had never even played a LAN in their entire life. You know, then all of a sudden they go to Birch Cup, a small event, don't do so well, obviously losing to Ents and ESC, but now they've come here, and yes, we know FaZe has had their woes, but still, for a team at the level of FUT to be able to beat veterans like that, you know, is still remarkable. And then they also beat a Pain team that just made a major playoff not that long ago. So I think that you have to
could
be
win
impressed.
any tournament, according to them.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to be impressed with what FUT's been able to put together here, and I think they should put up a good fight against Legacy.
Yeah, I've been very impressed. I mean, you know, if you play FaZe 4 times, and you sort of take 3 maps from them. That speaks for itself, even with all of the problems FaZe have had. And when we were looking at this, we were picking out the teams we expected to go home early. FUT were the first name down. I mean, I don't think any of us on our predictions.
No, it's pretty much like FUT, Huns.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Yeah, they're going to show up. They might have a good map, and that's going to be it. And you can kind of try to find, some positives out of that, and always talk about how they're gaining experience and whatnot. But for the better part of it, no expectations of them making it this far. And then, like I said, it hasn't been an easy bracket. Yeah, sure, Pain and FaZe not in the best form of their lives, but they're still way more experienced squads with players who from what we've seen in the past had way higher individual level than any of the FUT players. So it shouldn't have happened, but it's really cool that it did.
I think one of the other things I just kind of want to note real quick is what I'm happy to see from FUT is that they're playing the same Counter-Strike that I see them play online. I think a lot of times when teams get into environments like this, they get a little bit rattled and they play a little bit more timid than what they normally do. But I feel like what FUT's strength has been that kind of propelled them up the rungs of the online CS ladder was the fact that they played a very calculated, aggressive style of play, a lot of sets plays out of spawn, pretty deep playbook, honestly. I think they're still a little bit shaky with how they handle some of their mid to late round situations when they're stuck in default or having to kind of figure out a 3v3, but that just comes with reps and experience, in my opinion. I think that at least their initial game plans look just as mindful as what I saw them doing online.
I think that's a cool thing as well, because I think it was very evident versus FaZe. And again, I don't think it often gets touted as a bit of a slight towards team that I know they only do stuff out of spawn. They have set XX, like that kind of thing. But no, that's a solid base to start off of. And you can see like you mentioned what happens when they get into 2v2s, 3v3s, late round scenarios. And we did see that versus FaZe as well. Like some players kind of losing track of what's going on around them at times, maybe getting a little bit, caught up in the moment, and then running out into FaZe players kind of waiting for them, not necessarily having the patience that you'd see more experienced players have, and that putting them in difficult spots. But they managed to prevail. They managed to get through all of that. So if they're learning series by series, that's amazing stuff to bring with them going forward.
And I do want to remind everyone at home, they were talking about winning the whole tournament already. It was good to see. There was a really cool interview with Demon yesterday, in case you missed it. But Legacy, on the other hand, it's kind of an interesting time for Brazilian Counter-Strike. Furia have won a tournament this year, but they've done it after moving into an international lineup technically. Right, and that seems to be something that's happening. But obviously, with Legacy now, we're kind of wondering who has the best all-Brazilian lineup in Brazil. And people might be thinking MIBR. They had some good results, but Legacy have looked really impressive to me, I think.
I'll make it easy for you. Legacy are the best fully Brazilian team in the world right now, especially with Made in Brazil going the international route on their own mind, picking up Clem and Kickert. So really Legacy is what's left. And it was pretty evident early this year that they were in that position. I mean, they were dominating online within their region. They were qualifying for some of the big events like Dallas and, like Bucharest, obviously, earlier this year where they upset Liquid in the group stage at that event. But, the big moment for them was obviously the major, where they very nearly made those playoffs. I mean, it was a very tight loss to Mouse Sports in that final game where they nearly could have done it. They beat Vitality. They beat some big scalps to do it. But this season, they haven't really been able to reach the same heights. Nearly made playoffs of EPL before this event. Had to win over Furia, actually. So kind of mentioning the team that you were kind of talking about. So they've had their moments and they have a lot of talent, but it's just about finding that consistency. I think is still something that they're searching for.
Yeah, and to me, it feels like they're still in that middling phase where we know that they have, the capability in them to actually, take it to really, really solidified, experienced tier 1 teams, but you don't get to see them as often as you maybe would have liked. And that's in part because of their inconsistencies, right? They're not in a position where VRS is just going to have them slotted in for each and every tournament. And, that is a battle that they have to kind of deal with, because I would have loved to see Legacy basically being a bit of a mainstay, because they do feel like they have such a high ceiling that it's not going to be easy to play versus them, or you can never feel confident about how it's going to go. Like when you have Dumal Lotto firing on all cylinders, that's just a tough matchup regardless.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that duo. I mean, obviously you saw the stats there for the last 3 months at the bottom, and it didn't look too impressive. I think you have to kind of take into account that obviously some of these games are going to be difficult. You can see Dumal there with the flex, absolutely he should be flexing, because I think he can take over games. It's just that he's had some like quiet maps and stuff while he's been out here. But I think he's such a great momentum-based player. If he gets going, he can take over a game and really knock you out.
I just think that Legacy have a nice distribution of where their talent lies. I mean, obviously you have someone like Dumal, who's an incredibly aggressive rifler, does a lot of opening duels and is very successful at it. Actually, probably one of the better entry fraggers we've seen on LAN throughout the course of this year. Lux comes in, a fresh IGL coming from Pain, also an aggressive guy. And then you have Lotto, who kind of slots somewhere in the middle, who can be a nice trade fragger, but also can help you those mid to late round moments. And then Nissim is kind of that cleanup crew guy, and he's actually playing some very fantastic Counter-Strike this event. So they're really kind of firing on all cylinders at just the right time, and this is their chance to make their deepest playoff run yet.
Yeah, Maui put me on to Nissim. He was like saying, like, watch him kind of at this event. He's like, he definitely has a lot of respect for his game, and it's like you say, he's a cleanup guy, a closer. He's somebody that seems to not get as much attention. I'll just bring up FUT while they're going to be on here. I mean, obviously we've talked about Cemetery and we've talked about Demon, but like they do seem to be a pretty well-rounded team, Ben.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And again, for like all the issues they have on small areas of their I guess game, if you want to put it that way, they do have people who kind of like fill their spots every now and again. So even though you might have players who are more, I guess, comfortable on certain maps, like one thing that comes to mind is Jugs, right? Like
I love Jugs.
Yeah. We all do. He didn't really seem like too comfortable on Dust 2, but then you have him stepping up in a big way, on other maps.
And pronouncing his name.
It is. Nope. Listen, I thought it was Jugs because that's what the cast was. I went to HLTV and confirmed that it had the pronunciation guide, and it is Jugs. So I'm going to say Jugs. Huge fan of Jugs. That's all I have to say. Perfect. But, just to kind of go through the players that you're talking about, I mean, first of all, Krabini, really solid fragging IGL. One of those entry IGLs that actually can create openings and not just be a sacrificial lamb for his stars. So that's been huge for them, I think. And look, I also think that since we're on the topic of Jugs, let's talk about the fact that this guy is only 16 years old. He's from Lithuania, a country that's not really well represented in CS. And, again, not much experience, really hadn't played hardly any LANs before now. And he has kind of molded himself into that lurker role and has been pretty solid throughout the course of this event.
Yeah, I think overall that he's been better than I would have expected. Again, you can still see like where inexperience comes into play and where he kind of loses track of where he's at in a game. But yeah, if you give him room, he's going to be able to punish you. And I think that just overall, it's a much higher average level on this FUT team than I expected going into it. Like it hasn't necessarily been, it has to be Demon to perform, otherwise they're screwed. No, like you do have so many of the other players actually being able to kind of join in and make this a competitive squad, which is really, really fun to see. And again, I thought maybe, getting into playoffs, maybe that's going to be a bit of a nerve-wracking affair, etc. I think they're going to be fine. Like they seem pretty level-headed. Demon seemed confident to say the least. So
I just want to put one more note about Demon, because I mean, I know we've been singing his praises, but I just want to make people understand like how much this guy actually pivoted the role that he plays on this team. Like back when Makaze was on the squad, that was their main initiator, their main entry fragger, and it was a situation where, Demon was very much just kind of regarded as like an extremity player, wasn't taking a whole lot of opening duels. He was almost kind of in a similar position to what Jugs is now. Yeah. But now he's come in and he has increased his entry output by a huge margin, actually, and he's been very successful. And I think that's what's great about, his ability to be that versatile. It really kind of makes it to where Lonks, who is kind of their new entryman, doesn't have to do it all the time, right? It kind of brings down and makes it a little bit more of a balanced game for everyone on the team, and it really helps everyone thrive.
Yeah, he definitely had some impactful rounds yesterday as well. Lonks, you can argue, probably put them into the playoffs with one-round play on Dust 2.
Yeah, final round on Dust 2 in the first half, and then obviously started the pistol round in the second half by getting multi-kills as well. So he's definitely had impact, and again, even though his overall rating doesn't necessarily reflect that, he's been very, very important for this FUT squad to be where they are, which is really, really fun.
And it is worth pointing out as well, when you're in that kind of that tier 1.5, as we're kind of naming it, you are going to really have to battle away for next season. I mean, like, this isn't going to dictate anything about the upcoming major, but if you overperform at a tournament like this, you might get invited to another tournament, and you can snowball from there. Now we go to China for some pre-match interviews here.
Lux 对面你们的对手2次把万众瞩目的 FaZe 干碎，这是否会让你们对他们有所忌惮？
This is a team that beat up FaZe twice. Does that give you any concern?
Yeah, I think they're a new team as us, so they have a great aim, some new tactics, new IGL as well. So yeah, it kind of gave a concern. We had to study them a lot, and yeah, I think it will be a great match. And yeah, let's see.
当然了，我觉得对面是一支非常强大、非常优秀的队伍，他们有新的指挥，他们是一个新的队伍，他们的枪法很准，他们有很好的战术，所以这场比赛，我觉得，我们在比赛当中见吧。
比赛当中见到的还有一个问题，对面展现出来了非常强大的对枪能力，所以在对局当中，你准备怎么去限制他
？As you mentioned, they're accurate, they're very aggressive, they're very sharp. What kind of technique you have to stop them from this?
I think we need to be even sharper, have more in, and yeah, that's how we play. We play aggressive. They do the same. So yeah, let's see. I think it will be a fast game. I don't know which one gonna win, but yeah, it'll be a crazy game, and yeah, that's it.
我觉得我们就是需要打得更快，进攻更猛，枪法更准啦。然后这场比赛可能会结束得非常快，谁赢谁输不太能说，不太确定。但是我们应该会在比赛当中打得很激烈。
会不会是一场快速的比赛呢？我们只能对局中见了。祝你好运 ，Lux， 也祝福 Lexi。
Great to hear that. It's going to be a quick game. They're sharp. We need to be sharper. I'm just filling here while they walk over. But yeah, nice and confident. Love to see that.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that myself. This is going to be a pretty fiery game, pretty fast-paced, a lot of quick action, so going to be lovely. As we got the veto coming up, no surprise there. I think Legacy should ban Ancient here, and they do. That's a very smart move for them. Both teams were known for banning Train, and so Legacy gets away with one there by being able to ban Ancient.
Yeah, FUT picking Mirage, that makes sense, and then we should see Inferno, which we do.
I'm like that
kind of
pick.
now excited to see what we end up as a third. Legacy banning Overpass, that makes sense for me, and yeah, Nuke disappearing at the very end. That's probably the best FUT could have done in this veto.
Yes.
I'm still going to favor Legacy, though.
Yeah, I think Mirage is common ground. Obviously, FUT, being able to beat FaZe, being able to beat Pain in this tournament back-to-back is a pretty solid showing. And they've always been a very good Mirage team in regional online play. They have a load of games underneath their belts in officials. Legacy, obviously, though, also very good on Mirage. And then Inferno, they've won their last 7 out of 10 games and against some good opposition, including Vitality at the major. So that's not a map that FUT really play a whole lot. In fact, I don't know if they've ever played a single lane game on Inferno before.
I've already made the point in this event. I think Legacy on Inferno is one of those, like, you want to try and avoid that if possible.
Yeah.
But I think, obviously, the way they went in the veto, this is probably, like you say, as good as FUT could have done.
Yeah. I don't think they had too many options to kind of flex around and play around with it. I think Train is, again, they showed that they didn't really want to float it for too long versus FaZe, so no reason for them to kind of start fiddling around with it now.
We go back and now we hear from FUT Esports.
现在这是你们第一次舞台比赛，坐在这里感觉如何？
This is your first match on the stage in the LAN. Can you tell us how does it feel in your own words?
For sure, it's I would say I'm happy that I'm here sitting to my boys and we are ready to win. So yeah, I'm happy.
坐在这里当然很开心啦，和我的队友们和我的小伙子们一起坐在这里，我就很高兴，我们一起来，希望赢下这场比赛。
哇，其实我觉得这个感觉特别的棒啊！我感觉可能基本不是一个特别善于表达的，但是他很想去的比赛当中给对手来上一次非常强烈的碰撞。那当然，你们是第一次交手，所以你准备几比几拿下他们，去开启你们的开门红。
This is the first game you play against each other, against Legacy. What's your prediction of this game, or how hard are you going to smash them?
I don't have any expectations for this game, but I'll just say our team gonna put 100% to win this game, and I will put also.
我并不能准确地告诉大家我的预测或者这场比赛是一个什么样的情况，但是我会告诉大家，我的队伍准备好了100%的火力和实力，我自己也是100%的火力和实力。
我们都听到了 100%， 100%。我们也希望 Demon 也希望 FUT 能够在对局当中展现出来最好的实力。我们服务期见。
100%, good, just as well. But at least he didn't say 110% because I hate that. But anyway, no, a slightly tempered level of expectation there from yesterday, where he was very confident and talking about winning the whole tournament. But it is different when you're on that stage. And you've got to remember, this is a team, they don't have a lot of stage and crowd and lights experience. I mean, zero, exactly.
Like, again, they didn't make it far enough in Birch Cup. And obviously, Birch Cup wasn't in an arena like this one. So, indeed, this will be the first arena playoff for anyone on that table for FUT Esports. And so, definitely a tall task ahead of them to kind of put that in their back of their head. But so far, so good, passing the other test of being, put into the LAN environment, being able to beat a very experienced team like FaZe to find these playoffs. And so, again, I think we should have a nice fiery fight against Legacy.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, they were able to kind of adapt, it's mentally speaking versus FaZe. I kind of like the approach that Demon has, at least for this first map, which is, I'm here with my boys. We're going to have a good time. Like, just make the most out of the moment because, again, this is a new experience for them. So you try to make the most out of it.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun game on Mirage, I think. I mean, it's one of those things where FUT just has such a deep playbook on their T side. Very good at playing multiple different variations of defaults, but also, as we mentioned earlier, a lot of nice set plays out of spawn, very aggressive stuff. I think the one thing that's going to be the test for them, though, is that Legacy play a very dynamic, aggressive CT side. They're going to be overstacking areas. They're going to be pushing areas, and they could maybe try to upset that foundation that FUT's trying to build from, and that's where FUT are going to have to try to find those mid-round reactions to get back into their game plan.
Yeah, so what you're seeing on the screen there with Praveni being, the in-game leader going first out into mid, and then you see Dumao, casually placed on catwalk. That's going to be a battle you see a lot of. Like, whether Dumao makes it there through, like, running up through mid or jumping out of window up to catwalk and then being accompanied by Lux. I think that's going to be like a tone-setting duel, really, to put it that way. And I think if Legacy kind of get the better of it, then I'm really interested to see how FUT actually adapt to it. Because when Dumao catches fire, like you said,
that's the thing that worries me. Legacy is so momentum-based.
Yeah,
it's like if FUT don't like start well, you do feel this map could get away from them, even though it's,
it could be quick.
And they have all the experience.
I think another kind of point to talk about with the CT side is the fact that they had the luxury of like Nissim and Lotto being such great anchors. It really allows that freedom that you're talking about for to really shine through. So yeah, this is going to be a tough test for FUT. It is their pick. They're trying to put their best foot forward. Again, I like their game planning and playbook that I've seen out of them since they've been coming up together. But again, I think Legacy's going to try to throw a couple of wrinkles in their game plan by trying to get in their face, and we'll see how FUT respond.
Well, you heard it as well in the interview. This is going to be, we have to be sharper, and we think this could be a quick game. That sort of suggests that we might see some aggression on the CT side.
Oh, yeah. It's basically the bread and butter of Legacy in so many ways. And yeah, it's primarily going to be through Dumao and Lux to start us off through middle. But yeah, you're going to see everyone kind of like feel out the game and see if they can get aggressive advantages on the CT side of them. And I wouldn't expect anything else from FUT as well once we swap over sides.
And once we swap sides, it's also just important to point out that once Legacy get on that T side, they hardly ever default. You never really know what you're going to get. I mean, they are a team that's going to immediately throw like some type of 4-1 or 3-2 split down your throat. They're going to be very assertive. And they have this very oppressive play style where, as you've already kind of indicated, when they have the confidence, the momentum, they just keep going. They don't stop. They're very decisive. And I think a lot of teams would maybe belittle a squad that, just plays fast all the time. But it's like, no, if you know how to appropriately space, appropriately trade off of each other, and you're using the right utility, as you can see here, again, it's that Dumao-Lux combo that really opens them up. And then it allows Lotto to kind of pick and call his shots, like whether he wants to creep underpass, try to make a play, whether he wants to poke up or B. And then they also just let him slot into that trade fragging position behind Dumao and Lux. That's just such a nice, 1-2 punch to have to crack open these sites. And so it's definitely going to test that FUT defense in the second half.
Can we talk a little bit about the AWPers? I feel we haven't talked about Legacy's AWPers a lot.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it because we haven't really talked about Sadsin at all. And this is partly because he does become a little bit, it takes a little bit of the background dancer role when you have, firepower, the firepower of Dumao and Lotto, and now we've had Nissim having such a great event. But Sadsin, this is a great opportunity for him because out of all the Legacy players, statistically speaking, he's their strongest performer on Mirage, which is, the one map where he has that going for him. But again, like, it is a map that allows for oppers to kind of feel their way and kind of pick their points where they actually want to try to find openings, whether it's on the CT or T side, in a pretty easy way, if you want to put it that way, much different from other maps. So Sadsin definitely going to play a big part in that, especially if we don't get to see the aggression working out.
We're going to see if you're right. We're ready to get into the action. Henry G and Dinko with this one.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. Legacy versus FUT Esports. I think Legacy have suddenly become a bit of a dark horse for the event, Henry, looking on their side of the bracket.
I mean, after FaZe has been removed earlier on by this very team, FUT, I feel like they might be one of the absolute favorites here.
Yeah, okay. Well, you got FUT, I've got Legacy, I guess. So let's see how this goes down. We've got Legacy on the CT side, FUT on the T side. They're going to be charging over towards B quite heavily. A couple of players heading into the underpass.
All right, then. Bit of Mirage to kick things off. They pick a FUT's CT side. And we will see Nissim. He's had a great tournament so far, Dinko. He's looked very good. Continues to impress. Opening kill. Takes down the in-game leader. And we have got Dumao defend this B bomb site. Looks like a clean open runway as well to find these headshots. It's no problem. Smooth sailing so far. What can you even say about this one? They barely make a dent. There will be no bomb plant. And it's Cemetery who will be dealt with momentarily. It's a very clean pistol here.
Yeah, Cemetery going to go try and get out of the balcony, and he is flanked out by Lux. So Legacy with the pistol, not a single player dies. You're absolutely right. That was just so comfortable. Not much really to say about it. I think for FUT Esports, it's a great result yesterday against FaZe Clan, but I have to say, you know, it isn't the FaZe that strikes fear into your hearts. It isn't going to be that FaZe that has all the practice and some set pieces available.
But it's against Navi Jr., Dinko.
Yeah, it's true. But, you know, I think Legacy is actually a more difficult opponent coming into this competition. I think Legacy is more fleshed out, more well developed as a team.
That is fair, but yeah, still feel like a game FaZe should be comfortably winning. But yeah, FUT's definitely impressing. They are going to be force buying here in the second round with no bomb plant. Execution. They've got a lot of set pieces, this squad, and they've actually made a decent entrance in towards the A side here, but the Famous should be able to find 2, if not 3. It's going to be Lato with the double, Dumao. That tag team duo. And it looks like we might be done here. It's going to be the M4. A labored spray, but gets the job done. Zoogs, or are we going with Jugs or Zoogs?
Well, Dust has told us, as the official man on the scene, he's saying Jugs. He's really going for that.
Jugs.
So I think we make Dust happy. We call him Jugs. How about that?
If you want to do it, you're the boss.
Yeah, you want to we make Dust happy? No, Dust is the boss. I'm just his subordinate.
Okay, fair enough.
He is the big boss.
Why don't we go with Jugs? Put him another Z in.
Jugs.
Jugs.
Jugs. Okay.
Jugs. All right, then. Well, that was another anticlimactic round, I'm afraid. Nothing really found that. I think they've got a single kill for Jugs. That's about it. 2-0. Going to be 3.
Yeah, no problem here for Legacy. A clean start coming into Mirage. Like what Halva was saying on the desk there about Sadzin, you know, sometimes going under the radar could be a bit quieter because you've got so many solid riflers on the team. But Sadzin is the Opera Mirage, could be their top player.
Yeah.
So excited to see how he performs on the CT side.
That's why he's going for this aggressive play of the MP9, trying to farm as much cash as possible. Doesn't even matter if he goes down. He wants the orb going forward. Does he check the cubby? Now he does, and it's going to be more and more money farmed here. Might be suffering from success. He's got almost $9,000. MP9. Does he just drop the SMG?
Have you seen a better start than this in a long time? 1 death.
It's as good. Oh, he does throw away the MP9.
Yeah, he's like, I've got so much money, screw it. I'm getting the AWP out. I want to bring the hurt to FUT Esports as quickly as possible. All right, 8K's out. This is a team we really liked watching yesterday against FaZe. They had some decent starts to maps for esports. Well, I'm going to have to see how this first gun round sets up.
They have had some disasters as well. Against FaZe, they were, what, 9-3 down? Did come back to win it.
Yeah, that's true. On Mirage.
On Mirage. So, a tenacious team. But as Dust mentioned, this is their second LAN. First time on the big stage. I feel like the Cinderella story might be coming to an end. This is a different environment. You can't get as riled up. You don't have the comfort of the hotel room. Even though there's no crowd, Dinko, it's a very different environment.
Yeah, no crowd yet. I mean, it's pretty unfortunate. You play your way into the playoffs. You still have to wait another day to play in front of a crowd. Yeah. Still got one more game to go. Sure, you play in an arena. It's there. It's available. And taking the time, FUT Esports could be going through the motions, getting out through underpasses, lounges, teammates coming up through catwalk. Very common position to spam over the top of that smoke.
Well, it's a very, very strong start for Legacy. Nissim, the surprise package for this tournament as well, and it's going to be double headshots, but no kills found.
All right, well, that's the round. FUT Esports hitting real hard. Demon, I mean, he's the play that a lot of people have been talking about. You know, I think he had some better moments yesterday, obviously, against FaZe Clan.
Yeah, not the greatest tournament, but yeah, yesterday actually had a very important, strong showing.
Yeah, good attitude as well in the interviews. Bit of a cold killer, really.
Yeah, he said they thought they could win the whole tournament.
Yeah. Well, I think they could. I mean, their own. If you win this game, either team got to fancy the chances against a Heroic or playing with a stand. Even though Hades is the top point player, but
it is definitely the more forgiving side of the bracket.
Yeah. The other side is Liquid. In the semifinals, it's going to be 3 max Liquid. That's a tough game.
That's a good semi.
I think whoever wins that is going to win the tournament, to be honest.
Do you believe in a liege?
Yeah, I do, actually.
Fair enough. But there it is. Very convincing round there from FUT. They run great fundamental strategies. Their defaults are quite strong. We saw in Dust 2 yesterday. If you remove the nameplates, you would consider them to be a tier 1 team. They're looking very good with their standard protocols. They're running all the same sort of plays. They've got very sharp aim. And they seem to be able to clutch up as well when it really matters. We did see a couple of disasters against FaZe. The 1v4 against BroQ, the Tech9 comes to mind. That's when the fundamentals broke down a little bit, but they did recover and win an eco of their own. So it was all good. Managed to win the series. And we've got a little maybe tech issue by the looks of things there.
Yeah, definitely a tech issue. We'll get this one fixed as soon as possible. Looking at the rest of the map video, if you are just tuning in, wondering what maps we've got available. We've got Mirage, Inferno, Dust 2. So Mirage is actually the pick of FUT, so it hasn't necessarily been the cleanest map for them. They've shown some proficiency on it. Inferno up next for Legacy. And as I said, Dust 2 is the decider. Dust 2 was fun against FaZe, so
yeah, it really was.
If we can get there, I'm sure we'll have another exciting game.
Had some electrifying moments. FaZe certainly not looking their best after that great run at EPL. Still a massive surprise they don't make it here.
Yeah, Legacy were also at EPL, but they went out in stage 1. So, yeah, I played a lot of games, got down to the final day of stage 1, beat Furia. That's probably the most notable result from that event. But not making it through, I think it's quite disappointing for Legacy, not getting through to the second stage, not even getting a chance to challenge for those playoffs. But it means at least they had a little bit more time in between EPL and this event at CAC. And they're not like a 3D Max having to play, or FaZe having to play up to the final few days of the tournament, then fly out to China. Didn't seem to help GamerLegion, though.
No, certainly not. After PR in an interview said he's coming here to win the whole thing, crashing out on the first day. Wasn't ideal. Far from it, actually. And we'll see if FUT can continue with their winning ways here. Nice little play up towards the B bomb side, focusing towards short in the previous round. Smoke has either been blocked or missed towards middle. It's going to be the A set piece. 2 players towards the palace, 3 towards the ramp. They love these execution plays. You see a couple of smokes coming through. Make it 3 now. Molotov towards the shadow position.
Yeah, only one player playing in front of the smokes is Lato under the wood, and they're going to come right in towards him. Lux going down for a second kill for Lato. Lux and Satsin shutting it down. And FUT Esports had a very convincing round victory in the previous, and this time they get absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, they get mauled. AK's recovered as well. Legacy only gets stronger going forward. FUT do manage to get another bye, but yeah, this is way too comfortable, Dinko. Not checking that sandbox position. You are going to see Lato getting a double. He did damage to the third as well. Lux mowing them down. And you feel like you have to do a sub piece here, really. You've got Mac 10s, Galils. Enough utility, sure. We're going to see the default smoke down towards top and middle.
Yeah, window smoke as well.
I've been impressed with Krabeni, like one of the better fragging leaders we've seen in a while. That looks very comfortable in the one-on-one duels.
Yeah, definitely had a lot of great moments yesterday, Krabeni, but unfortunately for FUT Esports, they've lost Demon right at the beginning of the round here.
That's their style player.
Nissan's pushed through B.
He's helped himself some prime real estate here, means they can really bolster the defense over towards A. They have no idea this is coming. Sound cue's given away as well. Lounge, okay, freebie. Oh no.
Oh my god.
Oh no. Dink,
oh,
no.
That's a big tilter from Lounge.
Oh no.
Didn't have his gun out, making noise. Nissan 180s, turns around, gets him. Now Lato pushing A, he's going to catch the bomb. Oh, it's an absolute disastrous round again here for FUT Esports. Very frustrating stuff in the early stages.
It's not looking good at all. Zubes might be able to step up and bring this one back. Oh, okay, the round's actually turning.
Dude, it's a 2v2. And both teams are equal on health, pretty much.
Yeah.
How's this happened?
I actually have no idea. There's plenty of time.
Let's set the bomb here, Lato. You can defend the bomb. They have to come back and get it through T-spawn. Lato's worried the fact that he could just walk up top mid and oh, Dumao. He's gone.
They got the bomb.
They got the bomb back. Oh, I think Legacy have kind of misplayed this, Henry.
It was looking so comfortable. All of a sudden, the round turns on its head. The fragging in-game leader, as we referenced, Grabeni gets himself 3, and it looks like the round is in the bag here. Lato, no idea what he's up against. Very paranoid as players around his mid-area, but no one's home. He's just burning too much time on the clock here now. Has to start making some noise. Hoping to find anyone, but that's a great shot. Wow. It's going to be an aggressive hold. And a round that completely crumbles for Legacy. They get multiple opening frags, get the bomb in their favor, catch a player with his knife out, and still somehow give it away. Great recovery from FUT, it has to be said, but this is how your round started. Opening kill here. 5 on 3. Maybe even a 5 on 2 at one stage. As Grabeni, maybe they just get a bit too aggressive and taking too many fights here. But that's a huge round. They entered that one with MAC-10s and Galils as well. A couple of AKs. Back to the aggressive maneuver. It's going to be Nisem. Pushing off towards short. Like in terms of the one-on-one duels, I have to say Legacy have come out top, but right now, FUT's starting to wake up. Still very much in this very important round, and this would break the economy of Legacy as well. Jamal, though, nice position. That's a bit of a freebie. Finds Demon.
Flash into the ladder room. It's going to be Cemetery going for that peak. Dumao's going to be boosted up just underneath that little window. Then gets spotted, tagged. Well, not even spotted, just tagged straight through. And dropped by Jugs. There's now under a minute left on the clock. Sadzi looking to block out Khan. Is going to throw that Molotov down a little bit too deep, though, as Lunch is already in front of it, playing inside of Connector.
Anyone's round. No smoke remaining on the T side, but they have got some decent control of the map. Cemetery will be pushing in towards short. Lux is aware of that prospect. Very defensive position, but yeah, gets the drop on him.
Yeah.
Bounce 0 and 6. Jugs
Lato's spot is so good here up on Tetris.
Yeah, you reckon?
Oh, but he doesn't have good timing to look the right way. So yeah, gets cleared out by Jugs, and now we've got a Lux Sadzin retake required. Sadzin's going to be waiting at jungle. Already some space towards CT's been taken. We got Lounge swinging in towards it. Good flash. Lux going to be blinded. Sadzin now up for the clutch. He hasn't got any utility here. Yeah, he doesn't take that first shot, so I think that's it now. Gotta go save. Weird start to the game, Henry. I mean, Legacy start with dominance, you know? Their rounds look so one-sided.
Yeah.
But FUT Esports have just kind of hung in there.
A couple of fumbles, some heroic plays, huge advantages given over. Legacy now in a lot of trouble. This might be timeout territory. 3 rounds. They probably should have won all 3 of them, but now the money's broken. They've got Sadzin on the AWP. He's 6-1 currently. Like, it feels like in terms of the opening kills, Legacy have come out on top each and every time. This FUT's recovering. As now they're in the driving seat, and it is going to be a timeout. We are going to see, though, around $3,000 per player. This might be technical again. It's the first arena appearance ever for the likes of FUT, so maybe just getting used to it, sorting some things out. But where did all the time go, Dinko? We're already at the quarterfinals. It feels like we've been here a couple of days.
Yeah, it's a faster format for sure. Coming into CAC, rapidly going through the games. I think it's just so cutthroat on day one that we lose teams on the first day.
Yeah, you can
fly
play
all the way out to China. You lose.
GamerLegion, what? 3 maps and they're done.
Yeah.
That is pretty rough.
And obviously you can get into the semifinals kind of within 2 days.
Yeah.
Get playoffs on the first day. So
yeah.
You understand with the format that things can rapidly race towards a conclusion. But a reminder of the playoff bracket if you guys are trying to
break
follow
it down for
multiple events. No problem, Henry. I absolutely will. We started with the quarterfinal this morning. It was Fnatic versus 3D Max. 3D Max getting the win in a 2-1 fashion.
Good game.
Over it was.
Good duel.
Good duel indeed. Over Fnatic, a 2-1 win. Now they go up against Liquid in the semifinals on Saturday. That'll be the first game tomorrow. Legacy versus FUT, our second quarterfinal. The winner goes on to play Heroic, a Heroic team playing with a stand-in. They've got Hades, who's actually turned out to be the best player of the whole tournament, Henry.
Number one in the whole tournament as a stand-in. He doesn't need more time. He's ready to go already.
He absolutely is. And obviously Hades is, Unk still got it, as he said. He said that himself. So
didn't catch that. That's amazing.
Yeah, well, 6 match play, 1.35 rating. BlameF was the second highest rated player that was in attendance of the playoffs.
No longer with us.
Nope, no longer with us. He was here this morning, though.
He was.
All right, let's get into it then.
Well,
Not much of a round here, Henry, to be honest. You got an AWP and pistols for the CT side.
We'll see what they can do with it. AWP towards B will be boosted up. Get the opener. Hightailer back towards the A side. You never know. Oh, that doesn't help things out. Incendiary not quite hitting the mark. But they know the AWP's out and about. This sort of round, you probably want to do a set piece, quite frankly. Oh, another missed window smoke. How many of this tournament
all of them are intentional.
Yeah, true. Might be the case. We don't know.
We've got Sadsin ready to go here. AWP looking to strike. This is the exact position you want the AWP. Oh, they get under the scope. As you want it on B, you just don't want it in that scenario as Demon just peeks in towards him. Sadsin's gone, and that was really the only weapon they had to play with.
Oh, that hurts. You're right. Read it well. Was in the prime position. They don't even flash him. Just a double swing. Crouching down was Demon. And it's a Demon peak. As we will see a 5-on-3 ensue. Nothing they can do. There's no Kevlar. No util, just a few upgraded pistols, even Lato just with the USP. So just hoping that Krebeni maybe oversteps the mark, but in-game lead up, showing some restraint. Just got to be holding this position. But they've tied things up. I don't know, Legacy, this is looking a little bit dicey.
Very much so in terms of, you know, the first few rounds were so convincing. The piss round, then FUT Esports win a convincing gun round, then right back, Legacy have the big A shutdown.
Yeah.
You know, the way they were winning rounds was actually very pretty to watch, but now it's all changed now. Money finally returns. They're not going to have enough to go for an AWP comfortably. Could glass cannon if you really want it for Sadsin.
He might do.
Yeah.
There it is. Why not? 6-2 right now. Just has to play a more conservative game. Can't be running down towards underpass. Any sort of nade territory. As, yeah, we're all tied up. FUT don't seem to be phased by the big stage.
But, Mid control taken. Top mid smoke, window smoke. They both land this time.
Love to see it. So running more of a traditional default this time. Players towards underpass, couple top mid. Watching the palace and the ramp, waiting for any sort of CT aggression, which you might expect on these sort of rounds. You know the money's still pretty tight on the CT side. Might be looking for opening advantages. Could have a little boost up here. Trying to get the angle perfect. Is floating there and short. Second wave of util coming out. Smoking towards the Connexat. And the window room, we are going to see a successful smoke this time. And getting ready towards A. Don't have a ton of smokes here, just one, but they do have a lot of flashbangs. Can they dislodge Sadsin? Bear in mind, no Kevlar. A couple of bullets his way, he's going down.
Oh, shot goes right between two with him. Now Lato waiting a sandwich for his moment to strike out. He will do so effectively. Here comes the double swing and another opportunity for a shutdown here for the Legacy. This A hit is just not really working out for FUT, is it? Tried it a couple of times, and now a tactical timeout.
Yeah, even had the missed AWP shot there as well, so managed to get some space, overlooking the sandwich position. It all collapses very quickly. 5-4, Legacy take the lead once again. That boost does work out for one. Dumao open things up. And then Luck shut them down. Beautiful spray there, coming through their smoke. Sets himself up nicely. Quite calm. If you're wondering why it looks quite empty there, we're opening it up tomorrow. The crowd will be in the arena.
Just want to make sure everything was good.
Yeah, exactly.
Before you let them in. Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Fridays are normally quiet anyway. Makes sense to crack it open on the weekend, and we'll see if FUT can get back into this one now. Pretty decent showing. Bear in mind, they were like 3-0 down. In fact, it's a one-round game. T-side, no problem at all. All the smokes are landing now as well. It's all coming together. So working their way through basic map control on the T side. The bombs on the back of Krabani, and we'll see whether he can orchestrate the troops, get them in a prime position. Lots of executes attempted so far. Default for now, though. Going to see if they can get some window control potentially. Dumao, prime position to shut them down once again. Grenade to potentially pop up in a smoke. Doesn't get much vision. Dumao looking for anyone to jump up on the bench here.
Dumao waiting. Will his patience pay off? Will he get his prize? He certainly will get at least one. But the trade from Demon is swift. Now Lato, double opportunity, and he'll grab both from his top wood position. It's down to a 1v1, and Demon is confident enough to fight the short player. It is 3K from Demon, another big round from him.
Yeah.
Tied scoreline at 5 apiece.
Oh, that's an absolutely massive round. That could lead into a 7-5 scoreline here. Once again, the money is shattered. Legacy definitely had some grounds to win. It comes down to the 1v1, but Demon coming out on top, taking his scoreline to 7-7. Zoogs reading the money well, managing to pick up a MAC-10 here, knowing they, even though they do buy, they probably don't have helmets. It's going to be just a hero M4 for Nissim. Penultimate round here. FUT starting to power up, get better and better as this quarterfinal continues.
Well, just a quick pop into the B bomb site would be pretty effective here. You've only got Lux on the side of the map. You've now got Nissim rotating over.
In. There's a chance.
But here comes the execution. Nissim going to be blinded and forced back in behind a window smoke. So Zug's going to be diving out of the window, down into the bomb site. MAC-10 taken down, 5-7. So strong, gets the double kill. Finally removed by Demon, who once again looks to make the difference for his team. That bomb is running over the site with Symmetry there as well. And we've now got a 3v2, but the problem is 2 pistols alongside 1 rifle here for Legacy is not looking like a solid retake here.
Doesn't quite catch him. I don't think he can win this one.
Demon should melt them.
Yeah, exactly. No Kevlar, sure you got the AK. It's going to take a series of errors, though. You don't have any kits either, so there it is. Light work. As FUT sure got a little bit scary at one point, but ultimately a very comfortable finish there. Didn't have anything to work with.
All right, well, 7-5 half looking like the most likely outcome with the momentum. It seems like FaZe Esports, the biggest problems have been their A executions. Like, the defaults have been fine. If they don't all just get destroyed in the first couple of seconds by Legacy, I think FaZe Esports have actually looked like the way better mid-rounding team, even in numbers deficit situations. So FaZe Esports having a decent enough time on this T side, especially, you have to remember they didn't win the pistol the first 3 rounds, so Legacy, not actually the best defense here whatsoever. Running up middle, it's going to be Lux and Dumao at least taking 2 kills between them, but Lato gets overrun inside of the site. Once again, we fall to a mid-round. Numbers were favoring Legacy, and already they're back to a 3v3.
Oh, it's a very sketchy retake as well. You got the Famis in towards CT Spawn. Lamps makes light work of him as well. They've got the man advantage. Sadsim will have the AWP posted, is hoping someone pushes into him, but that flashbang is spot on, but so is his shot, completely blind. Gives him a fighting chance here, but no kids on the field at all, Dinko. Both coming in from Spawn. Running out of time. I don't think there's even time to defuse this now.
Well, Sadsim's going to run over the top. You're right, no kids, the big problem. Demon again destroying them. A 12-7 half here for Demon. 7-5 lead for FUT Esports, and I want to just cast your mind back to that defense, because 5 rounds doesn't seem that bad, right? But
yeah,
put it in the context, you win the pistol, the conversion, and the third, right? So you have the first 3 rounds to start with. Other than that, you had 2 sporadic round wins for Legacy CT side, both of which were a shutdown of an A execute that didn't look that good from FUT as they rushed in. Other than that, any other default round, it was picked up by FUT. They won 7 gun rounds.
The Cinderella story continues here.
Italian Cinderella, rather.
Yeah, exactly.
Cinderelli.
Yeah, that's impressive. Even with the rough start, they were like 4-1 down. and managing to look confident. Individuals showing up here, even on the stage. I don't think many people would have put FUT Esports into the playoffs of this tournament, considering how things went for them at the Birch Cup. But good lord, this is looking impressive. The teamwork's on point. Not the flashiest in terms of strategic approach, but the set pieces are working and the defaults are nice.
Yeah.
Demon's spot on.
I think you know another great point is you were talking about Krobeni, talking about how exciting he is, fragging and game leader. Also good calls there. The only rounds that didn't work out and when they got the guns out were the 2 A executions, and those kind of come down to like the first 2 kills. A little bit of work to go into those A executes, but everything else was fantastic.
Let's see if they can keep it up. It's their map pick. This would be a great debut to the stage.
Yeah, it seems like they've got a good blend of players as well in this squad over for FUT. You've got a good in-game leader. The AWPer can be quite explosive at times, but it's Demon as the star rifler, and then Launk seems to be just the vibes guy. You know, he's hyping his team up and getting loud, bringing the energy when FUT are having some impact rounds. Seen that yesterday versus FaZe.
Well, a couple of minutes to recalibrate. Legacy looking quite weak here. Again, the favorites are the veterans. Got all the experience. And getting absolutely dominated by this young squad. The former Na'Vi Junior team. Now with Lanks as well. Let's see what they can do. Could they really get going, win a pistol, close things out early? Inferno coming up next. See what Legacy's got in store for us. Early smoke down towards the middle area. And in the window room and connect up. About what you would expect here. Bomb goes towards the B apartments. A couple of flashes and a Molotov. As Cemetery trying to find anything he can through the smoke. Jumping up. He is getting some intel. Hits a player at least. First interaction going down. That's towards Shaw. Trying to swing on towards Lounce. And he is getting hounded down by the Legacy players.
Demon, Krobeni also stepping up here for the defense. Is looking very good for FUT Esports to round out this pistol round to kick off the second half. They missed out on a pistol win in the first, but now they have an opportunity to get off to a very strong start in the second half and already having a 7-5 lead going into the half. This is a massive step in the right direction for FUT Esports.
Legacy don't even get a look in there.
It's kind of similar to both pistols have been super one-sided.
Yeah. Oh, that's a fortunate shot.
Hell of a way to start the direction for FUT Esports.
Legacy don't even get a look in there.
It's kind of similar to both pistols have been super one-sided.
Yeah. Oh, that's a fortunate shot.
Hell of a way to start the pistol.
We'll say that, but good response. Getting the CT smoke down towards Shaw, making them run through it. They had no choice but to commit. And one by one they go down. No bomb planted, but not dissuaded from the buy here. Round number 2. Legacy not even going to execute. Running the gauntlet through the flames. Actually have got some decent space on the bomb site here. Taking damage on Roos. Sanson down to 27. Actually gets a dink of his own though. That's going to be no helmet. And the opening kill for Dumao. Might even get a double here. Not quite, but this is getting very uncomfortable now.
Yeah, bomb plant committed here for Lux. Looking to secure it. He's burning.
What's going on here?
Oh, God, the server. At least our GoTV is back for a second. Don't worry about it. It's out in China. We're in Romania. Can happen. We've got a 3v3. A Cemetery with a big headshot. Nissim going to go down. Advantage siding with the CT side and nearly goes against the net for a moment. This is a strong enough post plant. Predict it. What happens, Henry? Does the Tech-9 get the kill?
I think Legacy win this.
Oh my God, you're right, Henry. 2 kills on the Tech-9. It's now a 3v2 still, though, for FUT Esports, and not looking too good in terms of the time here. You got to get on the defuse. Got to get on that defuse real soon if you want to win it. And, of course, the HUD's broken, so I'm wrong. Anyway.
I mean, it keeps things interesting. We have no idea what's happening. And
I was like, hold on. I swear they just got 2 kills in the Tech-9. How are there still 3 players alive? All right, fair enough.
You were enjoying yourself. I didn't want to jump in there.
Don't worry.
I was like, if there's 2 more kills, there can't be 2 more players alive. What's going on? Anyway, that might be a chance of a technical time I hear, but Legacy are back. That's a much needed victory on the force buy there. That's a straight up A rush. Didn't even have much behind it. Just running through the flames. And now they're up against it. It's going to be MP9s and 5.7s. Much more difficult to convert these rounds. Legacy taking a leaf out of the FUT playbook as they just go for the A execute here. And look at the stack. They've called it perfectly. It's going to be 5 players over towards B. Cemetery trying to show a bit of presence or smoke the palace.
Probably just save here, right?
You might be onto something.
Yeah. Well, they're running over towards CT, have a bit of a look.
The bomb's not planted. I guess you could.
If you get a kill and deny the bomb plant, that would be huge, but Symmetry held back, bomb planted. It's going to be a pretty unlikely retake, but Lux has come through aggressively towards CT, but with a Dumao double. And it's really Demon keeping him in the fight. Krebeni coming now on the ramp, and you absolutely go for this now if you're FUT Esports, because all of a sudden, you have a player advantage. Legacy letting this one slide. You pointed out the fact that they were executing into an empty A bomb site. To lose this would be disastrous.
It really would. Bear in mind, no kit should be fine regardless. I don't think it's time to defuse it at this stage. Definitely not now. It will not matter either way. Yeah, you find an empty A bomb site. It comes down to the 1v1. I suppose it's okay. FUT needs to make a decision now. Do we go for another force buy? I would say probably not. If you're on the T side, you might consider it. CT forces, though, you need to keep that money strong. Yeah, definitely gets messier than it should have been. Lux jumping in towards CT spawn, trying to get some control. Thankfully, no kits in play, and they were able to close things out with this towards the default area. Definitely not the round they were looking for, though. And we'll see what they bring to the table next round. So it is going to be the full eco, unable to capitalize on the low economy here for Legacy, but it's a one-round game. A much-needed second round force by victory has led them to chance to tie things up.
Right, nice tap here from Dumao. That Symmetry gone down on short, and, you know, should end up being a tight game without too much, not even a single kill, really. Should go against Legacy at this point. All right. They start to get a little bit worried about Legacy once they lost that pissed around. But the force by victory has got them right back into the fight here to kick off the second half. Denies FUT Esports from having that comfortable lead. But we'll wait until we get into the gun rounds, because FUT Esports on that T side, their gun rounds are fantastic. Well, maybe their CT side will deliver some of the same, because I think when you pointed out yesterday that FUT Esports are looking like a tier 1 team, I think the half I enjoyed the most was their ancient CT side.
Yeah, right. It was a great mixture of setups, understanding what their opponents were doing, conditioning them to try other ideas out, hitting their shots, super aggressive at times as well. It was a great showing. I thought they looked good throughout the series. I really enjoyed their T side on Dust 2 as well.
Yeah, but the fact that they have got a really solid CT side, I'm excited to see what these gun rounds look like. I think things could get pretty difficult now for Legacy as the AWP comes out here for Symmetry.
Yeah, very important round, indicative as to where this one's going. See what kind of play style FUT want to deploy here. A lot of action towards middle early on. The sniper for FUT making his way towards short. Demon's in trouble here. Caught a little off guard, drops the defensive smoke, but actually doesn't go behind it, playing in front. They're assuming he's at the bench right now. They're going to focus towards that area. It's quite a cool little move he's presented there. Oh, good spam damage as well. Gets 50 onto Lato.
Symmetry going to be looking up in towards the apartments. His teammates will start to make a move towards ramp. An aggressive stance here from Laux and Jukes. We got Krebeni. Gonna peek before that smoke pops. Had an opportunity, but unable to take the kill. Now it goes for that common spam.
Great.
I think you've got to be so ready for that these days. Everyone is doing it. Krebeni gets away with it though. Lux going down on that short spam, and FUT Esports have the advantage.
They have a really nice setup as well, Dinko. The old school boost on that B bomb site. I think it gets one at least. It's going to be Symmetry to beat him to the punch, and looking for a double. Can't quite find it. Demon's still here though. Significant damage done. Sound cue given away. They drop down towards the bomb site. The walking wounded trying to recover a 4-on-2 situation. I don't think it's possible. This is an absolute gimme for the CTs. Great positioning, good patience from Demon, and gets rewarded with the double headshot close. No bomb planted, a very convincing round, and FUT continue to impress here at CAC.
Yeah, that's the first gun round, the first look of what the CT side can provide us. It was a full buy from Legacy. This is Krebeni getting away with the opener and that short smoke spam. And then Demon, not really putting a foot wrong here at all. No pun intended. He was perfect towards the end of the round there. So into the lead again for FUT Esports. Legacy have one more bye before they're economically reset. And they'll be looking at 11 rounds most likely for FUT Esports. So a really important round coming up here for Legacy. And not looking good in terms of the bye. You know, you've got Galil, 1 AK, 2 pistols, and an AWP.
Running a pretty standard default as well. Going to send the AWP over towards B to have a look in, see if they can catch the jump spotting player. There is going to be one there. Probably gets this. Yeah, don't love that from Demon. Caught Nap in. Nice little play from Sadson though. Can he find another? Gets himself in an aggressive position. Committed via the incendiary going down. Smoked off. Still got a 4-on-4 though, and Krabeni more than happy to get in towards his underpass position. If he finds a timing here, this could be disastrous for Legacy. They are running thin on utility, Dinker. They've got 1 smoke remaining and a flash, to be fair, but difficult to actually commit to a bomb site. Maybe a sound cue given away there as well. Krabeni has been activated. Got to go behind them, confirms that B is clear. They can now really focus toward that A bomb site. We should see a rotation from Lounx. There it is. Oh, that's a huge bit of intel garnered. Smoking towards the palace area.
Look at this palace setup, though. Jukes is in such a good spot just to cut them down early. Really forces Legacy into a panic mode.
What can they do?
They're going back, but there's only 30 seconds left. You've got Lux now in middle. He's going to get dropped as well. There's M4. Oh my god. Takes a while, but Krabeni eventually finishes his meal. And yeah, it is fine. You got the kill. You got nowhere to go here if you're Legacy. They're just going to save the AWP. So yeah, money's screwed for the next round as well. For the next while here, it's going to be a mission recovery for Legacy. And for Esports, very likely, Henry, they go up to 11 rounds off the back of this round victory.
This is kind of nuts. They are once again looking very calm and composed. Reaggressing certain positions, hunting for intel at the right time. This is very impressive. Is that after time? It is. Lato doesn't get any money for the next round.
$250, yeah. So their economic woes become even more impactful, Henry. All right, I think it's time to start putting some context in these gun rounds as well. We've had 2 gun rounds won by Legacy.
Yeah, true.
2 shutdowns of the A execute in the first half.
Opening pick here as well, a clean one. And then thrown away. Nissim just goes for a wild swing. They reposition, take information on the map, and say Krabeni actually going towards the underpass, confirming they're going towards A.
The gun round merchants for Esports, like Falcons.
They forced bought on a... Oh no, so Lato had no money, so he gets dropped to Deagle, I suppose, and then the rest of them just going to take the eco. Jumal gets no extra cash either. He does survive with the AWP.
That made it work. Good opener. But look at this double push into the apartments. Jumal's ready for it.
Is he?
And he could have had a collateral wall in which they line up for him, but in the end, it's going to be FUT Esports who take the triple, and that's it. So AWP's down, and money's still really bad.
They can recover the AWP at least. I'm surprised they actually give in and let them have it.
Yep, they can pick it up again. Actually, be massive if you can save that.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like you've taken 3 down there. It's unlikely there's more. And everything there was, they were near they're on eco. Guess it might not matter, but that's quite a big kill. Significant. We're going to see Lounx trying to recalibrate, gets himself towards the underpass. He needs to be very careful here. If he gets down, it's going to be a 2-on-2 situation. Trying to make his way back towards A is Lux. We have got Nissim just tucked away on the bomb site, snuck through undetected. So there is a world. 35 seconds. Next objective, try and get that bomb across. Fortunately, it's Lux with low HP. No Kevlar, so Nissim needs to try and do something with this position. Spotted. And that might be them rumbled here. Or might be get one more kill, but I don't think he gets the plant. Maybe he does. Nade will kill him though. Good try.
Yeah,
good
nice try. Yeah, I mean, all things considered, you get 3 kills and a defuse, and a bomb plant rather. It's quite huge. So I think they'll take that extra bit of money, especially because we're talking about the economic recovery required. They got to do it very quickly, so that bomb plant certainly helps out.
Gonna say timeout feels necessary at this point, but Legacy 11-8 down. They were up 4-1.
Yeah,
in the first half.
The big issue is just those gun rounds, man, and they just can't win any of them. They've won 2 rounds on rifles, both on the CT side, both A shutdowns. Other than that, any mid round, any round that's come down to even situations where they have man advantages in mid rounds, they just haven't been able to win any of them. So FUT Esports absolutely looking like the team that are going to take Mirage here based on that. Up next is Inferno. That is Legacy's map pick. But this is their buy. I mean, we're talking about a MAC-10, a Galil, 3 AK-47s.
Yeah, pretty much last chance, Saloon. You need this round to go in your favor. Lose this one, once again, you're down in the dumps financially. FUT's looking very impressive, very composed. Haven't had any real disastrous rounds. See whether Cemetery can continue to impress. Lux gets one through the smoke. He'll find in-game lead. He'll give them a man advantage. They can't hold on to it, however. Jukes will be fighting back here. Another impressive duel taken towards the Palace. They're coming out on top each and every time here. Scrambling in towards the A side. They are detected, but Sadzin does fight back.
They're just looking so sharp, FUT. It's day after day they come to play, and they just look so sick. Jukes with a 4K over towards this A bomb site. Lux may have opened up the round, but he is certainly going to be the player that gets closed on. Map point for FUT Esports just around the corner.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Jukes just makes that look too easy, doesn't he?
4 kills, on for the ace.
Confident as well. He just kept pushing up towards Tetris.
Now, what can you even do with this one, Lux? You're just saving your AK-47. You're giving it a look in. Looks like it's the latter. And he is detected, taking heavy damage. Round over, burnt to a crisp. 4 opportunities to take Mirage here. Their map pick. Inferno next. Legacy are looking very flat today. They've got 4th state loss bonus. Finances have been an absolute mess. So these round finishes as well. They don't even get close to killing Jukes here. He's just absolutely dominating them here on the A bomb side time and time again. The MAC-10 couldn't connect. Lux gives it a look in, but Incendiary locks him out, and it comes down to this. These are the rounds you normally win, though. MAC-10s,
True, Henry.
Tech 9s, we all say it. The hardest round in the world is number 13. 12A, the most dangerous scoreline to go with it.
Tale as old as time, and this in with the opener, of course. Here we go, though. Demon back to it. Dumal cut through. Demon's been so good in this B bomb site with that Lounx combo. Oh, Lounx spinning round. Nissim goes down, and it turns out 13 is not so hard to find for FUT Esports, Henry.
Yeah, unlucky for some, but not for FUT, it seems. That's a nice tag. Doesn't get the kill, but information takes Lux down to 7 points of health, make it 0. And they've actually done it. The dream run continues here for FUT. Sad's in with the Tech 9. Okay, 1v4, Tech 9 on Mirage, Dinko.
They did have that happen to them yesterday.
It can happen. We've all seen it.
Brokey on the B-bomb side. This time, though, Sadzin does not have a sight.
Don't let it happen again, boys.
They're like, all right, we're really scared about this one, but Jukes is the man to close it out. 13-8 win. FUT Esports with slower starts in both halves, but just dominate the gun rounds to an easy win.
Yes, it looked easy in the end. Off to a slow start. You had to worry about FUT Esports, but they just know how to turn these games around. And in the end, on their map pick, they have humbled a Legacy.
Indeed, they weathered the storm of a couple of rough starts to some halves, but we got Demon at the end of the day performing as we expected. We got a big Jugs performance as well. And ultimately, nice to see that from some of these young guns on the stage for the first time, handling it with ease.
Yeah, they've been surprisingly good at actually handling diversity and kind of having tough situations to go off of. So I'm happy to see that. And again, they managed to do what we mentioned would be like one of the key things for them, which is stopping Legacy's momentum. Because Legacy got off to a hot start. They got off to a 5-1 lead. And from that point on, I sat in the green room being like, oh yeah, this is going to be a quick one. Because we're going into Inferno. Legacy are feeling themselves. This is going to be, you know, a very easy ticket for Legacy to punch to the semifinals, but not to be the case.
I wanted on the record that I had faith in them the entire time. There was never a moment that I wavered in the
I will actually back you up on that. Yeah, so you have been pretty hopeful about FUT for a long time.
I mean, I'll say this. There was definitely some pivotal moments which we will highlight, but obviously that was the big challenge for them. Like, if you can stop Legacy taking over, then you can beat them. It's as simple as that, and they were able to do it. And you can see here, right on the kind of on the back nine, there was just some great individual moments from FUT, which I think has typified their performances at this event. It's like when they look lost as a team, one individual will pop off and make a play.
I just think the most impressive thing to me about FUT is their resilience. Like some of their star players had cold starts, like Demon, even though he was one of their top performers by the end of the game, didn't start that way. Very quiet. I was mostly like Jukes was like kind of decent from the get-go and kind of ran that pace throughout the entire game. But again, the other guys were really kind of struggling and they were just getting out-fragged, out-matched. As we kind of mentioned, you know, Legacy bringing that pace we expected, capitalizing on it. But the guys fought back. You know, they won some, you know, from behind rounds. I know you're going to talk about one of them where they pulled off a big man disadvantage round for themselves. And yeah, just played their game. Like they never got rattled off of the style that they're used to. And again, I see that happen so many times with newer teams where it's like they just don't bring the same element of Counter-Strike to these big lane environments that you see when they're playing comfortably from their homes online. This FUT team is unshaken. Like they play their game every time.
Yeah, and we got an example of that then. I mean, this is only round 6, but I actually think it's pivotal for the map. I think without this, maybe they lose.
100%, and it starts off with Legacy, again, getting off to a great start. They find early picks, and Long's having a bit of an oopsie here, and Apps definitely should have had a free frag, but you have a 5v2 situation that this should be like such a walk in the park for you to close out. Kerbeni does a good job of finding 2 frags, but even from this position, it should be fine for Legacy, because here, you're going to see Suzuki's actually be able, or Jux be able to find the bomb, but at one point in that round, Lotto actually walks through T-spawn over the bomb, and this is when they're still in a 3v2. Kind of just seemingly forgets that it exists. They know Kerbeni is in top mid, so Lotto's like a little bit cautious about him potentially picking it up, but like both players on the FUT side at that point have gotten frags, so you do have the information as to, you know, where they are on the map for the time being. Lotto just negating entirely to, you know, from actually protecting that bomb allows them to get onto a bomb site, get an afterplan position 2v2 that they actually win out, and that turns the tide, because up to that point, you had the classic Legacy. You had Demao and Lux going aggressive in mid, actually stopping FUT from getting any sort of like footholds, pardon the pun, but like things were going as expected, how I saw the game playing out. But after that point, we saw a Legacy that played timid. They weren't really able to like put their stamp on the game, and then we have the one time that they try it afterwards, which is a round that you're going to be looking at, Dust. That was the only like semblance of resistance that they showed from that point on.
And here it is right here. We see some mid-aggression from Legacy, and they're actually able to capitalize, picking up a frag. But we talked about how FUT have a lot of good set plays, but how would they respond to tense mid-round moments? Like this. They were so quick to pick up on that mid-aggression, immediately snap onto the A-bomb site, knowing that there was an opening there, pressure CT spawn, and yes, while that op frag goes the way of Legacy, they already had full site control, bomb down in a great position, they had the 2v2, and they knew how to play out the rest of that round. So that is another very impressive thing to me, is like kind of being able to respond and react appropriately to some tough pressure and come out on top with a big round.
Yeah, because it seems like such a simple concept, right? Like, you know that, okay, Team A is putting a lot of effort and a lot of value and a lot of people into like a certain area of the map should be open, you know, on the opposite sides of the map. But still, it's tough for teams to kind of fully convince themselves of doing that and also like committing to it. Again, it's a timing issue. If they're a little bit more timid, they don't hit the timings, the people who've been from Legacy and mid, helping to get that mid control, they're going to be back in positions to defend and help out Lotto on A. They just, FUT didn't allow for it. And that's such a rare thing for new and inexperienced teams to do. And that's part of what you mentioned earlier, the fact that they didn't really break away from their play style. They didn't get broken by Legacy. They managed to fend it off, which is super impressive.
Yeah, and look, all of that said, we did say winning Mirage was part of FUT's potential win condition. They had to take that map. It's the strongest map, the one with the most reps, and when you're in that new stage environment, new type of pressure, all the comforts you can get are going to help. Legacy on Inferno, very different prospect to what we just saw, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think FUT definitely comes to this in a huge disadvantage. For one, this full 5 has never played Inferno on LAN before.
Right.
Again, this is only their second LAN event as a team, and then Birch Cup, they only played like 3 maps where they got knocked out, and Inferno was not one of them. For, I think, Symmetry and Demon, they've never played Inferno on LAN, period, in their entire lives. And it really wasn't even a map they played a whole lot online. So this is definitely steering towards Legacy, a team who's won 7 of their last 10 games on Inferno, including beating Vitality, beating 3D Max multiple times, which is a very good Inferno team. They have a tenure on this map, and definitely a reputation of being able to play this map very effectively.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for FUT coming into this one. Regardless if they would have started CT or T side, I think they're going to have a rough time of it. Again, we've talked about, at depth, that duo of Demao and Lotto opening things up and being aggressive. And I think in particular on this map, it's going to be Demao and Banana who's going to be the trendsetter.
I think Yeah, I mean, I think you make a great point about Dumal on Banana, but also I think the big thing about Legacy is they have so many different ways to quickly hit the A bomb site. Like they have so many variations of how many numbers they're going to stack Arch, how many numbers they're going to stack Lane, whether they're going to do a triple apps pop. Like it's so hard to keep up with that defensively. So I'll be curious to see if Legacy are able to tap into that heavy A T-Saw game that they're very well known for, and how the defense responds on foot, under the pressure of this.
Well, just some final thoughts. I mean, obviously, when you've got that map advantage, you might loosen up a little bit. Is there a win condition on Inferno 4 FUT, all things said?
Again, it becomes a bit of a cliche, but it comes back to banana control. In the leading matches that they've played online, coming into this tournament, their banana control hasn't necessarily been all that successful. Again, you're going to see Longs getting basically thrown into the deep end out in banana, having two people kind of just throwing down utility for him and whatnot, and it hasn't necessarily paid off all that well. So I'm not really sure it's going to be any easier going up against the Dumal and a very fire Brazilian squad that's used to playing against aggression. But, we saw them do it on Mirage. They might be able to do it on Inferno as well.
All right, well, sounds like we might be going to Dust too. But for now, guys, things are heating up on Inferno. Make sure you join us after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Let's go.
Welcome back to the CS Asia Championship 2025 live from Shanghai. We've got FUT Esports one map up in this quarterfinal, Henry. And really they're looking like they are the squad that are most likely to move into the semis against Heroic.
I think you might be onto something there. Legacy just looked mid today. Very underwhelming. A good start there. Mirage completely crumbled in the mid stages of the game, though. In terms of the individuals, yeah, they were looking very good at the start once again, but Demon absolutely shut them down. He was looking way too comfortable out there. Bear in mind, it's the first time these guys have been on the big stage, and they're taken to it very well indeed. It is Inferno up next. It is the map pick of Legacy, admittedly, but the way they're playing today, I think a 2-0 could be on the cards.
Yeah, definitely looking like it. I think it's just the lack of gun round wins from Legacy, how uncomfortable they looked as soon as the rifles came out and how dominant FUT were. So I think coming into Inferno, though, there's always a saving grace for Legacy, and it's Lato and Dumao.
True.
In particular on that CT side. We've seen 3D Max have a very tunnel vision on the Legacy side of things.
We'll see what they can make of it. Been very impressed with FUT at this tournament. Had their first land at the Birch Cup. Didn't do too well there, but they are exceeding expectations here at CAC. Legacy got the work cut out for them here. Looking to take us to a third map. That will be Dust 2. And we'll see whether they can take us all the way. Most of these games at CAC so far have gone the distance. Lots of overtimes, lots of 13-11s. FUT's involved in a few of those. And Legacy, certainly the favorite team once again, but FUT keep on going above and beyond each and every time. Come on, Legacy, you got to turn up. God, I see some life out there. I need to see more movement.
You're not seeing enough movement, Henry?
Not seeing enough movement. Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
There we go.
Let's get into it. It's going to be... We've seen this from Legacy before, that decoy to get them banana control.
Yeah, you toss that behind the half wall.
Yeah, that gives you the sound cue, and then it looks to be a B execution from that setup, but doesn't have to go that way. We'll see what kind of setup we've got FUT presenting on their CT side. Quite defensive. No one really pushing for information. 3 towards A, 2 or B. It's going to be Krabeni with the HE in hand. There's the decoy. Actually use the sandbags this time. So B exec looking likely as we speculated. Look for smokes down towards Coffins and Spawn. Molotov new boxes. And first oranges. Third smoke for a post-plant situation, I'd imagine. Nade does not work out at all.
Full B execute coming in. Grenades at the ready here for the T side, and here they go into the attack. Krabeni plays out from the fountain. It's going to be the first kill for his Jewel Berettas. His teammate here, first oranges. Krabeni getting away with a double kill. Now Laux has his teammate charging through that coffin smoke, and it's Demon on the double to close out this pistol. FUT Esports again starting. Well, first time ever, really. Starting strong here.
Again, for the first time ever.
Yeah, I mean, it's a CT pistol being picked up. They won that on Mirage as well. Dude. Now they've got an opportunity to try and step up, coming into the follow-up, which they couldn't do against Legacy. And the fact that they win without that bomb going down, which means we're going to get the Tech 9 force buy, if there is one at all.
Just to note as well, they're using a proper TikTok flash there towards first oranges. You bounce it off the wall itself. It lands in the little fountain cutout and blinds everyone. And you can have your CT member behind the fountain itself swinging after the flash. You can see how blind they were. Sets up the Julies for a couple of kills there. And they managed to hit their shots. Demon to close things out. Tactical pause already, didn't go? That's very early. I guess.
Want to figure out what we're going to do.
It's an important round, I suppose, yeah. And it will be the Tech 9. It's got a couple of P250s in the mix as well, so really focusing on the utility.
Want to have a conversation because you won this round on Mirage. You didn't get the bomb plant on Mirage, but you still had a really good force buy. You can't backswing with Tech 9s. Got to do it again here. Well, what kind of idea will Legacy have cooked up for us here? Is FUT going to have an M4 on Krabeni, FAMAS for Symmetry and Demon, and the others on MP9s.
A great start. Again, for the first time. See whether they can step up. And it's going to be Molotovs and Incendiaries exchanged. 3 players towards the A side, setting up for outside utility. So it's going to be Library and Arch. Flash over the top. Difficult to make this work now. That CT smoke is stifling. In they go, trying to dodge the flashbangs. The MP9 comes to life, but the Tech 9s flying high, and that's a huge kill. 2-on-2. Demon, last line of defense here.
5 bullets, Henry. 5 bullets in the FAMAS right now. Can't really afford to get the reload, but Laux comes in to help him out. And Laux is always willing to throw himself through smokes into chaotic situations.
Dude. Yeah,
for the first time ever in this series, FUT Esports off to a good start.
Very good start. And the no bomb planted once again. Actually got some decent trades there. The jumping Tech 9, you thought that might be a window of opportunity, but it gets slammed shut. Very nice indeed. Let's go. God. They are fired up. Taking to the stage well for 4 HE grenades. I was going to say 5, but maybe towards the top of Banana, I suppose. Oh, well, there's an HE. Their one's not going to do really anything. And that should be the round. Unfortunately, that's the only play they could really bring to the table. 1 Deagle, make it 2 in the mix. Full banana control here for FUT. And 3-0. Pretty much locked in. What we can really do on these sort of vampire rounds is bleed out the util. Hope you can keep the money relatively modest in that regard. 1 kill is good, 2 is great. There's 1.
Yeah, it's a good start. Let's see if they can get another. Nades are the responses. There's the dive out of the balcony. Symmetry. Okay, nice shot again from Nissim. 3 Deeks into the site, bomb down, and a 3v2 favoring Legacy on numbers.
No util on the retake as well. I think they win this.
Dude, what has Nissim just done? The Deagle cracking open the round win here.
Got to go for it. You know they've got no Kevlar.
He gets 1 more. Surely Nissim gets 1 more. He's looking so locked in right now. Might not even be required. His teammates have done enough here. Lato forces Langs away. Dude, that was pretty much an eco. They had a Deagle, sure, but how is it so convincing?
Yeah, that is not what I expected at all there. The Deagle's doing God's work. It's going to be 3 kills for Nissim. A round stolen away.
You did mention, though, FUT Esports had a number of rounds that were a little crazy against FaZe Clan yesterday.
Yeah.
That's one of them now here in the quarterfinals.
And bear in mind, against the Force Spy in round number 2, they did lose 3 players, so the money isn't exactly strong. That's a great way to get back into this game if you're Legacy.
That's some great work from Nissim, though. That first shot is sick. Second also, and just awareness of how quick he needed to get in behind default changes his angle of attack. All right, still a decent enough buy here for FUT Esports. Obviously, some clear weaknesses.
Yeah,
2 players have to bat down to pistols.
See if they can strike back early. It's been a lot of Force Spy victories here at CAC, to say the least. For now, though, quite slow, waiting for any sort of CT aggression to be presented. It's a double stack towards the quad side here. Demon with the M4. Zoogs with the 5-7 up close. They've got banana control. Double nade on that side of the map of the CTs. Nice deep Molotov. Gives them the angle. Mid control is theirs. Symmetry could be a problem.
There's a peek. And oh my god, the 5-7 with 3. That is a huge play from Zoogs. And here comes Dumao up towards the top mid push. Oh, another one, this time on Krabeni. And it leaves Laux coming back in towards the arches.
Yeah, nothing you can do with this one. Gets himself a FAMAS. There's an M4, but he'll make a sound cube. He wants to upgrade. 11 bullets here. Doesn't feel possible. Nissim will spot him. And yeah, that should be him done. Gets the M4. Incendiary is there, but the flashbang catches him fully. The smoke goes down. His chances plummeting at this point. Gets himself a 1v1, but good trade from Dumao. It's going to be an eco coming up next for FUT. Good try, 5-7. Ruffle some feathers there, but overall very comfortable from Legacy in the end. Dumao with a double kill top mid saves the day, recovering the 3-on-2 situation to a 1v2 in their favor. 2-2. Legacy back on their feet here, a chance to really build the finances. The economic situation was pretty woeful on Mirage. Lux operating with the MAC-10. They're going to farm some easy kills here. You know they've got nothing. And it's a B-bomb side, it's wide open. Nissim will deploy the smoke towards outside just to show a bit of presence here. Pretty crisp opening shot there. Finds the in-game leader. Looking for a couple more. Takes a dink, so the Hun will be on to try and find Nissim here. They probably get him. So saving an AK is pretty good. And that'll be presumably the only kill they find. Now just going to have to tuck himself away, Laux.
Well, FUT Esports win the pistol, the conversion. They lose to the easiest round of all. They get 3K in the previous round with a 5-7. Looks like they've got a shot to bounce back with a weaker buy of their own. But not making the most of the pistol and conversion here at FUT Esports, allowing Legacy into the lead. You're going to get that buy-in now for FUT Esports. You'll have enough money to get the AWP out. Choose can drop it on over to Symmetry. And Laux hanging on to the AK. Also an option for that drop. But he hasn't got the Kevlar, so need to purchase that up first. Might end up just being a full rifle round here, actually. You're going to have some weaknesses if you want to get the AWP out. So they are just going to go for rifles. We'll see if Jugs takes the hit. And he will. Drop that AWP over means utility needs to be thrown on over to Jukes. And we've got at least a really solid buyout here for FUT Esports.
Very important round. Concessions being made for the CTs, but they do have the AWP. 3 towards B at the start. Going to try and get some early control of the looks of things here, but Legacy not really battling for it. Going to wait for the initial utility. AWP shot narrowly misses out to open things up here for FUT. And that's the initial wave of util dealt with. No damage taken on the T side. Has flashed himself up towards middle. Quite a dry take of middle here, but not working out too well right now. They are answering back. 2 versus 2, and it's the last 2 B players on the other side of the map. So open runway here. Smoke goes down towards Moto. CT's scrambling to get back in the round. Huge advantage for Legacy. That should be 4-2 here. No kits in sight. Some util. Flashbang goes in, trying to set up his play up in toward the apartment position, but doesn't look good at all. Burning to a crisp, but willing to take the damage. Tanks it. That weak CT incendiary buys him enough time to swing, peek towards the apartments, close out the round. So initial 2 kills go in favor of FUT, but they can't hold on to the round. It's going to be 4-2, and another partial buy is up next.
Yeah, starting to see Legacy play themselves into this quarterfinal now. Starting to show some level of comfort on the T side of Inferno. Yeah, being able to flip back around where you lose the opening kills is a massive sign of positivity. And look at they're having a great time, Henry, as well.
Yeah, a little bit of a tickle there. Trying to get everyone fired up. Enjoy themselves. You are playing video games after all. Legacy, all the advantages you could ask for here, but is it the partial buy? So M4, 5-7s. Not too much in terms of the Kevlar. Symmetry and Demon will be very squishy in this round, but 5-7s have found some impact. Smoke certainly won't. That doesn't really do anything for him. Pretty useless smoke, to be honest. Opening kill and round over.
Well, there's a big swing from Jukes, who's always got one at least on the 5-7. Then the rifles peak top mid. No round win going to be coming off the back of this, but AK is being saved over for the CT side. Is not a bad steal away. It's going to be 5-2 here for Legacy. The FUT Esports squad will just be happy with settling into a save with 2 AK-47s. But the Brazilians, now building up a beautiful start to this game.
Certainly. It's looking very comfortable. Feels like tactical timeout territory for FUT at this stage. On the hunt, a couple of AKs brought to the next round. It's not a bad haul, all things considered. Dumal 1 HP, he's got the AWP and will be staying in towards the library. But yeah, need to start getting back into this one. There's the tac timeout. You can feel this one slipping away from them. Great start, 2-0. Ever since they lost to the full eco, things have certainly spiraled. But they are well equipped now. Need to wake up here. Dust 2 waiting. It's just around the corner. Legacy playing like their usual selves now. Seem to be enjoying themselves. Shaking off the rust. Let's have a look. With the timeout called, they might want to change up the pacing here. Been quite slow and methodical. Got that deep smoke down for the CT side. Got to send over the AWP of Symmetry as well. Holding for the initial swing. Molotov towards a barrel position. Seeing if anyone wants to brave that smoke. But once again, just willing to wait out the initial wave of util. Then take banana.
Symmetry. It's going to be a good peek here on Dumal. Molotov in behind the car. It's going to be the rifle of Lounks peeking down. And oh, yep, he's going to burn away. Now, Symmetry's going to feel quite uncomfortable. Doesn't want to hang around in case they swing him. Here goes Jukes up in the apartment. Sees the barrel. Oh my god. Doesn't get away with a kill. Thought for sure with a barrel advantage he was going to take that one. But Nissim continuing to be sharp up towards short. Had that deagle round that really shifted the entire game in Legacy's favor, and once again another impactful kill in this A bomb site, and Legacy just cut right through this defense. There's no hold really for FUT Esports to be seen.
A 5-on-4 advantage. They don't get any following kills. Probably outstay their welcome towards banana. A really difficult Molotov to deal with. Half in, half out, trying to retreat. Burn fully toward the sandbags, and yeah, it's going to be 6-2. Symmetry. The hunt is going to be on. They know exactly where he is. He opened things up towards banana. He's going to try and close the gap here. You can feel his time might be limited. Spots one towards the ruins. He knows they're coming for him. Has to hit this shot, which he does. Knows they're coming. Doing very well. Knows there's a player in towards ruins, but he's coming on the other side. So he will survive with the AWP at least. 3 kills in the round. Not a complete disaster, but things certainly not going how they expected after the pistol victory. 6 in a row for Legacy. It's a T-sided map, admittedly, but most of these rounds have been comprehensive victories for the Brazilian squad. We'll see if they can keep it up. Another buy available with the saved AWP. Dropped a weapon over. Max loss bonus, of course. Oof, doesn't get any easier. Got that opening HE. Speaking of which, though, good response. Taking Dumal and Lux down to half HP.
Laux about to be set up for the peek towards top banana. Yeah, a lot of damage done to Dumal off the top of that half wall, but it's still going to be a follow-up peek from Krabeni, but he's blinded. Oh my god, it's absolute whiffage right now. But how is he alive indeed, Henry?
I have no idea. He'll be finished off by the
Dead
clock.
now, surely. Thank God. Took a while, but Krabeni finally gone. Here comes the rotation of Demon, speeding in behind. He's got himself a pick here on Lux. That wallbang connects, and actually Legacy are held back. They haven't got into the site. That kill from Sadsin will once again reopen the B-bomb site, but there's presence spotted. There's another player at least here on the B-bomb site, so that's confirmation that there's at least 1 out of 2 over on the B side. So they're going to be racing back to A for a chance that they know, guaranteed they've got a man advantage or 2 here.
Round's already done. Unfortunately, didn't go. Hate to be a pessimist.
Yeah, they made the wrong move. They rotated off of the A side, so...
Well, there it is. For a second there, it was looking promising for FUT, but overwhelmed. Push back in towards B. Get all the kills required. Fall back. Get that bomb planted. You can't even look this in, so it's going to be a saved orb. At the very least, but they're getting absolutely destroyed out there. Might have to be Dust 2. They keep this up.
No, it has all the signs that it will be, to be honest. I think it's a very similar problem that Legacy had in the first map, where there's just no ability, really, to win these gun rounds for FUT Esports. Even, how many situations have we seen where they go 5v4 up? Sometimes even more than that, Henry. And they're conceding so cleanly in the finishing moves.
They've had a few 5-on-4s, some 5-on-3s, and players like Dumao, Nissim bring it right back in their favor. Sadzin's had his moments in the AWP as well. Another comfortable one there for Legacy. 7 rounds in a row now. Well, they are saving weapons at the very least, like 2 guns each time in the maximum loss bonus and the new CT economy of $50 per player per kill. Keeps them in it. Another tactical pause. Need at least 4 rounds. 3 to go to find a couple. Symmetry's trying to be active. Try to be dynamic, try to move around. Going for the opening duels, sometimes finding success, unable to convert it.
Hey, Kenny S has turned up to CAC.
No, seriously?
Yeah, he's on the desk with the casting headset on over there in China.
That's pretty cool.
I know you said he was learning Chinese, but he's casting now, Henry? What the hell is going on over there? All right, straight up into Banana. It's going to be Laux to take down
take the
Lato.
advantage, boys.
And yep, a 5v4. You got to work with it. And it's not only just a 1-man advantage, it's now a 2-man advantage. And you've got the health of 20 here for Lux. So the initial Banana fight was so successful there for FUT Esports. This needs to be a round win.
Totally agree. They've played it well. Don't overset the mark. They've got some retake utility going in as well. Denying access to the Banana. Sadzin just checking out the close range proximity. It's going to be Krabeni, though, alone. Does he need to be doing this sort of play? I'm not so sure. If he goes down, Dinko, oh, God. Be careful, be careful. It's fine. The smoke will provide him some safe passage back and towards the bomb site. Cemetery rotating over. Yeah, you don't really need to have a solo B defense, even in a 5-on-3. Let's have some backup. If they've got a smoke for spawn, this could be very difficult to handle. Good shot. Should secure the round here. 4 versus 2.
Another one from Cemetery. He'll go back in. Can't get Nissim, but eventually Demon comes around to confirm that. So, yeah, you need all the rounds remaining in this half to feel like you've still got a shot at winning Inferno for FUT Esports. The issue is, with Legacy being so successful throughout this entire half, they've got so much money, so they'll be able to get a continuous goodbye. No AWP. You're going to be happy playing with 5 rifles. But let's see if this is the turning point for FUT Esports. You're not going to get that start in Banana every time, Henry, right? You're not going to get 2 entries and a heap of damage. But so I've got to see what they can do when it maybe doesn't go as well.
Well, this time they're dropping the Banana smoke from T-Spawn. Extinguishes initial incendiaries, gives you a route up and towards that half-wall position, but also removes CT vision, and we're going straight in towards middle. They're going to be tested once again. Cemetery trying to tuck himself in towards a pit position. His teammates going down. Here's the AWP, isolated in the back. They know exactly where he is. Just a matter of time before it's found, but somehow gets a double kill.
Yeah, collapse in, gives him a little bit of lifeline, but a 3v2, all of a sudden, FUT Esports have the player advantage off the back of that. And Demon now pinned. He's locked in. He can't move out of that cubby. Lato moves off the angle. Smoke goes up at Moto. Krabeni using this distraction to get up through short. And 1 minute 2 seconds left on the clock. Nissim coming out of the pit. Oh, does Krabeni catch him? Oh, Nissim, great awareness to check out Krabeni. Takes him down. There's Laux moving in. Going for the plant, denied by Demon. The AWP, a lateral kill from Pit, has saved them in this round and potentially even saved their half.
Yeah, a gift from the gods there. He had no business getting a double kill. Completely surrounded. They run into his crosshair. Gets the double, saves the day. Had no business winning that whatsoever, and it's going to be a nice strike there. As soon as the bomb gets planted, they both push through the smoke, knowing one player is out of the action. And there's the 4 rounds they needed, possibly still on for 5 here. Money's still strong. Couple of players about full util. It's going to be Lux, and look at the grenade damage again.
Oh my god, yeah,
wow.
They're just going through it though. The Brazilians going for a barge in towards this B-bomb site.
Wow, an absolute nuke there. In towards B we go, Dingo.
It's Lounge waiting. And first oranges, Krabetti taking the initial attention.
So
Lounge
blind.
down again, they're blind and they're melted and shredded. FUT Esports recover the half. It is 5 picked up suddenly for the CT, showing some life on Inferno.
Yeah, they were 6-2 down.
It's back on.
It's very much
and
back on.
those 2 rounds as well remind their pistol and conversion. So they had finally some life right at the end. 3 gun rounds in a row. Get the sleeve back on.
Yeah. This is him in his final form.
That's his T-side sleeve.
Here we go. Well, that's a very impressive final round there. They go for a bit of a B rush. Lucky for some, but completely blind, battered and bruised. So much utility damage. We'll see about 200 of it before they even get through to the bomb site. Lounce chomping at the bit to get involved. Look how effective the flash was, just mowing them down. Very nice.
Good flashes, Dima. Let's fucking go. Win the pistol and fuck.
The flashes were insane.
And you hear Lounge say, win the pistol and beat them.
It's a good strap.
Yeah. Well, he said a couple different words, but you know.
All you have to do is win. So let's see if we can work out what they're up to here. 2 smokes, 2 flashes, HE. A lot of teams like to just get the basic mid control, smoke towards Arch side and Moto. Nade the pip, flash through. I would say about the Molotov. Going B is unlikely. So yeah, there's the top of mid smoke to give them a chance to flash through it. It takes away a lot of vision with the CTs. Can't utilize the USP at the very start. Lato, you're looking to lock in his though. Suspects that Lounge might be there. Towards the barrels, that is. But like we said, going through that mid smoke here. Smoke down towards Moto. I'd assume it'll be a quad side finish, but they're going to try and go for a B split here.
Dumao with the Julies. Taken up by Demon. Lux doing what he can to keep his team in this. He's done very well to get a double kill, but Demon responding. We've got Lato on the fountain, 5 HP. Surely about to be drowned out by Lonks, and yep, that is the case. So,
huge.
B-bomb site has fallen. Demon is cutting off rotations.
No, he's not.
Oh, he's trying. Well, yeah, you're right, Henry. He's not.
Did not reload the Glock for some reason. Had plenty of time to do so.
Lonks, though. Oh my god, it is a mess. And Jugs is now low. He's going to be taken down for Esports. That's a missed opportunity there to win the pistol.
It really is. They get the bomb planted. Not all is lost, but certainly not a great look there. Get that kill towards Banana. The round's over. Also, same story for CT Spawn as well. Just reload your Glock if you get the chance to do so. He had like 5 bullets in it to try and find the kill. Nice shot from Lux. That did well to get a couple here. Beautiful shot to that P2000. Demon, though, that's where he had 7 bullets in CT Spawn. Couldn't connect them. Got really messy. Sadsin should not be winning that duel. And closes things out. Jugs has had 5 HP. There we have it. Has to be the force buy in the second. Legacy, once again, taking the tactical timeout on the second round. Did this in the first half as well. Knowing that this is a very important, if not the most important round of this second half. Win this, might be enough to get us to Dust 2 on its own. Give it away, though. It's back to the drawing board, and we've probably got a tied game. What have we got to work with? A couple of Khalils. Deagle, Tech 9, Lounce on the Mac 10. Round 14. Could decide their fate here. Can they win the round cleanly? Bear in mind, if they just get a bomb down and it goes down to like a 2-on-2, they'll continue to buy going forward here. So, plenty of opportunities to bring this game back to life for FUT. Great showing towards the end of that first half. Looks to be a banana finish. Coordinating the troops, flashbang to go over. Might even be smoking CT Spawn from way back and T steps. Not going to be the case. feeling they've got some basic control here. It's going to be a passive hold from the CT. He's got a player boosted up. Bit of a fake in towards A. Trying to pull a rotation over. Dumao. All he wants to do is drop that smoke. Set up his teammate who's boosted. Currently in the anti-flash as well. I think this boosted player should get a couple. Oh, there it is. Gets one, at least. But they've got the B-bomb side.
Mac-10 goes forward. Dumao stops it from getting any further. So, yeah, the bomb is down, but there's 2 extra players here for Legacy setting up for the retake.
And there's no Yuto. They have to play for the fights here. Dukes knows it. What a couple of fights they are. Wow. Dude, he's stolen the round away.
It's just done. Just like that. The aggressive play, the aggressive stance in towards Ruins. They come in towards him.
Hang on.
Galil chops them up, but don't forget about Nissim. He's 1 HP, no kid on his back. Run that clock down, and you'll run out of seconds. But Nissim showing that mechanical skill that they were talking about today on the desk ahead of this game.
Holy. 5 on 3.
Yeah, that's a huge turnaround from FUT Esports. Massive step up on the Galil. It's Demon with a triple, Jukes with a double, and 6 rounds now on the T side.
5 on 3 with no Yuto. Like I said, they had to go with the fights here. All of a sudden, Jukes goes huge. Triple kill with that Galil. And Nissim, yeah, he knows he can't win the round, Dinko, but if he takes everyone down, even by kills by the bomb blast, he knows they're going to be incredibly low.
Which means you can go for a 4 spy again.
Yeah. So this round's still wide open here. Sure, difficult to win.
But if you do win it, if you're FUT Esports, you'll have an eco up against you in the next, and the scoreline is very likely to be 8-8, tied up.
Big grenade damage. Oof, Lang's lucky to be alive here. Lux ain't buying it. Doesn't think they'll commit after that bombardment of HEs. Round gets uncomfortable now. FUT have nothing in terms of map control in their favor. Rotations coming through, a gamble stack. It's got to be Sadzin joining them over towards B. So Nissim's 5-7 is going to have to go above and beyond. He's not in a multi-frag position. If they smoke off the Arch and Library, let's commit towards A with a wrap. You can't win this round. And Utility's being lined up now. No one to back him up. Nissim on an island right now. Can hear the footsteps. He needs some rotations. No one's moving. A double kill is the only way they're going to look into this round. Can he provide? Nope. And that's going to be a...
Well, save for the next one. It is very likely now to be a scoreline of 8-8. There's the 7th. And we've seen already what the T-side can look like from FUT Esports over on Mirage. You know, we get a little bit of a look into their Inferno now. An opportunity to perhaps sink Legacy right at the end. Sadzin just holding up over the top of the boost, waiting for Kerbeni to go into the open. And that just ain't happening. Gonna tuck himself in the corner, not conceding his life. And that save is completed. So, tech issue coming up here, unfortunately. But FUT Esports, guys, just 1 round away. Kerbeni's got to take that headset off. Seems to be an issue over there then for FUT. Or FUT. You know, this is Paula. Paula broke my brain. We did a podcast with him last night, Henry.
Oh, did we?
And he started calling them FUT.
Yeah, true.
And now I'm like, now it's stuck in my head.
It's FUT Esports.
What the FUT?
Fuck.
So, stuff you expect here for the quarterfinals.
Who would have thought FUTs or FUTs would be even in the quarterfinals, to be fair. If you're just joining us, wondering what's going on, what kind of tournament is this? Who are these guys? They actually took down FaZe twice in the tournament. In the opening game first of the day, it was them taking down FaZe on Mirage after being down 9-3. And then in a best of 3 as well, 13-11s all the way, knocked them out of the tournament. And yeah, here we are. They're on the big stage now. Their second LAN event ever. They were at the Birch Cup a couple of weeks ago. And now here in Shanghai, taking on Legacy, a team going to the major. And they've got them on the ropes. Already a map in their favor here. Now on the pick of Legacy. And it's starting to heat up. Starting to look very good. But bear in mind, Legacy did save 4 players, 5 sevens, and scouts, so won't be a complete foregone conclusion that we tie things up here, but let's have a look. 1-round game. We haven't had many 2-0s here, to be fair, at CAC. So MAC-10s, Galils, no AKs in the mix. Sadzin and Nissan will have to make do with no Kevlar, but there are some dangerous pistols out there. They went for the B stack before. I think this is a round that's not happening. Yeah.
It's another one of those, Henry. The Novas. They done us in last time. FaZe Clan were running around with Novas. We thought,
yeah,
what is
right.
happening?
T-spawn of Dust too. All right, well.
Oh, a quick restart, and we'll get back into things then.
Not sure about quick. The headsets were off, but hopefully we'll get back into the action momentarily. 1-round game.
Well, it's the frustrating part for FUT Esports, who have now been building a little bit of momentum back into the game. You know, at this point, we're about to tie it up. Hopefully this one doesn't affect them too much. Money, not in the best spot, you would say, here for FUT Esports. We'll wait until that full reset comes in, though, and take a look at exactly the weapons that they have built up here and saved over. But it'd be great for them to just limit the casualties in a round like this that's coming up. Make sure you don't go down to the couple of these saved weapons that were bought into the 4 spot and really start to build that T side up. So you've got 2 MAC-10s, 3 Galils. Money can build beautifully in the background if you don't lose anybody here. And realistically, they really shouldn't be dropping too many players. See what Legacy do now. Obviously, the last round they went for a bit of a stack. If they go to the opposite side of the map, then you save. But this time, you're not saving these weapons into the next round, so you can play with a little bit more freedom. But when you've got 2 MAC-10s and 3 Galils, Henry, let's see what kind of options are available to them.
Anything can and will happen. It's a team that's made some key mistakes against low buys. Very good fundamentally. Strong individuals, but not a perfect squad by any stretch of the imagination. We are going to see early banana control granted. It's Nissim on the other side. Bear in mind, he is alone with the USP. Sadzim will rotate over. He's only got the scout, no Kevlar as well. If they just execute towards B, it'll be enough. There's the CT spawn smoke.
Now the Sadzin scout ready to go. Dropping back into the fountain. Crosses into the site with Nissim playing out in behind the coffins. It's a passive setup on this B bomb site, and it doesn't have the stopping power to put an end to FUT's ambitions of getting into B. You can maybe get a kill or a tag, but really it does feel like that is the only thing that can really happen.
It's got a killer, I think. This is looking promising for Sadzin.
Yeah, but it should be overrun and traded out, you would imagine. There's one. Smoke's coming down. Need to trade him out soon. Again, it's just the USP here for Nissim. Just the USP. Should be no issue in terms of dropping him. They'll get into the bomb site. And that 1 kill is all she wrote right now for Legacy. So a tie game coming right up, Henry. FUT Esports have an opportunity to 2-0 Legacy today. Let's see what Jukes can do. They're coming up through Banana. He's going to hear them. McLeod's ready. Overwhelmed, Henry.
Okay.
Oh, get a little bit worrying now.
He has a chance to give this up. A small one, admittedly.
Well, you didn't know. It's getting bigger. It's growing. And now we've got symmetry at the back of the site. It's going to be a double kill on towards Lux and Lado. Defuse, 10-second stick. Krabeni distracted by Sadzin's got to get to it. Time is the issue.
Okay.
Way too expensive. Way too close. But it is a tight game, Henry.
Oh, it really is. Okay, we'll take it. Considering they had Galil's only a MAC-10s, sure, they lose all 5 players, but means they get the proper firepower going forward. But yeah, a scary moment there as well. As soon as he got the kill on the scout player in the spawn, though, the round was confirmed. There was simply no time to defuse without the kip. But there we have it. You're all right. We are all tied up. 2-0 back on the menu. Lato will save the Galil. Got the ult for Sadsin as well. Had a huge advantage. 6-2 up with Legacy, but another fantastic comeback from FUT. Down but never out. Should be an aggressive play here. Dropping that aggro smoke towards the barrels to extinguish any T-side Molotovs. Lang setting up the outside util. Apps pop looking very likely here. They love their T-spawn set pieces.
Yeah, let's see if it works out for the Missing. Ready to go. It's one quick kill off the balcony. You've got Lux down inside of the site. Good work done with that one rifle, but he's got his teammate Nissim. Oh, Sadsin, but he's going to be caught out towards Graveyard. It's all on Lux, distracted as Symmetry moves forward. It's going to be Lux stepping up, goes to the P2000, eventually taken out by Krabeni. Laux has moved up towards Library. Lato instantly dead. Laux with a clean headshot.
Low HP.
And Doomau does have a chance to drop the two very low players. Laux took significant damage in his earlier fight. Krabeni's down on 32. If he had grenades, it would be a lot more helpful here for Doomau, but the timing to look to the left side is not favorable, and Laux can peek out for an easy headshot to put FUT Esports into the lead.
Holy.
Timeout as well. Final one here for Legacy.
Yeah, this game slipping out of their grasp. It was looking so locked in, so comfortable for Dust 2. The third and final map, now the money broken once again. A 2 versus 1. Doomau up against 2 low HP players. They time the peak well, though, catch him off guard. The thing is, the money is tantalizingly low. They know it as well. If they can get a partial buy-in and win one of these rounds, it will completely shut down FUT. As you mentioned, though, final timeout. Using this time to discuss their aggressive maneuver. The MP9s, 5.7s are out, taking themselves down to about $1,500. They get 3,400 into the next round. So bear that in mind. You can go down to around 1,500 and have a strong buy going forward. And they've got the kip on Lux. It'll be a very important factor here because they've been close on some of these partial buys. There's no kit to defuse the bomb. And we're off. FUT have not been finding a lot of clean, successful rounds against the partial buys. See if they can crack this one and find double digits. Aggressive towards the apartment. Nice little spam there from Demon. Does a lot of damage, even more so now. Will do nicely.
Not the Star Legacy would have hoped for. The 2 apartment pushes have ended up being dropped to about half HP.
Arch smoke goes down. HE's towards Boiler and the cutout. We hit the 1 minute mark. They've got full banana control. CTs don't have much information to work with at all. Very passive on either side of the map. Bit more of an A focus this time. Smoke goes down towards banana. Speaking of which, showing some presence here as well. Trying to hold these players on the other side of the map. The bomb, all the meanwhile, going to help itself towards mid. Lounge trying to find a gap.
Flash goes over first oranges. Lounce trying to snap back for the second kill. That bomb, though, is shifting its way into the A bomb side. 3 players here for the defensive side of Legacy with 30 seconds left. This could get really messy for FUT Esports. You need to be careful up against 5-7s as they turn and win this round, likely for Legacy if you can get another one from the site. We've got Jukes low in HP. He would melt away from this crossfire. And his teammate is so far away. Krabeni is over towards the ruins, and he's just been spotted as well. So this round, it is up in arms again because Legacy get aggressive. They move off the bomb site. Sadsin can win it right now, though. This is it. That's it. Job done. Tight game. Low-tier weapons. And a very important round win here for Legacy.
I feel like they overcooked that a bit too much. Trying to present fake after fake. Players lurking on the other side of the map. The 5-7s, the pop flashes towards the quad side. A lot of damage done. Doomau confirms it's an A-side hit. There's the flashbang. Sadsim sets him up nicely. And as you mentioned, as soon as the bomb goes down here, it's over. Doesn't go for the fake. Just praying. The A-bomb side is open. And the tactical timeout leads them to a partial buy victory here. Bear in mind, the round before as well, all 5 players went down. So the money should be shattered here, and indeed it is. 9-9. We're going to go the distance here. So you force by if your FUT. Oh, considering their options. So a hero AK, that's about it. Lost bonus will be 1900 going into the next round. Still will be quite a weak buy. A huge injection of cash here for Legacy. AWP. Rifles across the board. And a chance to take quite a nice lead here on Inferno. A couple of rounds may be available. Let's see if they can get past the Krebeni or AK, sorry. The fact he's got that suggests they really believe in the in-game leader's fragging ability. That boost again. It's overlooked before. Just one smoke to work with. If they do the boost smoke, there's a chance they nullify his efforts. And if they go for a contact play, could actually work out as well. They're not going to do the elevated smoke, so the boost actually drops down. A chance it didn't go.
Yeah, Dumau swinging into the open, looking for the lineup. It's a triple kill. And Dumau has killed everybody apart from Cemetery, who has been taken by the USP of Lato. 10-9, Legacy double figures in that previous round. You know, we talked about the number of slip-ups now FUT have had. They don't want that to be the nightmare round that they remember in the back of their heads of why they lost Inferno. They've got AKs coming out. They've got a good buy to try and settle the score. But this feels like the last hurrah of FUT Esports on Inferno. If they are going to dream of a 2-0, if it is to become a reality, it's got to start here and now. Otherwise, Legacy very likely to close out Inferno and send this into Dust 2. Oh, that grenade is huge as well.
Second doesn't do as much damage, but certainly rattles the offensive line here of FUT. Krebeni down to 50. Another contact play potentially. Dumau with the incendiary. Oh, he's got to deploy that quickly. Gets himself burrowed away on the bomb side. They're vaulting over though. First kill will be very important. Goes in favor of Lounge. It's going to be Lato. And that's round.
Yeah, save over on that A bomb site right away.
Okay, bouncing back.
That's exactly what they needed as well. Because you have leftover money here for Legacy, which means they can even get a really good buy after losing this round. That's only going to be helped out by the 3-man save. FUT Esports don't have enough money to hunt, so you are going to get this save, no problem. FUT Esports, if they had lost a lot of players and still won the round, say it comes down to 1v1 or everyone goes down to the bomb, they would have had a terrible buy going into the next. So it's really important that they won it this convincingly, and it's Launk stepping up with a double kill.
Because even after winning this, they're going to get $3,500 into the next round, but they still have no util, right? So it's going to cost them another $1,500 to even get all the util back in their favor. And then at that point, the money's still not great. So yeah, absolutely had to find that one cleanly.
And if you remember on Dust 2, it was looking like FaZe were going to close it out. And then Laux had this round where he goes crazy through the tunnels, gets a double kill. He was the impact player that got them back into the game, that got the map over the line. Again, this is a huge round. And Laux is the player again who steps up with a great snappy double, clearing out first oranges and getting that player in behind Nubox. A lot of X-Factor moments from Laux of the last couple of days here for FUT Esports.
See if they can keep it going. 10-10. Touching distance of that 2-0 now. Every round seems to be decided by a couple of kills. Cemetery lining up the util from way downtown. Oh, another apps pop.
Yeah. Some of the direct hits haven't been all that effective across the series, but let's see. Nissim going to be waiting down in the pit. Very good work. Nissim gets nothing. Luck's going to be playing inside of the bomb site. He's about to get overwhelmed from multiple angles. Another clean double entry here from FUT Esports.
You might give it a look in with that kill from Sadsim. You're hoping to get some damage through this smoke. Grenade.
Oh, it's not good at all.
Oh, that might be a...
You save again. Retaking this A bomb site once they've had this much time to settle into post plants is almost impossible. So they're going to call it off. Gonna give it a go on the next, which means FUT Esports back into the lead of the game. Henry starting to get into the final gear.
Oh, it's another very clean round as well. Only one player going down. Money, not so much an issue now. Another $3,500 coming in. Got some breathing room, but they keep on saving weapons on the Legacy side. Not overcooking on the retakes, accepting their fate. Nice little execute there as well. Nice and simple. Like we said, the apps pop once again, deploying the utility from second middle. Getting it down towards the Moto in front of Pip, and then actually getting those nice pop flashes from second middle as well.
Yeah, Nissim's going to be frustrated because he's been so good throughout this map even, and not getting a single kill in the initial hold is going to be a very frustrating feeling, especially this late into the game. When you're already a map down, you could be conceding the entire series here and getting eliminated in the quarterfinals. And this has to feel like a great opportunity for Legacy. You've got an inexperienced roster in front of you in FUT Esports. The team waiting in the semifinals is heroic, playing with a stand-in. For Legacy to go out here, it would be incredibly disappointing for them. At least fending off that initial banana take here for FUT Esports. It's going to force them to go back. And here comes the apartments fight.
It's a position that's often flashed, but it's not going to be the case this time. Nissim with the opening advantage now. Going to just be brute forcing this smoke by the looks of things here. Nade is very nice. I don't think they get anything done here. The round has collapsed. Cemetery, okay, brings it back to life somewhat. Takes heavy damage on Root. Going to be swung on from our side though. In-game lead up. Needs a clutch of a lifetime. He pulls this one off. They have got map and series point. No one's looking toward that apartment's position, but now they are. Should be clean. And Jumao confirms it. Yeah, you can see they're going for these set calls out of spawn. Not really running defaults, and this time it comes back to horn them. That first kill, as soon as it goes down, going through the smoke, take massive HD damage, and then Lux more than happy to convert the weakened players. Jumao there, very comfortable 3 in the end. As we mentioned though, money not too bad. 11-11. FUT need to make a wish. Desperate for that 2-0, a chance to make their way towards the semi-finals. Is this where they find it? The apps pop again. It's the same setup, Dinko. Player towards second middle with the util. The same smoke going down.
Dude, this calling is brazen, but I like it. This time we've got Sadzin waiting in the pit. Nissim's going to be in the site, which is the difference. It's a different setup than they've had previously, but Sadzin, oh, he's going to step up. This time Nissim getting a pick, and Sadzin from the pit delivering.
The exact same strat.
Yeah, this time a much better haul from Legacy. A lot more ready for it in FUT Esports. What has happened? They've disappeared. It looks like Legacy about to close out Inferno 13-11 and send us into map 3.
I mean, it worked before, I get it, but yeah, very different setup this time for Legacy. Orp saving towards a pip. No Molotov down. Just hoping the flash would catch them off, but wasn't meant to be.
Money's broken now as well for FUT Esports, so they're going to buy, they're going to throw everything they've got into this. And Sazin trying to keep everybody calm down because they want to close this out. Don't let this go into overtime.
Should be theirs for the taking. Pistols, a Galil, 1 AK for Jukes. Surely this isn't the round they give over. Everything they need on the CT side. A couple of AKs, all for Sadzin. 3-man setup about to be flashed over. It's going to be that retake util. Locking them out of the half wall. Nice opening pick. Surely that's Dust 2 confirmed. In-game lead is gone. They'll give it a go towards B Dinko, but it doesn't look good.
Yeah, being a 4v5, on the requirement of trying to force this into overtime with such weak weapons and getting blocked again. Yeah, this has got Dust 2 written all over it. It's going to take a special moment out of FUT Esports. It's going to take someone stepping up here. to break through this B-bomb site defense. Sadzin. Flashes go in. That's the important kill. Can Lounge be the man again? Jukes has followed up. FUT Esports into the B-bomb site. Overtime on the line. Legacy have to retake.
How have they gotten away with that? A 5-on-4 against Pistols. Now they've recovered the AWP. Demon hungry to get involved. And the retake looking very desperate here. Flashbang over the top, going to come in through Coffins.
Yeah, Flash is going in, raining through. Can Legacy get rid of this post setup? But it's Symmetry and Demon combining. They close out regulation. We need the bonus rounds. And that is FUT Esports recovering a 4v5 with weak weapons attacking into the B-bomb site through utility. That is a huge turnaround as this team keep on surprising us.
Krabeni having to orchestrate the troops from the grave as well. He's a player that goes down, calls for them to commit in towards B, going through the util, running through with Tech-9s and Galils, and somehow, some way, Legacy give it over. And we have got overtime here. That is unbelievable. A complete collapse in the B-bomb site. It all started there. Dumal trying to get stuck in through the smoke. Jukes vaulting up. Big spray down from Cemetery. Closes things down and fires FUTs back up. No way they should be winning the round. A 5-on-4 Pistols, are you kidding?
No, and if Legacy go on to lose this map now, they are going to be so frustrated about that. Last round of regulation, they had everything going their way. But Esports, though, they didn't look like they had a lot of options on the T side, Henry.
Let's call the apps pop again, boys. Let's run it back one more time.
I have a great idea.
Got this great strap.
Apps pop.
We'll just run it the exact same way. Hope they're not in a good position. I think they've learned their lesson, though. They've been rumbled on that one. Using the dress smoke from T-Spawn. Lands halfway at the banana, like we talked about in the first half, allows you to get towards half wall. Speaking of which, Sadzin going to be boosted up on it. Oh, he's completely blind. How is he alive? Why is he falling back?
He just got stuck up. He was a little bit greedy.
Oh!
And Symmetry going for a aggressive play. For no
What is going on?
It's absolute chaos to kick off overtime. Symmetry's about to nail that no-scope, to be honest.
It's wild that Sadzin doesn't drop off the halfway. I know he's blind, but just press backwards. Either way, they've got the man advantage here. Lato in a precarious spot. Needs to get out of there. He knows it as well. Trying to creep away. Surely that's your window to get out, and he takes it. Playing anti-flash. Krabeni. Back towards B they go. Don't have much to work with, though. One smoke, couple of flashes. Lux. Slight off angle towards top and middle. Hoping to catch him on the walk up. If they get him cleanly, the round's back on. You'll see Nissim alone in the pit. All comes down to this one kill. Do they pre-fire it? Absolutely not. "30 seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Another disadvantageous situation here for FUT Esports. Demon on low HP. Nissim in the pit. Gonna start hearing those steps coming up through short. Nissim has an opportunity to win this now. 15 seconds on the clock. His teammates start to make their way up middle. Nissim just hides away. They can't check him. They don't have the time to do it. So Nissim gets jukes. He will not deny Demon getting the bomb planted, but he will never escape. He is going to go down to Nissim, and we are looking at 13-12. Legacy reclaim the lead.
Well, there we have it. High-flying antics from Sadzin at the start. It was chaotic, to say the very least. They get the opening pick, and once again, these teams refusing to hold on to their advantage. This is how it all started. Boosted up, but then completely blind. Goes down, and then, yeah, you're right. Those no-scopes connect. It's a very different round. Luck's only good for one. Nissim overlooked in the pit. That pretty much was the moment the round was confirmed. Just didn't have the time to check everything, hoping they'd stack towards B again.
It's hard to criticize the micro too much about what Symmetry was doing there, because once you commit to the first no-scope, you're already kind of in that position, but would have been good to just try and get away once that first no-scope misses. I think he had a small window of opportunity to do it. But, you know, frustrating stuff up in Banana here for FUT Esports. Legacy in the lead again.
Nice nades. Chipping away at FUT here. going to be Lato and Dumao, a tag team duo. Retake util being set up again. Actually thinking better of it. Might be a little bit too close.
Lounge is actually in front of the utility. Not wanting to go on it, though.
They rotate the AWP over. Calling this one off.
Well, they're going to retake top banana, which means they're going to get all the info that FUT Esports aren't maintaining banana pressure, which forces these ace players to be on high alert for what is going to be an A finish, and you can rotate Lato over as well. Kind of comes in at the worst time for FUT, that banana retake. All their information falls in favor of Legacy. Here's the A execution. And here's Lux burning into the fight, into the swing. Jukes come out on top of it. Lato on the bomb site. Oh my god, how has he got away with a triple? And Nissim out from balcony on the shutdown. These rounds for FUT Esports are just crumbling away from them. Lato didn't look like he was in a good position there, Henry. It looked like he was kind of just about got onto the spot at the right time.
Yeah, he gets the first one cleanly. Thankfully, the second player is very low as well. Continued the spray, gets himself a triple kill, activates Nissim from the apartment, and it's a very clean finish there after showing heavy presence towards B. As you mentioned, the retake util comes from the CT side, able to get 3 players over there, but not even needing the third player as they handle it very well there. It's going to be the tactical pause from FUT. You do get an extra one in overtime here. Looking to find at least one round here. Bear in mind, T-sided map going down 3-0 simply will not do. CTs with 3 AKs in their ranks. Here's the replay of Lato. Like I said, that second player so low. Didn't even need the headshots on the last 2 kills. Nissim, clean little spray. Krabetti doesn't stand a chance. One more to go for the clean sweep here.
Yeah,
there's the catchphrase.
Ready to get going one more time. Looking for map point here on Inferno to reopen Dust 2 once more. I don't think FUT Esports really have it in them to keep coming back over and over again, but who knows? This squad have surprises at every twist and turn. Real brawl down through banana here. Legacy have full control.
Oh yeah, certainly. Desperately need this last round, but they did a lot with very little in that final round of regulation. Final opportunity to post a round here. First 16. Legacy looking to find map points here in the first half. Ooh. It's not the end of the world. They wouldn't have heard that. It's a strong position. Strongest shot though. Cemetery gets it done with the Galil. And now the rotations have to come through. Recovering a flashbang and spawn. Unsure where this one finishes up. It's a bit of a B fake actually. Think you can see the smokes down towards Coffin and spawn, but the bomb and 4 players residing middle. It's the in-game leader. Trying to cause a ruckus here. 1 kill pretty much guarantees the round.
Oh my god, nice peek out from Lato. There's the 1 kill. There's the peek with nades in hand that no one wanted to see. Sadson's going to wait inside of the pit. 15 seconds on the clock. Legacy.
Oh.
Yep, this is it. This is going to be 15. No problem, surely. As Cemetery and Jukes now leaping into the bomb site. It is just Jukes as he picks up the bomb. Puts it down on default, but he's going to have no time to move off the spot as Nissim has run him down and put the pressure on his position. He nearly gets that flick out short, but Legacy will celebrate a flawless CT side here at overtime 1. They have 3 chances now to close this out, and you would imagine they're going to take one of them.
Should have done it in regulation. They had that 5-on-4 advantage against the Pistols and Galils. Squandered the round. And now, a massive opportunity to get it to Dust 2 once again. 3-0. They move over to the more favored T side now as well. Just 1 solid round. It gets them the hell out of Inferno. Final map of Dust 2. That one will be for the semifinals. Just doesn't feel possible to recover this one. Quite flat towards the end. You can see they were running out of gas there on the T side of Inferno. The strap book running thin. Those apartments pops being called multiple times, just hoping they would get a couple of fortunate kills, but Legacy found them out, moved that AWP over towards a pit position and started shutting them down. And once again, it's Sadzin. Gets a double kill. even more blind from the pit position. Got the opening pick there as well. It was like a 5-on-4 in their favor, but that was the kill. Like I mentioned, Kraveni, if he gets that, all the rotations come over, but Sadzin is playing in that pip spot with the sniper. Missing with a lovely kill. And then Lux close things out. There he is. Trying to calm them down again. The job's not done. He knows it.
Well, it looks like it's about to be. Let's see what Legacy's T-side has in store for us here in overtime. Oh, it's a Symmetry aggressive play down mid, picking out Nissim, who has been the best performing player for Legacy. He's dead first, but Dumao is around the half wall. He's got control of top banana, and they're just going to go. Charging into the B-bomb site, looking for the finish here. Looking for the knockout blow on Inferno, but Laux has held on. He's done very well here from first oranges, and it's slowed Legacy down completely. And 2 players of the remaining 3 are very low on health.
Nice
so
work.
Fantastic work from Laux. That's going to be enough surely here.
You would think so. Cutting this one down to size. Lato, though, full HP. Freebie on the first, knows the information of the second. Goes to the plum, doesn't feel comfortable to do so. Oh, still got a fighting chance in this one. 3 versus 1, takes Symmetry down to 9 points of health. The flank coming in from Jukes. 50 seconds. Can make them feel very uncomfortable. They've got him locked in, though. Can't retreat to the other bomb site. He's got to stay and fight. And there we have it. Well, there it is. Quite a clean round. 1 by 1. Managing to get the opening kill. Symmetry changing the pace of the round. Goes to that second mid pit at the very start. Nails it. Funnels him in towards B. And it's a very convincing hold there. Back to the drawing board. Legacy. 2 opportunities to get out of here right now. Or do we go into double overtime? Dumao with the front spawn. Heads over towards that banana area. We'll have Lux by him. Symmetry still has vision, playing in front of the smoke. Can't stay too long. He knows the peak's going to be coming in from second middle momentarily. Here we go again.
Well, Symmetry ready to go for this peek into his boiler. He's going to miss his shot. Demon won't, though. Demon's rifle able to take one away, and they're hearing so much presence for the CT side towards this A bomb site. So Dumao takes the fight at the B bomb site, wins the fight against Kraveni. Kill on to Symmetry through that top mid smoke. The bomb down in mid, though.
No way.
And it's absolute chaos still. And now it's mission recovery for Legacy to try and grab the bomb back, Henry.
Okay. A few more twists and turns yet. CT's desperate to hold on to this bomb. No further defensive utility, only with the flashbangs now. Smoke goes down. They've opted to smoke top of middle, but the CTs aren't home. They're both in towards second.
Yeah, Jukes is turned. Decapitation on the first, and Demon to sink his second of the round. We go down to the final round of overtime 1. Either we go again or we go to Dust 2.
You got to respect the FUT.
They never die.
They are in so many precarious scenarios throughout this tournament and continue to fight back from the depths of misery.
It's really impressive for a team that are so young to have this mentality, right? To stay in the games at this point and not collapse. Let's see if Legacy have that same mental strength. They've had a few shattering moments. One in regulation right at the end, and if they capitulate here in overtime 1 after winning 3 CT rounds to get up to map point, I don't know.
That's the thing. It's going to be difficult to hold your mental together. Got to speed things up, though. No fakes, no nonsense this time.
Yeah, faster plays didn't necessarily work out for Legacy in the first half. It was a big reason why FUT Esports even won enough CT rounds. So let's see. Legacy going to be going for this fast play into the A bomb site, but they're stalled out. The first kill comes in, they're blocked out, they're held back, and now you got to go to plan B.
They've lost all the momentum. They wanted to just swarm in towards that quad area. Now the incendiaries, the rotations coming through. Difficult to fall back here as well. You have no idea what you're up against. Moto smoke does something, I suppose, but still with vision. Cemetery going to be flashing in towards the quad for them.
Yeah, he can still support because of that body block. He can still use that gap on the left side of the smoke. And he can use it as cover on the right side to fight long. So, yeah, it's going to be perfect there for Cemetery. Lux is taken down. Would be ill-advised to re-peek into Nissim immediately, so he takes a pause. He goes back out again. Nissim's distracted looking at the archway, ends up falling, and FUT Esports have forced us into another overtime.
Yep, that confirms it. They've squandered another massive opportunity here. Sure, Latta gets a kill, but he takes so much damage en route. He don't think he's built for the 1v4 clutch, and 3-0 into 3-0. Oh my, FUTs remain on the CT side now. What a team, what a story.
That's the scary part, isn't it? Now they're on the CT side where they've just won 3 rounds in a row. They get to continue on that side, the momentum on their side. Can they just get 3 rounds in a row here again and close this out, close this series and head to the semifinals?
Having to cancel that sort of play when you had 4 players towards quad ready to go. The incendiary comes on the top. You have to smoke yourself. And he's like, well, we run through, we definitely lose. But we're also going to lose the round if we have no more utility. We have no map control and the rotations are coming through. The body block on the smoke towards the library side as well. All was a setup for success there. And it's going to be Legacy. They're the ones starting to run out of gas now. T-side ideas dwindling. 3-0 given over. And now they need to remain on the offensive side. What's the play? The coach needs to help them out.
I mean, Sadzin, you can see there at the end, they win 3 rounds in a row in overtime. Then you see Sadzin, you highlighted it, Henry, was telling his teammates to calm down because this job isn't done. And now you're seeing why. Because FUT Esports just bounced back with 3 CT rounds of their own, back into the game again. Let's see what Legacy have up their sleeve. Can they figure out a way to break down this defense? 1 round even could be enough. 1 T round. G-Man, look at this. Look at the aggression at this point of the game, Henry. I absolutely love it from FUT Esports. Dumao handles it though.
They fumbled the spray. There were blind players at the bottom. Just couldn't hit the shots there. Uncomfortable.
Well, there's the 1 T round. It's given to them rather than fought for.
Yeah. No way to recover this. Well, didn't have to work too hard for it. Your Legacy just run into you.
Here, have a round.
It was a nice idea, changing up the pacing completely, but Dumao more than ready for it. Sprays them both down. It's round over.
Well, that's a massive relief for Legacy. You're not going to get blanked here in the first half of OT2.
Best Corbeni can hope for is steal an AK away for the next round. No one coming in his direction, so there we have it. Trying to make
massive relief for Legacy. You're not going to get blanked here in the first half of OT2.
Best Corbeni can hope for is steal an AK away for the next round. No one coming in his direction, so there we have it. Trying to mix things up. Change the stance on the CT side. Doesn't work out at all. Got to raise morale here for Legacy. Their first T-side round here in overtime. Back to the drawing board, I'm afraid. Nice idea. Just didn't stick the landing.
All right, we're not going to see that again.
Probably for the best.
Yeah.
And we will have a more traditional setup now from FUTs, looking to find their first in out. Oh, lots of spams coming through, lots of grenades as well.
Yeah.
You don't see that too often. An opening kill at the bottom, courtesy of the HEs.
All right, right back to winning ways, it looks like, for FUT Esports. Getting a 2-man opener on the CT side. Should be able to close out a 5v3.
Should be in the operative word.
Yep, there's the chance for one back, though. And now it is all on Lounx at the B-bomb site. His teammate's a long way off. Here comes a pressure lurk as well from Nissim.
He's known for it. Doesn't get the timing, so he's going to call them back. You don't have to commit in towards B. The scramble now, the CT's uncomfortable.
Oh no, somehow, some way, Legacy have fought their way back. Oh, Nissim's position is just too good, man. Oh my god, he's done them. He has absolutely done them here. They actually turn on him, but Nissim, just the positioning is so strong.
Oh, no.
He's going to go down. He wasn't able to hold on long enough for his teammates to get into powerful positions for this A take. They're still sort of slowly slinking their way into the A setup. And Symmetry, he's got his teammate rotating in from Library. It's Demon's Rifle going up against Dumao. Can Dumao step up here for Legacy? They usually love him, and of course, he steps up when required. He needs a follow-up, and Dumao delivers again. But he needs it all. The clutch is required, and he waits inside of the site. The bomb plant goes through, and Laux is racing back over from the B-bomb site, coming through middle. It's been calmed that he is the mid player, that he will be coming from here. And he's got the read! Dumao, not even doubted for a second. A 3v5 recovery for Legacy, and it's Dumao in the clutch.
2 players going down at the start of the round. An overcommitment from CT Spawn, again, felt unnecessary. Turtle up, give them nothing. And Nissim, sure, he only gets 1, but sets Dumao up for success here. Perfectly played in the clutch. Out positions, out maneuvers the final player. Calm down, boys. 2-0 now, much better than it was looking in the first round of regulation.
Yeah, FUT Esports won every CT round in OT, and now they haven't won one. So this is a pretty inconsistent ride we're on at the moment.
Well, here we go then. Could be another opening nade kill towards Banana. Got to convert this one. Could it really be another 3-0 start here in overtime?
I don't think FUT will be able to withstand another one. It's still very unlikely that they could pick this up with Legacy continuously being the team to get to map point first. It's FUT Esports always having to play from behind.
Yeah, absolutely true. And they're rotating Demon over towards B, but no one's home.
I haven't been getting the right rotates either over the last couple of rounds
so,
here.
Yeah, even though it's a 5-on-4, they've got a massive numbers advantage here on the A bomb site.
This is where you want Symmetry to not get caught out of position. You want to make sure you stay alive. You want really a multi-kill from the AWP if possible.
One more dude. There's one and turtling up will be absolutely fine. CT's actually rotating over before the commitment comes in. They should arrive in time.
Yeah, we're not looking for a multi-kill initially, just the one pick and then stay alive inside of the site, and then your teammates can help you. And Demon coming up, the rotation has arrived, and it's a big shutdown so far. Dumao stepping up again with an important kill. Lato's alongside of him, but Symmetry and Demon will confirm at least one round on the CT side here in OT2.
One will do, I suppose. It was looking pretty grim after giving up that 5-on-3, the double grenades. That's lovely. One from the oranges, one from the coffins, both landing behind the half wall. Demon with that Famous, putting it to work, and then the final kill from Cemetery, low HP, flames all around him.
I think FUT Esports are going to be feeling very frustrated about that CT half for multiple reasons, right? The first round they call, they rush mid. They throw in a little bit of aggression. I like the call. They just kind of whiff their spray. Dumao wins it. Just from those 2 initial kills. Follow-up round should have won that too. It was a 5v3. Dumao clutches out. So Dumao is the difference right now for Legacy, putting them ahead.
Absolutely true. That 5-on-3, a real heartbreaker there as well. It was fantastically played from Legacy. Nissim especially is getting all that space, realizing the rotations were coming through, and absolutely shuts them down. Sure, he only got 1 kill, but he did set Dumao up. Takes down the library player, gets that bomb planted. 1v1, plays it perfectly. And they've got 2 rounds here. Moving over to their CT campaign. Only way FUT can find victory here is with the 3-0.
Not impossible. Just improbable.
Let's see what they've got. The T-side strap book was running thin. Lots of failed attempts towards the apartment position. Laos gets control towards Banana, at least the barrel's position. A lot of retake utility being deployed today. Flash is going over the top. Dumao probably calls it off here. Nades coming in. They've softened them up nicely. Pushed them back.
It all goes silent as we head under 1 minute. Jugs' job is to lock down the A side of the map. It's a tough spot he's put himself in here as to watch from mid-aggression and the apartments peaks. And they've just been re-smoked and blocked at top banana as the 45-second mark lands on the clock. This is going to be a tight finish for FUT Esports. They're going to be going into a Dumao. He's playing on top of first oranges. He is low on health. Could be rapidly taken down. And he's so quick and so accurate. And it's the Dumao Lado combo and a little bit of BS on the descent down as well. A falling headshot.
Okay.
And Jugs now the last remaining player, solo and finished off by Lux. It's never a nice feeling having to go into the Dumao Lato combo as map point once again rings out here for Legacy.
That's got to be it. 2 opportunities to put this one to bed. You've already got a 3-0 on your CT side before. Dodging the flashes. Dumao and Lato working in tandem as God intended. Beautiful setup. Ducking and weaving around the bomb site. Difficult to even communicate where they are. And it's a very clean finish there. Map points once more. Dust2 looking likely. Tactical pause caused by FUT. And they do not opt for the AWP here. It's going to be rifles across the board. See what they can bring to the table here. Doesn't feel like they've got enough left in the tank. Great showing once again. Already picked up that first map. The fact we were even in overtime, they had a chance. 2-0. This is impressive. Dust2 feels like an inevitability now. So what's the play? CTs don't want to present their own aggression. Standard round here, looking for that banana control. Decide to give it up. Do they have anything left? FUT will have the bomb down in T-spawn, so it won't be a heavy commitment at the start. Dumao gets back to the previous position of first oranges. Getting a play up to nade in towards CT spawn.
All right, 2-man setup in the A bomb side. Numbers are going to favor FUT Esports as they execute here. We'll see if Launch decides to activate early or if he becomes a late piece in this. But he's just waiting in banana, and that rotate from Lux is now coming over towards A. And Launch doesn't want to be the investigator. He has caused enough pressure that smoke has been deployed with his CT smoke being thrown out, but that's really it. And actually has drifted that third rotated player back over towards B to have a look, which gives the number advantage heavily here to FUT. And Nissim whiffing. He is missing a lot. And Satin down in the pit. He's got to go huge! And that is exactly what Satin does. Demon's headshot comes in. He needs a second. Can't get it, and Satin's no-scope rounds it out. Inferno was a marathon, but finally Legacy come out on top. They were knocking at the door time and time again, and this one is settled on Dust2.
Yeah, it's going to be settled on Dust2, but we've got to break down all the action on Inferno. A crazy map. I want to say the most FUT map I think I've seen here at this event, because they make it super competitive. Remember, that was Legacy's pick. They have an incredible record on that map, and yet they had to dig so deep to put FUT away.
I mean, look, I was thinking before the game started, this was like the classic, what we used to call a build order loss, where it's just like you lost in the map pick ban, unfortunately, because you have to play Inferno because you can't cover all of your gats when you ban it. So I'm thinking, yeah, Legacy's going to waltz through this one, and it certainly looked like it was going to be that case. I mean, yeah, they drop pistol, they go down early, but once they get guns in their hands, they just bulldoze FUT for basically the entire first half until I think like the final 2 or 3 rounds. FUT gives you a little bit of hope, but then we transition sides, and yeah, just a back and forth affair from there.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy that it got to the point it did. But yeah, like you said, that's kind of been the bread and butter for FUT, making teams actually kind of bend the knee to a certain extent. You know, even though it might take a little bit of time, but they do manage actually to force Legacy out of their comfort spot in terms of how they want to play and how aggressive they are. And they also have a very good way of identifying weaknesses, it seems. Like, I love how they, like, towards the end, right before OT and so on, starts recognizing that, okay, if it's not enough for us to necessarily just feign aggression banana early on. Like, we actually need to maintain it in order to keep Legacy honest about it. Once they do that, they actually find space over towards A and so on and so forth. And it became just like this back and forth of each team trying to adapt for each other, which is what you want to see. Like, you want them to actually make adaptations to what they're going up against, and I think it took Legacy a lot longer than I would have expected to see. Like, for instance, getting Demile to actually play in front of the smoke together with Lotto on site, instead of just standing behind the pool smoke on B and hoping for the best.
Yeah, and there's just so many moments, though, where you feel like FUT could do it. Like, I think the first moment, though, where I got concerned was when they kept running that same apps pop play, and it's like, listen, you know, like, that's only going to work you 1 or 2 times, but, like, maybe you're going to have to pull the trigger. And to be fair to them, once they got into the OTs, they did stray away from that, and they tried to go for a little bit more of a balanced play style. There was also that one round where it's like, man, you with symmetry just wouldn't keep going for that no scope at wall and just back off and play a 4-on-4. Like, there was just so many little moments like that where you're like, man, if they were just did things a little bit different, Zig, when they should have zagged, like, they could have maybe made something happen, but Legacy ultimately come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, again, like Nissim on Inferno, he did the same thing on against 3D Max, right? Yep. And yet again, he ends up in a similar situation where he's kind of just found the, you know, somehow gotten behind enemy lines, managed to find a crucial kill between rotations and whatnot, which opens things up for Legacy, and they actually get onto the sites and so on and so forth. And he was kind of the one redeeming factor for a lot of their CT side, I think, before we got in towards OT, actually. So huge credit to Nissim because he kept them in the game.
I mean, I think that's been the thing that's probably catching a lot of people by surprise is, you know, when you look at this roster, you see Nissim, and like I say, we were talking about this with Maui the other day. He's kind of been a little bit slept on just in terms of his overall, like, you know, contribution to this roster. But at this tournament, you know, he's been integral. Like, he's been their best player, I think.
Yeah, I think it's Nissim and Lotto, really. Yep. And I think Nissim has at times had more significant impact as well. So it's great. He's having a fantastic tournament, and it's much needed as well, because I think this is about the first solid map we've seen out of Dumao, even though it took a while for him to get going, but it's taken far too long, and Legacy usually need Dumao. So if they don't have him, they need Nissim to step up.
Absolutely. Got to fill that space.
Yeah, it was absolutely, like, you know, a tough one to see them have this labored, though. I mean, I feel like, you know, considering the start that they had on the T side, you got to be putting this game away, you know, 13-8, 13-7. Definitely had chances to do it. Credit to FUT for the resilience to you know, come up with a couple of key plays to kind of keep them into it. And ultimately gave us a game that I couldn't really see how it was going to end. Like, once we got the second OT, it was like it was anyone's game at that point. And also want to give huge props to the Oppers because, you know, both of them stepped up this map. Like, both of them played very, very poorly on Mirage, if we're 100% honest, but both of them really put together some big plays to give their team chances to win. And with Dust2 coming next, like, I'm hoping that form can kind of carry over.
Yeah, it would be a lot of fun. And yeah, like you mentioned, we saw it especially towards the end of the map, Sadson, once they got him into pit for those hall pops, which usually you wouldn't think that's a great spot for an Opper to be when you're popping halls and stuff like that, but made it work. Made it work time and time again. So it's great to see it. He was off to a good start on Mirage, and then everything collapsed, obviously, with that 5th or 6th round, whatever it was, on Mirage and so on. So it's a good sign going into Dust2. But yeah, this has been way more labored than what I would have expected it from Legacy. So the confidence that I had that Legacy would first 2-0 this, and then obviously like have a rather easy time given the veto, I'm not as convinced anymore because, again, FUT just keep impressing.
Yeah, I think this is the thing that's caught a lot of people by surprise as well about FUT, and that is that they are playing like they play online. You know, a lot of people have been saying it'll be different at LAN, they'll get found out, you know, that you won't play that way. And yet some of the lineups they're doing, some of the pushes they're doing, some of the aggression they're displaying, it's very much an online-esque style that they're bringing into this LAN environment.
I think it's also one of those things where it's like when you get into the LAN environment, you think, maybe like 1 or 2 of their players will maintain a high level, but probably a few of them are going to drop off. Not really the case. Like, I mean, yeah, sure, you're going to point to a certain couple of players like Demon, for instance. You know, obviously Jugs has had some pretty good moments anchoring and things of that nature, but really it's been a pretty solid team-wide performance overall continuing to happen despite the loss on this map.
Yeah, and again, I think they are definitely a team where you can't just look at the stat sheet and be like, oh, you know, player X had a bad game. Like, I think for Inferno, for instance, maybe stat-wise, Lonks wouldn't necessarily pop off, you know, the paper, etc. But he had so many impactful rounds, you know, that, especially on that CT side. Again, had another instance where he ends the half in a massive way with a multi-kill spray down on the B bomb site, right? For to actually get his team around and kind of make them feel like they're in it instead of going down 8-4. It becomes 7-5. That feels much more manageable, right? It gives you a vitamin boost.
I mean, this is my worry going into Dust 2, which we'll set up before we go to break. I think FUT, I don't know, they just feel that they're a bit more crisp individually and kind of they're punching well above their weight right now. And you go into a map like that, I don't know, I'm kind of a little bit worried for Legacy here.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I mean, I think this is definitely a map where Flit's already had some success this tournament, beating FaZe, beating Pain. Also been a good map for them, you know, online. Legacy won the last 6 out of 8 games against some good teams as well. So both teams come into Dust 2 probably feeling pretty comfortable about the situation. But just like all the other maps, with, you know, the starting side being the T side for FUT, just again, very
that matchup along. That's the delicious matchup right there, because you know you can sort of imagine that Demon, you know, if he gets going at long, they're able to get that control. They could be in for a big T side.
What I like about Demon too is he's super flexible. Like most long A players just play long A, not Demon. Like they're going to pull him off and use him for a lot of trade fragging. And again, they just have a nice deep playbook. They have some good fakes that they have well designed. And yeah, I expect him to kind of continue the same high level of play we've been seeing.
Yeah, no, for me, again, I'm going to be curious again because we associate Legacy with aggression, and what we've seen is FUT actually being able to put them a bit on the back foot, and that's when Legacy are at their weakest. So I'm very, very curious to see if FUT are going to find success with that again, if they're going to be able to maintain it, if they're actually going to make Legacy have to play a different kind of ball game than they're used to. And I think if they do so, yeah, then they absolutely have a legitimate chance at taking this and actually making it to semifinals, which seems absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Legacy, though, is like this is one of the maps where I feel like their playbook's a little bit deeper. Like they can actually go toe-to-toe a little bit more with FUT tactically, I think, on this one. They have a lot of their own like really well-designed fakes, and yeah, they're known for their like aggressive spawn-based plays and things of that nature, but they can go a little bit deeper on this map sometimes than maybe some people would give them credit for. So I'm hoping for a really nice brawl. I think it'd be a great way to finish it with a nice tight game. And again, I like the fact that we're on a map where the Oppers are going to have a lot more freedom, not as many close quarters battles, a little bit more open space to play with. We're seeing both of them kind of step up their level from map 1 to map 2. If that continues, that's another great matchup to kind of follow throughout the rest of this game.
Yeah, been a great series so far, and hopefully it ends strong. And with that said, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll be on Dust 2. We'll see you then.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
区域安全，该动手了。什么声音？我好像听到了动静。
集合，该我们出手了，咱们给他们来个出生入死，来吧！你这手感无人能敌，他们简直不堪一击，小心点，还有一个。
一切都如计划所料。出发，出发！都是我们的，快撤！就是这样，就是这样。
兄弟，现在麻烦大了，炸弹哪儿去了？跟我来。
老哥，真是潇洒。没有什么能够阻挡。
来吧，看我们的！
他们要干掉我了！不要，不要！
目标已击毙，确认区域安全。别忘了还有个炸弹要处理，行动！出发！来吧，任务开始了。发现目标。干得漂亮！嘘，我好像听到敌人的声音了。
准备安炸弹了！嗨，我们成功了，走了！让他们见识见识谁才是老大！
你看到炸弹了吗？我去炸弹那儿。七零八落的，快拆弹！完了完了，来不及了！今天还回得去吗？
Stop.
Welcome back to the CS Asia Championships. We're getting into the final map of the quarterfinals. And right now, heading into Dust 2, Legacy versus FUT. It's all to play for, Henry.
It is, but surely Legacy are the favorites now. They've woken up. They've shown some good form. It wasn't without its disappointing moments, though. I felt like they should have done it in regulation, losing to that 5-on-4 against the Galils and Pistols, then going 3-0 in the first round of overtime there. I felt like they should have closed it out, but they were looking like the better team towards the end of Inferno.
Absolutely. I think both teams are having their moments of choking and losing rounds they really shouldn't have. But Dust 2, I like what Dust was setting up, funny enough, coming into this final map. He was saying that both teams are very solid on the map. Legacy have had some decent wins on it recently, most notably, in my memory, beating Furia. And then the way that they beat Furia was with Lux having an outstanding performance, which isn't always the case. He isn't a player you always talk about.
He hasn't looked amazing in this series. It's been more about Nissim and Dumal so far. But yeah, if he can step up, they're definitely the better team. I think pound for pound, they got better firepower as well. It's just FUT seem to be taking every opportunity and running with it. Every time you give them any sort of look into a round, they will find you out. But the thing is, as well, their playbook seems a little bit shallow. I will say that much. Thankfully, we've seen them on Dust 2 already against FaZe. The fundamentals on the T side were very good. You run a lot of defaults in that map, and they seem to run the map like a tier 1 team. So if their individuals can show up, I think it will still go the distance, but I am edging towards Legacy here.
Well, yeah, I think for that win against FaZe was down to just individual moments as well, saving them. It looked like FaZe are going to round it out. Lounge had that crazy round coming out of the B tunnels, rushing everything.
Yeah, right. That was insane, wasn't it?
Yeah, so it's moments like that that I think really saved FUT yesterday. They have a lot of firepower. They have a lot of individual players they can rely upon. And I feel like this is what this map is going to come down to, because both teams, it should be an overtime extravaganza again, Henry.
We wouldn't have it any other way.
We really wouldn't.
So, third and final map, this one for the semi-finals here. Legacy certainly the favored team, but bear in mind, FUT took down FaZe just yesterday. We're going to have a long rush coming through.
Well, big swing here from Lux. It's going to be a double kill for him. Dumal and Lato also stepping up, and just a heads-up fight. Everyone's stacking long, and it's Legacy come out on top of it.
Yeah, good duel indeed. Everyone just taking a battle towards a long corner. Not too technical there from FUT. Didn't even breach the double doors, really. Found a couple of kills, sure, but that's about it. No bomb planted, that goes without saying, and we will see whether they would decide to force buy or take the full eco here. Dust 2, you'd normally see the full eco and bring the AKs out on the third with no plant, and that's exactly what they're going for. So not really much I can tell you about this round, Dinko. We've all seen it before. I've explained it about 1,000 times this tournament. Bleed out the util, and try and get one kill.
Yeah.
Although we did say that on Inferno. They won, Legacy won with 2 Deagles and Glocks.
That's true. Nissim had a big triple, but it is not going to be happening here as Lato displays great ability at handling pressure of Glocks running at him. So that was nice and quick. Didn't really bleed out too much utility. It didn't really bleed out too much time. We love that. So here we go. 2-0 up into the real rounds now, Henry.
The meat and potatoes.
Yummy.
Let's get into it. Let's have a look whether they can even... They could get a glass cannon or I really doubt they do on the T side. That is not worth it.
Yeah, especially when it's Laux, not Symmetry in that position.
Here we go then. Scout for Sadzin. Bit of a sniper's paradise is Dust 2. In towards lower B we go though. Lato going to get first contact here. See his teammate Nissim just trying to push him in towards lower. Flashbang is incredibly effective. Lucky to be alive.
Yeah, no peek on the flash. Here's Laux ready to go, though. First fight of the round. It's going to be Lato coming out on top. The FAMAS bests the Galil. And now Lato Bernie has got his trusted buddy up on short here. Dumal trying to make the difference. That smoke did not get rid of the fire. They continue to spread into the corner. Dumal ready. Can't spot Demon. In fact, straight to the smoke. Taking down by a 1 HP Symmetry. It's Sadzin now 1v4 total with a scout. Not looking like Legacy are going to get 3 rounds in a row here because Jugs has come around the backside and he's nailed his chance. So that's going to be the first for FUT Esports.
Okay, was looking rather promising there with the opening kill towards lower, but the reaction was absolutely spectacular. The Molotovs coming through, swinging from multiple angles there. And I'm not sure what happened to the Molotov. It looked like he dropped the smoke on top of it, but the flames were not extinguished. And it will be FUT finding their first here. But bear in mind, after 2 very clean rounds, the pistol and the second round against the Eco, they kept all 5 players alive. They still have enough for an AWP. Admittedly with no Kevlar, but that doesn't seem to be slowing down Sadzin at all. Goes for the mid doors, jumps up on Xbox, and now patrolling towards lower B. Smoke goes down on the double doors here. Opening kill, successful shot, but can't quite convert it. Oh, keep the gun, you'll need that.
Ooh.
Now, we did comment on FUT's T-side play. I thought it was very impressive. It was quite one-dimensional. They do this wall of smoke stinker. We saw this plenty of times, the waterfall smokes. They drop them every single round pretty much. They don't necessarily always go A. They use them as mid to B smokes as well. A lot of top teams drop these smokes, but they do it like almost every round. You can drop down with them just like that. And Lux needs to be very careful. He's in trouble.
Yeah, Lux just great entry work here, clearing out the bomb site. Both defenders take it away, and that plant's going to be through. So 2-2. And a quick response to quick tie-up of the game here for FUT Esports on this T side.
Very nice. It's about what we expected. Did this time and time again to FaZe. They couldn't contain it. 2 smokes down. Negating the AWP. Sadzin nothing to do with this play. Can't even look into this round, so FUT tie things up very quickly after going 2-0 down. Some very convincing rounds here. Nice injection of cash going forward as well. So you're going to see a lot of that. FUT just go through the very standard default motions. Smoke double doors, 3 players lower B. Get short control, drop those smokes and either go through mid to B or continue with their assault on the A bomb site. If they get the long spawns, they'll take them as well. They do like to creep out in towards that B bomb site. So that's pretty much the playbook we're looking at here. So saving 3 weapons, going to force fully into round number 5 here. Dumao just down to the 5-7, Nissan with the P9, and they're the long spawns we talked about. Take them if you got them. Waiting for the smoke, waiting for the initial utility to come through, and they are out. They've breached the long area. They can get all 5 members here and just go for a nice simple attack. So information garnered at the very least. It's going to be Nissan confirming it's an A-side attack. They can stack all their soldiers. There's the Aurora smoke. The Turkish squad has first made this one fashionable. Lock them out, keep smoking it, run the clock down. And here comes the backstab from T-Spawn as well. So they've got them contained. MP9 gets a nice dink, but that's all he finds, so they can recalibrate. Good grenade in towards the pit, so they are chipping away at them. It is a 5-on-4. Just confirming that no one else has creeped up towards top and middle. Smoking the double doors again. Molotov towards short. Sadzin, just to know, now does have Kevlar, but he has no head. It's going to be a couple of kills here once again for FUT. 1 M4 to save. And at this stage, round over, they will take the lead here on Dust 2. Once again, looking very strong. Once the gun rounds begin, 3 in a row.
Yeah, looking very solid. I mean, getting out to a strong lead here. Gonna have to see Legacy start to step it up soon. Money's going to be a big problem for the CTs moving forward, though. Not going to have too much money in the back pockets. Which means FUT Esports should be able to continue building up a great lead here. But as we've seen throughout this game, you know, there are moments, especially in Inferno, where there will inevitably be some sort of mistake along the way, where some weak weapons somehow win a round, Henry.
Yeah, true.
We don't see FUT take all the rounds they should.
Yeah, certainly the Achilles heel of this team is the lesser weaponry and the man advantage. Things seem to get out of hand very quickly, but in the full gun rounds, they look very confident. So, they save an M4 and an MP9. Can't really justify investing much else into it. What can Lato do? It's currently 5-1, even though they're 3-2 down, so a bit of cash there. Could probably drop an upgraded pistol, but as mentioned, not going to be investing much else. Going for a little excursion down towards lower B. Both weapons is full sending. Actually flashing themselves, not ideal. They've got some B tunnels control, but doesn't really mean much because all of a sudden, Lux is going to be burnt out. Tries to get a shot off, and, well, that's probably round in itself. CTs will scramble in. It's not a bad attempt there from Lato. Cuts it down to size. 2 Mal, though. Swifty follows, and bomb to be planted. Nice shot.
Yeah, 3v3 off of this. Now Krabeni looking over the top towards CT. Oh, comes up again. And Krabeni with a great double. Handles the pressure. It could have got a little bit messy here, but now the chances of Sadzin have been eliminated in terms of winning the round. He's going to try and steal that M4 and slip away. There's a top mid push coming in. Could be a little messy here for him, and he will make it into the lower tunnels.
I don't think he was spotted either. Decides to stick around. Holding towards lower B. Oh, the aim punch gets him. No Kevlar this time. And we go 4-2. 4 in a row as well for FUT. Feels like tactical timeout territory, and indeed it is. Lato will purchase the orb for Sadzin. And a chance to work out how they handle this. It's a strong start after losing the pistol. Now you know they've called a tactical timeout as well. Is this where you drop in a set piece, go towards that B bomb site, mix things up? Or do you just continue with the game plan? Mid control into short. Execute A. Sadzin really needs to get going now. Needs to have some impact. Need to find some form in the gun rounds. And we're off. HE to cross. Temperature boosted up, so it is a different approach here. Going to be boosting in towards lower B. And he's going to spot the legs of one. Won't be able to get the kill. Doesn't actually get any damage as well, but will dissuade them from the boost towards short. Crisscross smokes in towards middle. An old classic. B split looking very likely here, Dinko.
We got Nissim going up close to the tunnels. And that smoke is going to block them out for the time being. So FUT Esports is going to have to wait before they can burst out into this B bomb site. There they come. Nades and mollies. There's Lato to the first. As Juke's going down through the smoke. Here comes the push out from Krabeni into middle. Lux is going to hold on. And 30 seconds on the clock. So that's forcing another plan to be taken out here for FUT Esports. But it's not looking like it's going to find any real opportunity. We got 20 seconds left. The last-ditch effort is either run into the B-bomb star or save.
I think they're saving. Round's over. HP's low. 15 seconds. Back in towards T-spawn. We saw that plenty of times against FaZe yesterday. Bursting through any smokes. Great flashes, but yeah, just took too much damage en route. The spam through the smoke, taking a player down, finding a dink as well. Too much to handle, I'm afraid. And that's a very clean round from Legacy. 5 players survive. Can have all the utility, all the firepower they could ask for. A few kits brought in now as well. How do they change things up? Smoke going down early this time. A few flashes over towards long, show some presence. Moving that sniper vision away from middle. And they've got very fast pace up towards short. We've talked about the idea of the couple of smokes they've got, the waterfall smokes, but just going to be taking a contact play. Max will open things up with a beautiful double there. Might win the round single-handedly. Demon chimes in towards long as well. Very basic approach, but it's very, very effective.
Listen, jumping out towards the car. It's going to be a kill here on Krabeni. And that bomb sprinting out of long. So a nice little plant coming in, and that'll secure the round win. And a 5-3 lead as the buffer of round victories to kick off the first quarter of this game continue to grow for FUT Esports. Reminder, if anybody is just tuning in, this is for a semi-final spot against Heroic. You're on the easier side of the bracket. That's Heroic with a stand-in. But
a very strong stand-in.
The best player at the event, but, you know, stand-in nonetheless.
So looking to hunt down these remaining 2 players for Legacy. Like I said, pretty basic approach. Spotting a gap towards short. Oh, should have probably had that kill. Nissim, he goes down. No double found for Lato. It's a clean sweep. All 5 players removed, and we'll see 5 rounds on the board for FUT. But bear in mind, the Legacy still have the cash here, but no presence towards short at all. Caught napping. Sadsin with the AWP, removed early. What a beautiful shot it was in the second. All this aggro taken away from long. Demon activates. Jukes to close things out. And no AWP available. This is starting to spiral now. Going up 2-0. Only 1 gun round found. Back in towards lower B. We saw this attempt before. Not going to work out too well again. An opening man advantage. Don't love that play. It's such a gamble, such a 50-50 if that. And now you're in a very precarious spot indeed. Nissim pull that back up towards B. Can they trade him out? Apparently not. It's going to be Sadsin chiming in as well. A team kill, and they've actually recovered the round.
Jukes. Oh, there's one onto Nissim. Don't give him a chance at this. He goes into the fight. There's too many different angles to worry about, and Legacy do bounce back immediately. So quite back and forth in terms of the round wins here. We've got a 5-4 scoreline. Money's still good for the T side. They're going to bring out a solid buy. CTs have cash too. So in terms of what you want to see, a close half already, Henry.
Yeah, absolutely. Quite a chaotic one. You don't see this too often, all these early excursions in towards very important choke points there. It didn't look like Legacy had enough to work with, but managing to fend them off in towards that B bomb side, very comfortable in the end. And it will be the first tactical timeout now from FUT. What a run they've had here at CAC, knocking out FaZe yesterday. Booking themselves a place in the quarterfinals, looking for semis. First map was great. Convincing victory on Mirage. Inferno, bit of double overtime after going down 0-3. Couldn't convert it. Legacy held on, got us to the 3rd map. Certainly the favored team before this series began, but FUT keeping up with top-tier opposition once again. Currently in the lead, 5-4. Very important round here. Sadsin back on the AWP. And let's see who will be making the first move. Seems like these rounds are kind of decided very early on. Using that B spawn, Cemetery will be holding for his teammates. That smoke goes down, though. Do they play in front of him? They certainly do. It hasn't really worked out. And once again, it feels like the round's decided in the first 20 seconds.
First couple of seconds, that's it. It's going to be a tough round to figure out how to get back into here for FUT Esports.
You can see, like, that's the difference, I suppose, between top teams. A lot of calls are made out of spawn for FUT, which is fine. It's early days for this squad, their 2nd LAN ever. But you are going to be punished if you try and run through smokes and don't have the ambition to cancel those strategies, trying to force the issue time and time again. And it's a 5-on-2. Again, this is like save territory. Literally no options really available. They've got no smokes. Sure, you've got the AWP, but there's nothing Legacy have to do now. Just hold the bomb sites and crossfires. As long as you get one in your duel, the job is done. And I think we're saving already. Yeah, there's that one smoke. As soon as it goes down, you should probably be cancelling the call. Tried to break through. The flashbangs weren't there. Double kill comes in. And so do the chances of a round victory. FUT give it all up. And 10 seconds to go. The save will be successful, at the very least. The money now becoming a real issue. No further cash for these two players. But there is a chance to drop one, I suppose. You might as well buy. Penultimate round here. So the AWP is safe. The AK can drop an AK, maybe a Galil. There it is. Like I said at the start of this game, I like their defaults. I think just go back to running those. And it seems to be the case this time. So, double door smoke, short control, waterfall smokes to follow. This is their bread and butter.
Oh, the catwalk, seeing a lot of utility action right now. FUT Esports not progressing around the corner yet. Gonna be an A split, 3 players coming through long. They're gonna fake the B split, go 2 through cat, 3 through long. I like the idea here for FUT Esports. Let's see if they bite down on it, Legacy. They're not seeing any presence through middle whatsoever. And now they get the long flash coming in. Dumal's gonna lose his fight. Now Sadzin's put under quite a bit of pressure. Luckily he has the support of Lux who can hold down that short area. And FUT Esports have hit the pause button, Henry.
They have. They've got a lot of territory under their remits. Laux will continue to maintain that man advantage. 4 versus 3. CT defense being spread very thin. They need intel. They need it now. Overwhelmed. Split on towards A. And it looks like they've got another very successful round. Back to their winning ways here. 4 players surviving. The A split after faking the mid presence works out very effectively. Lovely take towards long as well. The perfect flashbang. Dumal didn't stand a chance. Nissim fighting back. But the damage is already done. The split was coming through. Desperately running through. Nissim can get nothing done there. And here we go. Tactical timer once again. Final round of the first half. Looking for 7-5 our FUTs. They've got all the advantages you could ask for, really. Dumal on the MP9. Nissim down to a Desert Eagle. Sadzin's AWP hasn't really got going at all, has it?
Nope. And he was actually the player to close out Inferno as well with that big round towards Pit. So you would love to see it get involved a little bit more here at tactical timeout for Legacy, looking to try and secure a tied game. Double up on the T side. On the start of the half, you can afford to go for something like this, have a rifle down on the ground, toss that AWP away. I mean, decide to play on for the rest of the round, but going for a big old opener. Double the chance of hitting the shot, I suppose, and they do. They land the shot, not death, though, for Nissim as he survives on 26 HP.
AK recovered. See a massive A stack going on here. Double door smoke goes down. Rotating into a more standard setup, trying to scramble back towards the B side of the map here. Molotov down towards shore, flashbang to get some control. Up a Molotov, this time a bit deep up. Baits out that smoke. That's all they wanted. So going to be dropping the crisscross smokes again by the looks of things here. They both come in. Some good nade damage. They've dropped these a few times. Haven't utilized them once. So back towards A we go. The incendiary will force their hand. And it's going to be Lux. Opening kill found. Needs to find a bit more here. Isolated towards a goose position. Has no further utility.
30 seconds is all he needs to delay for as he goes into the open. Rifle steps up here for Lux. 25 seconds on the clock. They haven't crossed over. He's out of bullets finally. And Laux is going to drop in, so that plant comes in. Planning for a post-plant area of short. And Laux is going to be playing long. And he's not even thinking about it. So the 5-7 drops him. Now it's in Symmetry, who's just been spotted. Seen the short player. Knows this one long. Goes forward to that fight, and he's out of bullets. Goes to the Deagle. And Symmetry unable to extend to a 7th round win. So it is a tied game here on Dust 2 exiting the first half. And this is exactly what you want for a third map that is shaping up to go the distance.
Yeah, we are neck and neck. Not much separating these two teams at all. Mirage is convincing. Inferno double overtime. And now in the third and deciding map, no one can pull ahead. After going 2-0 down, a plethora of rounds picked up at FUT with those AK-47s. Some great plays in towards the A bomb site especially, but unable to hold on till the very end. It's the MP9, the 5-7 to come out on top there as Legacy prepare for their T-side campaign. It's not clear who will be booking their place at the semi-final just yet. Sadzin, like we said, his AWP didn't really get a whole lot done. Dust 2 is where he should be dominating. Can he pick it up on the T-side? Getting right back into the action here. Very important pistol. Here's the replay of Lux. Great contributions here on the A side. His teammates dropping like flies. Lovely shot from Cemetery through the smoke while blind. Finally take Lux down after he got a couple, but low HP on Laux. 5-7 finds him at range. Swarmed is Cemetery, the last player remaining. We'll have a look at the T-side setup here. We've got one Molotov and one smoke. They've got a couple of flashes now as well, a couple of smokes. Looks to me it could be a long take, but they are facing towards B. Lux of all the util. Going to be smoking double doors. Molotov towards shore, which will flush out Laux. Oh, did he miss the molly? Must have done. That's designed to go shore, usually. Mid to B smoke. Courtesy of Nissim outside B. Oh, God, the utility's not pretty this round.
No, Laux is going to go through that CT smoke. Sadzin taken down. We got Lux sending one back through that smoke. Here goes Symmetry. Joel Berettas cuts down Nissim, spins around, and oh my God, he's got to go to the reload. That knife comes out. And yeah, it's a little bit awkward there inside of the tunnels, but it's food out on top of the players right now. But bomb is planted. When you've got the post plant inside of this site, that's what can happen. Dumao on the triple, Lato to close it with him. And this duo keep delivering rounds for Legacy.
It's a really scrappy pistol round. Not sure anyone really wins, but we will see Dumao with the double towards the end here. This was a little bit ugly. Run out of bullets, had to pull out the knife. Dumao helps himself to that kill, then gets the double headshot here. Beautiful. Picks up the pieces there. A round that was falling apart. Double nades. Oh, the second one doesn't quite connect, but the MP9, that certainly does. Demon with the open up. Oh, it's getting messy once again. Look at the HP. This 4-spy now looking very potent in the 5-on-4 advantage. Oh, so many weak players. Scout for Sadzin as well. Dumao, 27 points of health, boosting above this smoke right now. They have no control of the map. Gonna have to wait out this smoke. Sound cue given away. Here we go then. They will get a plant. No doubt about that, but two players coming in from long. Got to be very careful here. Nissim will have to do the heavy lifting with the full health of the AK.
Sadzin. Waiting. And did have an opportunity as he goes into the repeat. It's going to be very tough to get away with anything now if you're Sadzin. Got to rely on the rifle instead. He does, in fact, get one. And Nissim's rifle gets nothing but distraction set up for Krabeni. He gets one extra on the 5-7. And now Demon going for jump shots. Time's ticking too far to actually win the round. And it will be Legacy to confirm victory in the 8th. But that is, yeah, very messy still, Henry.
Yeah, it's not comfortable, but the job is done. Legacy, after going down 5-4, taking a ton of damage at the start through smokes as well, but I don't think you can justify another investment here. Just going to be purchasing up a couple of HE grenades, presumably using those towards long. There will be a smoke for Demon as well, but yeah, a couple of upgraded pistols, and indeed, long nades coming through. They won't connect. Nice work from Krabeni, though. The Desert Eagle catches Dumao leaping down. Feels like that was an unnecessary play towards lower, but they are pulling back now. Lato with the wallbang kill to find Jugs. This will read the play through the smoke. And the chaos continues here on Dust 2. So is there anything more they can do with this? 2 players towards short. Just pumping the brakes. Legacy just trying to spot for some intel. See if the CTs will give something away here. Sad's in. Got the bomb there. Way back in T-spawn. They'll smoke the double doors once again. It doesn't connect, but it still should cover the doors for just fine. Okay, there is a world where this falls apart. The swing from Langs will be everything. Not going to happen. Clean finish, 96. And here come the gun rounds. It's been a hell of a run from FUT. But now, down in the dumps once again. Tactical pause has been called. Can feel this tournament slipping away. But what a name they've made for themselves, Dinko. What a tournament result this has been, even if they could come crashing out now in the quarterfinals.
It's been obviously the big win against FaZe is one everyone will remember when you take a team down with those players on the squad with a name like FaZe Clan, a team that always perform in Shanghai. Obviously made the most of the situation. You know, FaZe coming in off the back exhausted after EPL, haven't played with Jacob, had 4 days of practice with him before the EPL event, and then obviously straight to China. But, you know, they beat them twice. You beat them in a best of 1, then you beat them in a best of 3. That's a legitimate result for FUT Esports. Now, here in the quarterfinals, still an opportunity to progress into the semis, but right now it is Legacy leading the way. A team that have got to feel like this is a great chance to try and improve on some form they picked up in Austin. And Dumao, he's all the way up short already.
Yeah, that smoke is no good, but Dumao makes it work.
Oh, he was going to go with that flash, but ends up getting mollied by the CTs, held at bay.
Trying to show a bit of presence over towards B. Nissim will Molotov the back platform. More smokes depleted over towards that side of the map. What's their final commitment going to be? Still with quite a lot of util on the T side here. B bomb side quite open right now. They're focusing their efforts towards middle. But up towards short we go. Legacy. Do they give them a taste of their own medicine with the waterfall smokes here? I think they do. There they are.
Dive down into a CT. It's going to be Laux. Removing Dumao. Legacy continuing to move up into the site. Krabeni plays out from Kus, goes into the open. Sadsin punishes that, and oh my god, it's not even close. All of a sudden, it's Legacy just dominating, putting their boot on the throat of the foot. And Laux is left.
Oh, yes, indeed. That's a very convincing one. Lato looking from the player cams. It looks like he actually spotted the shadow early. Very clean round. Maximum loss bonus established, but that's not quite enough on the CT side. It's partial buy territory. And the chances of finding the semifinals are dwindling here. The odds reflect that. Very nice little ace split there. 3 players up towards shore, 1 holding middle. The backstab from long was too much to handle. Couldn't contain them, and it's going to be 5-7s and an MP9. They've got the HG grenades. I think they triple nade towards long, but the looks of things here could actually work out quite nicely. Either way, he'll tank the damage and find the opening kill. Sadson coming to life now with the AWP. Ties up his scoreline 8-8. Had a pretty disastrous first half. But 11-6 looking incredibly likely now. There's another HG playing in front of it. Dumao with the confidence, starting to find some tournament winning form here. Looking deadly with the AK-47. Tapping away at those headshots.
Damn, okay.
Dominating the battlefield. And that's more like it from Dumao.
Yeah, he was the difference maker in overtime. You know, a lot of big rounds for him in OT. Dumao is always the player you talk about when you go into a game about Legacy. We know what the skill set he has available to him in Lato. Usually the combo involved in that. He's got 15 kills. Dumao on 11. Nissim going to be caught in the corner, so that's an upgrade here for Zooks, and ends up being a scoreline of 11-6. We're starting to get to the end of this one here for Legacy. It's got to be another one of those FUT comebacks. We've seen it against FaZe Clan. We've seen it a couple times against FaZe on Mirage. Yep, their feet.
Never gets old.
No, the joke that keeps on giving. But this is going to take something special. We talked about the mentality, the strength of this young squad for FUT Esports. It's been so impressive how they found enough mental strength to stay in these games and come back and always find a way to fight. But this is their biggest test yet. You're facing elimination in the playoffs. You're 11-6 down. Your teammates have just had 5 rounds in a row. They're on a run. You've got to put an end to it right now and go on a streak of your own all of a sudden. And that is easier said than done, obviously. So looking great here for Legacy.
It really is. Last chance saloon here, I'm afraid, for FUT's. Final timeout has been called. They've got the full buy. Everything they could ask for here. But Legacy have completely destroyed them in the second half. It was 6-6 at halftime. Now 1 round away from map and series points. Dumao with the long spawn. Got to be utilizing it. Knows that's just the incendiary towards long. Flashbang, very effective. Gets him off the angle. Back to the drawing board. Here we go then. Opening kill found by Lounge, testing towards the B tunnels. Gets a clean one on Nissim. First advantage they've had in some time. There's still a lot of work to be done. Lux helps himself towards middle. Happy to run through the flames. Gets himself into towards CD spawn as well, but Robeni seems to be very aware of it. Waiting for that smoke to dissipate. Surely he gets a jump on him.
There's a swing out long. It's going to be Lato to remove Demon on the defense. Krabeni down in CT spawn. Lux is falling. Symmetry. Oh, caught in the open with a flash. And yeah, 3v3 off the back of that kill from Lato. They're all committed long. And there is a flank committed here from Laux. So Krabeni taking the attention and taking the advantage. This flank from Laux. He doesn't go slow, this guy. He's in behind. He's taking it straight away.
Oh,
and he will get the double that. Holds down the spray and the 3K collected. So out of the timeout into a round win. And that is the first step required.
Yeah, it was Nissim going down early, left him with the man disadvantage there. We saw an interesting play through the mid-double doors. Running through the flames, tucking himself in CT spawn, but Krabeni patiently waits for him to be exposed, gets that all-important kill. Focus their efforts towards long and a backstab from Laux as well. Secures the round. We said it was must win. And they're keeping their head above water for now, ladies and gentlemen. What's the play? What's the knockout blow? 3 players towards B here. Flashes over towards long. They make their way down towards lower. Cemetery nearby.
Dumao Clears out the mid doors, close by. No one there. Some space for Legacy. Blocked at the moment from Catwalk.
Nice bit of space for Dumao, though.
Yeah, could activate into a B split. There's the fight up towards the ledge, though. Just outside a window. 3 players coming towards Dumao. He's not going to get away from that. They come to fight him. They come to take the advantage. And FUT Esports are successful in doing so.
Sadzin trying to pick up the pieces here. Another 5-on-4, but that mid to B split looking very likely now. We've got Nissim in towards the upper tunnels. Molotov to deny the boost. They're not giving anything away here. Nissim waiting to be activated, but it's a lovely position towards the car. Nissim found in the tunnels, but still the round is on. Sadzin needs to be very careful here. Doesn't hit the flick. And Lux thrust into the clutch Dinko. He can win it, but his chances are dwindling. Take the clean ding, 7 HP.
Yeah, runs away in behind the big box inside of the site. He's looking for a 1v3. There's the first. He's got to be clean on headshots here. He can't afford to take a body shot, and he will. Demon drops him. Another round here for FUT Esports. Starting to close the gap a little bit. Putting an end to that Legacy streak. Keeping themselves at least within a fighter's chance of getting into Dust 2 again. Money kind of weak on a couple of players, but Lato's got plenty of money here. So we'll see what kind of purchase Legacy can get going. AK's coming out. Satson going to a Tech 9. So they have broken the money down. You know, win this round, FUT Esports, you're 11-9. You'll have an economic break in the next round. You're likely 11-10.
Yeah, got to win this round first, though. Easier said than done. Sure, Sadzin has a Tech 9, but 4 players over towards B, looking to mix things up. Maybe a call out of spawn here. We've got the mid to B smoke being set up by Sadzin. So are they going for that early call? Looks to be 2 players running out towards middle. He's got double smokes as well. I've seen him run this and smoking the back platform with the second smoke. Maybe they smoke doors instead. See what he's got in store for us. This is the CT smoke. Be interested to see what he does with the second. Smoking the back platform can be very effective. Means you don't have to worry about that position. Waiting for their moment. So it looks like he'll be smoking the double doors after the fact. Lato, a nice open up.
Flash goes down. There's Dumao. Started the smoke. Really important kill there for Legacy. They're into the B bomb site. FUT Esports probably starting to consider a safe call. Now absolutely will be, because that kill from Lux should seal the deal on a 12th round win here for Legacy. It's going to be semi-final point pricked up for the Brazilians. And I mean, at this point for Legacy, you're just making sure that FUT don't find any way back into this retake. Just do not give them a single peek, a single chance. And that it has confirmed it now. So, map and series point, Henry.
Oh, yes, indeed. Gotta save these 2 weapons. Money's pretty low. It's going to be very difficult to find these 4 rounds in a row required. They've shown great tenacity all tournament long. But it feels like we might be done here. Lovely opening kill from Lato. Weaken things up towards B. Dumao activated as well. Lux to finish the round off. And there we have it. That alleviates so much pressure, especially with 4 players surviving with the AWP as well. You can guarantee they won't have an AWP on the CT side. Is this the end of the run? A hell of a run, it has to be said, from FUT.
Yeah, it seems like it might be here. We have to pull it back 4 rounds in a row to force overtime again. Legacy have plenty of chances. I mean, FUT have shown us that they're capable of doing that. We even seen it on Inferno. Fighting from behind, getting it into overtime. When all looks lost, even in 4v5, with weaker weapons, they were still able to figure out ways to get into OT. And a little team that have a lot of tenacity. It's been one hell of a run at the tournament, as you mentioned. Beating FaZe Clan twice. Getting into the playoffs.
Does it all come crashing down? Does the clock strike midnight? Legacy, 4 opportunities to book themselves a place in the semifinals. Cemetery taking matters into his own hands, playing to win these rounds. Damage. Dumal applying pressure, but a good HE in response. Denies his swing. Incendiary to buy a little bit more time for a reposition here. Big kill.
Important kill there from Lato. Here comes the swing out. Cemetery is going to remove Dumal himself. Here comes the mid push right up towards Jugs, and Lato's followed up. That should be it. Demon is suddenly the only player left in towards CT spawn. Legacy have a 3v1, and surely they don't let this one go. You've got all the time in the world to stay composed and breathe and figure out how to win this one. It's been a quiet final map here from Demon. He's shown us some great moments in this competition. Certainly one for the future.
On the bombs here.
Yeah. He's not going to be able to take it, though. Nissim wins the fight. It will be Legacy to move on to the semifinals and play against Heroic. FUT Esports certainly making a name for themselves at this competition, taking down the likes of FaZe Clan twice in best of one, then a best of three. But it's the end of the road for FUT Esports in the quarterfinals, and the Brazilians rage on.
A deserved result in the end, but our commiserations to FUT Esports gave a great account of themselves at this tournament. Only the second time of asking at LAN, but in the end, it is the experienced Brazilians that will be going into the next round.
Yeah, really well done by FUT. I definitely think that while they'll certainly, feel a little sad on this one to not make it to the crowd, they have certainly done themselves well here in Shanghai, beating FaZe, beating Pain, pushing Legacy to the limits. A team that was not that far removed from just being in an academy system to now being a team that actually can contend at events like this one is certainly cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's got a sting right now, but, especially for someone who, like Demon, had a great tournament, goes out in the final map and has a bit of a down performance. But I think, give it a couple of days, they should be finding themselves to be pretty proud of what they've been able to accomplish here already. Again, completely new to this kind of stage, this kind of arena, and this kind of level of CS, really. So everything they've showed us for every stage, we've kind of doubted them, and they've been able to overcome expectations, and they deserve all the credit in the world for that.
Definitely. And hopefully next time we see them, nicer jerseys. But anyway, about Legacy, fantastic performance from them on Dust 2 in the end. And, we were worried. They labored so hard on Inferno. We definitely had some concerns. But if anything, that seemed to almost like steady their ship, right? They seemed to come out swinging.
I mean, it was a pretty tense first half, though, I will say. Especially like the last 6 or so rounds of the first half. It was very back and forth. But once Legacy got on the T side and they were able to dictate the pace of the game, they were able to put this one away pretty quickly. Great performances, really, from everyone that you wanted to see from Legacy on their T side in the second half to secure victory. And, as much as we, praise FUT, I mean, we have to, kind of cheer on Legacy, too. I mean, this is a team that, multiple times this year has almost broken through to like a big playoff appearance, whether it was the Blast Austin Major, there was EPL just now before this event, but now they finally are able to put themselves into a semifinal and legitimately have a chance to, I think, beat Heroic tomorrow, and it's certainly in the cards, and maybe even have a run at the whole title.
Yeah, I've got to say that, they've grown over the course of the tournament as well. And, we were highlighting with so many of the Brazilian organizations now bringing in help from outside of Brazil, this probably is the strongest all-Brazilian lineup, frankly. And therefore, they deserve your attention, deserve your respect.
Absolutely so. And again, I think, you could look at the scoreboard and it could look like they had a pretty easy time on that T side, obviously winning pistol and then just continuing on with the forward momentum. But they actually had like quite a few rounds where they go down a man, right? Like they play out 4v5s and actually manage to overcome obstacles. So they did a really good job of it. And they also did it in, I guess, like you mentioned, not the typical Legacy way, which would have been like very, very, very active and like hyper aggression on the map, or very like quick set plays and whatnot. They were very measured in their approach through that T side, and they managed to play their way back into the game, which I think was really impressive, because that's where I find them lacking, at least on a lot of other maps. So again, they're going from strength to strength as well. Again, I think we shouldn't lose track of the fact that they weren't far away from beating Liquid in their in their group matches. So they could have been in the semifinals already. Yep. So they're definitely a team to look out for here for the rest of the
they've been a legit tournament, like you said, very close against Liquid, beating 3D Max, beating VP. Definitely have put together a pretty solid resume so far at this tournament. And again, I think a finals appearance is certainly in the cards based on how they're playing Counter-Strike right now. With Heroic still kind of dealing with just kind of all the moving parts that teams had to deal with lately.
Standing at the event, right?
Exactly. So it's definitely one of those situations where that could be an interesting matchup for tomorrow. But for now, still, all in all, a great run from Legacy here to make it to a semifinal.
Yeah, we'll talk just a little bit more about FUT because obviously our attention's going to turn to tomorrow's games. But I think really since the esports org took the gamble on them, a lot of people were worried. I'm going to hold that thought. We are going to go back to Shanghai for an interview.
欢迎 Lexi 他们获得了这场比赛的胜利。周某对于这一场和 FUT 的交手，应该来说在对枪上会有些压力吧？你怎么评价和他们的这次比赛？
Congratulations, Dumo. You got it. You win the game, but it was not as easy as you thought. Probably. How do you sum up this game?
I think the FUT they played very well. It was very intense and a great game. To be honest, we know it was a spot to play in front of the crowd, so it was very intense for both of us. So I think it's a good history the way we both played. So yeah, I'm very happy, and the game was very tight, but yeah, we could just win. So it was very nice moment.
我现在感觉非常的好，然后 FUT 这支队伍他们是一支非常强大的对手，我们的比赛进行的非常激烈，然后战况也是咬得非常的紧，比分咬得非常紧。刚刚这场比赛呢，我们也是预想到了会稍微有一点点难打，然后今天的比赛3场下来，确实觉得 FUT 这支队伍他们有很大的潜力，然后他们的成长性也非常的高，他们这支队伍也是比较强大的一个对手。
我相信你在对局当中一定体验到了 FUT 他们的节奏非常快，你会不会在这个 BO3 当中会觉得有的时候你们会陷入到他们的那种快节奏，从而导致让自己的队伍的战术细节少了一些？
We noticed that FUT is a team that very good at speed, like fast rush. Do you feel that your team lose a little bit momentum or kind of messed up your strategy sometimes?
Yeah, they play very well and what's in front of them. I think our team and their team, FUT and Legacy, look a bit equal in some points because of the aggressiveness and the will to win. I can see they really want it. They really want it. But at the end of the day, we just wanted so much. We're imagining, we're talking about it, and things are just happening. So that's very nice, to be here and see that things are going well for us. And yeah, I think the teams are both equal in play style. Yeah.
如果说打法的话，其实我觉得我们两边队伍差不多，在水平上面是差不多的。他们的打法当然非常的快速，然后打的也非常的猛。我们其实也是应对下来了。然后我们在比赛当中也感觉到了对面的火力非常的旺，非常的强。我们在打比赛的过程当中也是紧跟对面的这个节奏，所以我们也很开心能够在这样的舞台，能够在这里打比赛，我们能感受到他们对于胜利的渴望，但是我们对于胜利的渴望可能更多一些，所以我们拿下了这场比赛的胜利。
太好了，胜利的渴望。而现在你们去获得奖杯，还剩下2个 BO3，而下一场将要面对的是 Heroic。你们上个月刚跟 Heroic 有过一次交手，你们2比1赢下了那场对局。所以对于第2次交手而言，你觉得你们会是更有信心的那一方吗？
Talking about how much you want to win, you're only 2 best of 3 away from trophy. And upcoming next, you're playing against Heroic, which you already played them last month, 2-1 them. You won last time. Do you think you're the favorite one this time?
I think there is no favorites in this tournament now. I think it's 50-50 for everybody. But things are different when you come with will and play in front of people. For me, it's very different energy. I love it. It will be a very nice experience to be here, and we worked so much to be here, and we focus every day in one thing, which is to win. And yeah, we are just focusing on that. So if anything else happens, it just happens. If we win the trophy, of course, it's very good and we want it. But there is more details that we even forget it about the trophy sometimes. So yeah, I think the most important is keep it up, our play style, keep it up, our ideas, and play with conviction in each other. And yeah, try to win as much as possible.
当然了，谈到对胜利的渴望，当然每个队伍都想赢。那么在现阶段，在这个 CAC 当中，剩下的队伍里，其实我觉得我们的胜率大概跟谁都会是一半一半，没有说谁是被看好的那一方。我们在比赛的过程当中，其实都是有的时候打起来的时候是更关注于自己，希望能够把我们的战术、我们的体系，把我们自己的状态发挥出来。有的时候会甚至忘记会甚至忘记我们面前有一座奖杯这样的事情。所以能够在这样的现场打比赛，对我来说，我自己很享受这个过程，我也很享受能够在现场观众的欢呼声当中，能够打这场比赛，我能感受到大家的这个热情，我能感受到现场的氛围，我自己非常喜欢这样的比赛氛围，我更喜欢在这样的环境里打比赛。所以，你要是说谁不想要奖杯呢？可是打着打着，有时候我们会忘记那样一个奖杯，只要把自己最好的状态发挥出来就可以了。
太好了，那我们也希望 Dumo， 也希望 Lexi 能够一步一个脚印，正如他们所想的那样，去达到自己想要的目标。那我们只能说明天见了，感谢 Dumo 参加我们的赛后采访。我们先把画面交还给分析席。
Yeah, great to hear from Dumal there. And look, I'll say this. I'll shelve the FUT discussion for now, because we are going to hear from them as well. I just like kind of the trajectory this legacy team is taking, where, you know, they're talking about how we do have this unique style, we do play aggressive, we are going to get in people's faces, we'll lose on our own terms, we're looking forward to playing in front of crowds, doing more, you know, at LAN, and we can beat anybody left at this tournament, which, you know, if everything goes according to plan, they are a tough proposition for the teams here.
Yeah, they beat Heroic at the Fisher Playground. That was, I think, the opening round of the group stage where they lost the Nuke opener, but then they won Mirage in overtime, then won Dust 2. So they're up against an opponent that they're used to, and it was back when they were playing with Alkarin and Nilo. So definitely show that they can already have a close game there and win. So again, yeah, I think, like he said in the interview, like it really is up in the air. And this has really been from the start of the tournament forward. Like we kind of talked about, like there is no real clear favorite in my opinion. Like, yeah, you could say 3D Max is the highest ranked. Yeah, you could say that, you know, the veterans that you have on Liquid and FaZe, like you would think they would come through an event like this. But the reality is like it was wide open and it's played out that way.
Yeah, no, it very much has. I think if anything, maybe 3D Max have kind of lowered their stock or their yeah, I guess they're marked as a favorite going into this, and then Liquid.
It's been laborious for them.
Yeah, and maybe Liquid have strengthened it a little bit, considering they actually went directly to a semifinals and so on. But Legacy have just shown solid performances from start to finish every time we've seen them. So I think it's very much 50-50.
All right, we'll go back over to Shanghai for the FUT interview.
对于 FUT Esports 的教练，首先对于FUT来说的话，他们止步于此了。今天这场比赛其实有一些时候打得会非常焦灼，尤其是图2，你们打了2个+10，所以图2这张图你们最后没能拿下，是什么原因？在这张图上发生了些什么？
It's unfortunate that the round ends here, but we want to focus on this game. Looking back, in the second map, you got into 2 OTs, but it's unlucky that you couldn't finish it. What's the reason behind it?
Like, I think overall our Inferno is not the best map, so I think we put up a really good fight. And when it was the mid-round calls and the mid-round decisions, like we made some, but it's because we had no time to practice that much. We just started the game with like we will do our best, and we did it, and sadly it wasn't enough.
首先 ，Inferno 这张图不是我们的强项，我们在这张地图里面很多在局势中期 做的一些战术的指挥和一些打法，其实都有一点点混乱。然后我们没有足够的时间来为这张图做准备，或者是为这个 CAC 赛事做准备。所以很遗憾，我们这一次的旅途到这里就要结束了。
但说实话，对于FUT的这种舰队初期的阶段而言，你们在 CAC 拿到了6强的成绩，这其实是一个不错的、更进一步的表现了。所以想从教练的角度去谈一谈，你们下一步的预期，你们后面的计划是什么？
But as a new team, as a starting team right now, you've only established 2 months ago. This is top 6. Do you think this is a good result to you? And what's the next plan for you or for your team?
Yeah, overall this was an amazing run, and I cannot be sad. Like, of course I'm a little bit disappointed because we could have won this game, but like it feels so good to be here. We could show that we are able to play in a tier 1 level, and we can beat FaZe team like in best of 3 and best of 1 situation. So I'm really proud of the team for the future. Like, we have to still grind to be able to play in these big events, because we are still not ready in terms of world ranking. So we will just get back home, we will practice, we have a lot of events in front of us, and we just try to fix the mistakes, and we will try to improve and do our best.
在这样的比赛里面，其实能拿到前6的成绩，对我们来说还可以啦。当然，我有一点点的失望，我们在这里就止步了。不过呢，我们也很高兴，在这样的一个赛事当中，我们很享受这个比赛，很享受这个氛围。然后我们在这个比赛当中击败了 FaZe， 在 BO3和 BO1里面，我们证明了我们这支队伍是可以跟世界顶级强队进行一个切磋的。所以我们在回去之后应该会总结，然后去做更多的练习。毕竟我们未来还有很多已经在计划当中的比赛要打，所以我们还是会好好努力，然后打出更好的状态和水平。
你刚才也说到了，这一次你们确实让更多的人都注意到 FUT Esports 这支队伍了，所以你有什么想对这些人说的？
There's no doubt that through this tournament, a lot of fans community have noticed that FUT is a team that can beat Tier 1 teams, and they became your fans. Is there anything you want to say to your new fans or your old fans?
Yeah, thank you for everyone for the support we got here, because it's amazing. Like, first time we experienced something like this, and like we love that. So thank you for everyone who cheered for us and support us during this event.
还是想跟大家说谢谢，因为这是我们第一次能有这样的体验，在线下，在这样一个大的赛事当中来打比赛，所以想跟所有支持我们的人说谢谢，谢谢你们的支持，也希望大家继续支持我们。
一定会继续支持 FUT Esports 的。这一次他们确实展现出来非常强大的火力，我们也期待他们能够在后面的赛季、后面的赛程当中展现出更加强大的实力。我们把祝福给到 FUT Esports， 也感谢Coolio参加我们的赛后采访。我们把画面交还给分析席。
So the run does come to an end, but it is a tone-setting run. We'll be looking at FUT in the future. And as I was saying before we went to the Legacy interview, I think for the organization, the gamble they took, it's already paid off. I mean, in terms of you've got that brand recognition now, you've got a couple of tournaments under your belt, you're climbing up the VRS points, people are already looking to poach your players, which I guess is kind of, you know, the compliment, right? Like, I'm sure somebody might be swooping in after the major to test their contracts out a little bit.
It's like the DJ Khaled thing, right? Suffering from
success, exactly. And, you know, look, I made this point earlier on the broadcast as well. I just think this season, all the invites are locked in for the next major, but I think next season, you are going to see the established order challenged a bit by teams and orgs like this.
Well, I think one of the biggest things about the VRS situation, as you noted, yes, the Budapest majors are decided, but for some of these teams, especially a team like FUT, I think they came into this tournament ranked like 33rd in the VRS, and it's like you really want to put yourself kind of somewhere in the top 25 to have a chance to get directly invited to some of these tournaments. You know, if teams turn down, things of that nature can kind of trickle down into like the top 24. And, you know, an event like this, the amount of points that they probably gained by beating FaZe multiple times, beating Pain, you know, that hopefully will kind of start at least putting them closer into a range where they'll be able to get invited to more tournaments. And for FUT as an organization, to kind of get back to what you were saying, it's like, yeah, because if you try to build a team from scratch, like NIP tried to do, for example, they had to battle very, very hard to finally get into a position to make it to some of these event events. Whereas FUT, you know, they've gambled on a core that already had, you know, some level of VRS ranking, and they have been riding it to new heights here lately. So hopefully this is a team we'll get to see more often in the future in events like this, even if the major window's out, it still helps propel them for next year.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more, and I think it's cool that, you know, they were willing to take the chance, even if they did lose Makaze, obviously, to the main Navi team, right? Because obviously people would have seen him as a pretty big proponent of why the Navi Junior squad was interesting or, you know, intriguing to begin with. So the fact that, you know, they chose to go for it, they've been, you know, absolutely rewarded with this now, and I couldn't be happier for the players as well. And I'm also, you know, we've got to give some flowers to Lounx, obviously trying to come in and fill that role. I think it's okay to say that he's not necessarily the same type of player as Makaze is in terms of like individual prowess or mechanical ability, etc. But he really finds his way to make a mark on this team in a positive way.
Me at this tournament.
Exactly, like so many impact rounds from his side, and obviously like he did his damnedest on Dust 2 as well. You know, trying to make this a close game, but I think they've found a really good balance, honestly, at FUT, and they've landed on their feet, and yeah, again, sky's the limit.
Let's take a quick look at the brackets. We can have a look at what's been going on at the tournament. Obviously, we've just watched FUT sadly go out of the competition. But earlier in the day, you saw 3D Max were able to, a bit wobbly, but they're still there. And that sets up a very intriguing pair of semi-finals. For Team Liquid, a real test, I would say, against 3D Max of what their roster's going to do. And that brings us nicely to the schedule. Obviously, that's how we're going to be starting today. Heroic versus Legacy, I do want to say I agree with Demao. I think that's a coin toss. I think the 50-50 is completely accurate. Heroic have really surprised me to get to this stage, actually. And, you know, with Nilo doing really well.
Yeah, Hades having a bit of a wild tournament as well as a stand-in. Absolutely crazy. I'm for Heroic's sake, I'm kind of hoping, obviously, that Nilo is going to be able to maintain that performance he had from group stages, you know, going into the playoffs, and same thing for Hades as well. Because Hades, you know, not to throw too much shade, he has had a bit of a, I guess, history of kind of falling off once you get into like high stakes situations. Sure. So I'm hoping he's going to be able to kind of feel not too much pressure on his shoulder, even though he's performed well so far, just because it's, you know, playoff time, etc. Because this is, you know, his shopping window or his display window, and so to speak. You know,
even for this team, because Alconnor was only alone.
Yeah,
so, like realistically,
very fair
you know,
point.
they could still obviously bring Alconnor back, see how that goes. But Hades will be in the back of their mind as like, well, hey, if we don't want to go with Alconnor and continue this loan, maybe we do sign this guy full time if he really fits into our team. But as you said, it also gives Hades a chance to maybe attract another team. I mean, he obviously did this last year with G2, where, you know, he tried to come in and stand in, and unfortunately, it didn't lead to anything really fruitful for him, at least for bigger name teams. But another opportunity here as well, for sure. So. And it's also cool because a recent hit matchup that was close between, you know, Heroic and Legacy at the Fisher Playground event. So to see that rematch, I think will be very entertaining.
Yeah, and as I said, you know, Team Liquid are going to be having one eye on getting into a final, which it feels like it's been a while since we've said that. So, you know, it's a very, very interesting tournament. And thanks to you guys for keeping it interesting over the course of the day. Thanks to you all at home for tuning in. We'll be back at the same time tomorrow, so make sure you join us.